Okay now.
To person between my bed.
I see.
I see what I want to do when you forget me.
Okay.
I'm going to look at you. I'm not getting it. I'm not saying I want me to go. I got no one who tell them back. Oh, where would he get? I got no one to tell them. I got no one to tell them.
Okay now.
To person between my bed.
I see.
I see what I want to do when you forget me.
Okay.
I'm going to look at you. I'm not getting it. I'm not saying I want me to go. I got no one who tell them back. Oh, where would he get? I got no one to tell them. I got no one to tell them.
Ẹ̀jẹ̀ mi ni ẹ kí n gbọ́, àkọ́bí ewé ayò, ewé tún méje, ìtún ló ní ọ̀tún ẹ̀ ṣe, ìfà ló ní kan fà ẹ̀ mọ́ra, àìbínú gbogbo àtàrẹ, gbogbo méjì ọkà bàbà, gbogbo mẹ́ta ọkà wáṣẹ́, orí ló túmọ̀ ẹ̀dùn, gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀. Akọni ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ ọjọ́, ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọn kì í dálẹ̀. Bọ́bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́, wá fi jóye ẹlẹ́mọ́. Akọni wọ́n bá lọ gbé fèrè, wá fi jóye ẹlòkò. Bọ́wọ́ wọn bá tẹ̀ mí, wá fi jóye aláre. Àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀. Wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́, ẹ̀ẹ́mọ́ olóko jẹ. Wọ́n pa Akíntọ́lá ọmọ Ògún. Wọ́n pàdé Ìyọ̀dà ọmọ Àtàràbọ̀bà. Àkọ́bí wọ́n pàdé Ṣàtàdàdẹ ọmọ ọba Ìjẹ̀bú Mèrè. Aṣíwájú odò gbólùkẹrẹ, ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run. Tó o bá ṣe pé tìyẹ, tó o bá ṣe pé tìyẹ, lọ́ bá ń darí jọ wí. Àpérò ni kò ń gbọ́wọ́, ọ̀gọ́ ti ṣìgìdì máa gbé, àgétì ló máa ń gbé, àyàn ti ìlàyàn ewúrẹ́. Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ, kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́. Aṣíwájú Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ. Àkọ́bí Ọlọ́run dákun wá padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀. Ọkọ.
Since I was born, but now I am getting youth.
It is the turn on the Southwest. The Southwest has never been president before.
But we've had Olusegun Obasanjo.
No, Olusegun Obasanjo is an Igbo man. He came from Anambra State. His father is an Igbo man.
Do you have evidence to this, sir?
My friend, it is he who should come out and say, no, he's not an Igbo man. Everyone knows that it's not a hidden fact. His father became the Obi of Onitsha. Thank you.
So there it is right there. So there it is right there. Hopefully you can hear me. So the first protocol is to wish all the women, both on this planet and around the world, a happy International Women's Day. So we celebrate you and we love you all. So happy International Women's Day. So these are the designated Women's Day. So we celebrate they call them the fairer sex. I'm not quite sure if that still applies. They're certainly stronger than most men that I know. So a glorious day to all of the ladies on this platform and globally. So happy International Women's Day to you. And that greeting is echoed by Chioma, who was the first to post it out. So happy International Women's Day to you. So happy International Women's Day and a good day to the rest of you. So a good day to everyone still. So a good day to the women as well. So the usual protocol, click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. Subscribe if you haven't done that already. And if you want to come and parlay with this bald-headed or you are laughing man on the screen right here, if you, good to see you, Biggie. That's Chioma right there, keeping it 100. So if you want to come and parlay with this bald-headed or you are laughing man with the funny voice, I keep being told that I have a funny voice. I'm not quite sure how to digest that, but
if you want to come and have a, there was a time they used to use this phrase so commonly within the Nigerian space, but I think they've dropped it because it's out of fashion now. Tete-a-tete. There was never any space that you went to that you wouldn't see some pretentious card. That's a CUD. That's a poser. So you will see like a pretentious poser trying to squeeze that word into some space that trying to squeeze that word into some space that let's have a tete-a-tete. It sounds more like a French dish, doesn't it? A tete-a-tete. But if you want, and the jiao jiao or pow pow, all of these are funky, yuppie sort of. Anyway, you get the drift. If you want to come and participate, if you want to come and hang around with your favorite one man went to Mo, which is your only one man went to Mo, click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard, and then that pops you into the studio. So the like is mandatory. You are compelled by law to click on the like button. The subscription button is a once in a lifetime click. So once you've clicked on that, you don't have to click on it again. But if it's showing red, then you've not yet fulfilled all righteousness. So fulfill all righteousness by clicking on both. Click on the like, that's a daily routine. Click on the subscribe, that's a one-off thing that you do, and then you don't have to repeat again. And then if you want to come and join me on the screen, as I said, that hyperlink that says StreamYard is your ticket to ride. So your ticket to ride. And another thing that I've been mentioning in recent times, that $ at the bottom of the screen is there for a purpose. It's inviting you then to tip in the direction of the platform. So click on that $ and empty the content of your wallet into mine. So that's how it works. You click on the $ and empty the content of your wallet into mine. So enough of all that. Let's get straight into it. Actually, where should I lead it in? Let me lead it in with this. So right. Let me lead it in with this. So this has been 5 years in the making, but at last, Sowore finally gets its escape from the Nigerian space. Breaking, Sowore leaves for the United States to reunite with family after 4-year travel ban. Confirms imminent return to Nigeria to continue liberation struggle. So, I mean, you have to give it to this guy somewhat. Oh, God. Yes, don't say that, Alexander Gomez. He says, I think AJ will be knocked out inside 2 rounds. Greetings. I'm not quite sure if people are chuffed by that. I'm chuffed by the super chat, but the comment, I'm not sure if people will be especially chuffed by that. So hopefully AJ wins, and we're following that somewhat in the ethos. We'll bring that into conversation as the session progresses, because that's just the big thing happening today. Anthony Joshua versus some funny-sounding Cameroonian rascal. So I hope it gives him the whipping of his life. I'm not even an especially big fan of Anthony Joshua, and I don't really like boxing. It's such a violent sport, and then they hit people to the head as well. So just the propensity for brain injury, all of that stuff. So it's not really my thing. Outside of football and tennis, I'm not sure that there's any sport that and Formula One, of course. That's my number one sport, actually. Formula One, and then football, being a Newcastle fan, and tennis. I don't follow tennis as much as I used to. I used to follow it back in the days of Arantxa Sanchez Vicario, Steffi Graf, all of those and I followed it up to Roger Federer. But then as Roger Federer started to win, I started to lose interest. I don't even know who the top players are anymore. And there was a time I used to follow it religiously. But those are my 3 favorite sports. So yes, Formula One, football, and tennis. Not that anybody is interested, but if you are, there they are. Actually, tell me what your favorite sports are in the comment section. We can do a little bit of thing on that. So yes, back to Sowore. I may not be the biggest Sowore fan on the planet, but for the sheer humanity of what this guy has gone through, my heart leaps in joy for this. Just momentarily, just on the human level, I don't especially like his bombastic excesses, but certainly I don't want to see his liberty curtailed. So breaking, Showore leaves for United States to reunite with family after 4-year travel ban, confirms imminent return to Nigeria to continue liberation struggle. So yes, there's actually clips going around, but I just do the readout instead of the clip. Human rights activist Omoyele Showore has confirmed that he will he was live streaming his journey all the way through the airport to board his flight. So he is gone. Human rights activist Omoyele Showore has confirmed that he will be traveling to the United States of America on Friday night to reunite with his family. This comes after a federal high court in Abuja ordered the release of his passport following the decision of the Nigerian government to withdraw its treasonable felony case against the Revolution Now convener 4 years after it was seized and he was barred from leaving the country. Showore, and by the way, a lot of people, of course, a lot of people, of course, will leap on this to then do the free Nnamdi Kanu thing, because, of course, when any high-profile agitator, activist, revolutionary gets released or gets a favorable decision, the Nnamdi Kanu narrative quickly leaps to the front burner yet again. So this has nothing to do with Nnamdi Kanu, because Nnamdi Kanu is especially his culpability more provable, his crimes a lot deeper and more brutish. So nothing at all to do with Nnamdi Kanu. Human rights activist Omoyele Showore has confirmed he will be traveling to the United States of America Friday night to reunite with his family. This comes after a federal high court in Abuja ordered the release of his passport following the decision of the Nigerian government to withdraw its treasonable felony case against the #Revolution Now convener 4 years after it was seized and he was barred from leaving the country. Showore, who was the candidate of the African Action Congress, AAC, in the 2019 and 2023 presidential elections, will be leaving via a United Airlines Lagos flight at 11:50 p.m. Friday to Washington, D.C. The activist said in a press invitation sent to, he said in a press invitation to Pasara reporters, I'm not quite sure, an invitation, that this guy is just a ridiculous guy. You can't even have empathy for him for a micro moment before the silliness comes in again. The activist said this in a press invitation sent to Sahara reporters on Friday, that his trip would be for a short while, since he was bound to return to Nigeria, not only to continue my struggle for the total liberation of our people, but also to face the myriad of bogus criminal and civil cases thrown at me since my detention began. Correspondence report on Friday the 15th. On Friday the 15th, correspondents reported that the President Bola Tinubu-led government had discontinued the treasonable felony case instituted against Showore. The development was made known in a document issued by the Attorney General of the Federation, Minister of Justice Lateef Fagbemi. So it goes on to give us all those details that we already know. So that's Showore. Right, Justice Emeka Nwate had also ordered that Showore's passport be released. I think this is what led to that confrontation then in front of the EFCC building. That was essentially an OB. You know when you do this, OB. So that was Showore going to do OB to EFCC and all that nonsense. Justice Emeka Nwate had also ordered that Showore's passport be released to him by the Department of State Services, DSS, which earlier seized it. In a statement on Friday titled Invitation to Muritala Mohammed International Airport tonight, traveling to the United States tonight following 5 years of unlawful, unjust, and inhumane and inhuman detention in Nigeria, Sowore said. Following my unjust, inhuman, and unlawful detention in Nigeria since August 2019, I'll be traveling to the United States from Lagos later today, March the 8th, 2024, on a late night flight. The ordeal that my family, colleagues, and associates have endured and continue to endure in fighting for the liberation of Nigeria is unimaginable. However, before embarking on these journeys in my early days, beginning in, so it's not going to give us an epistle, but that's just Sowore anyway. The sympathy for him never really lasts any length of time, because it very, very quickly takes it into self-aggrandizing and ridiculousness. So self-aggrandizement, the rest of that read out. IPOB cautions Nigerian government, says creation of state police will not stop this integration. So the noose is actually tightening around the news. Good to see you, Tope. They say I should be acknowledging the comment sections. Good to see you, Tope. Good to see you, Lato Rich. Alexander Gomez, of course, the mighty man himself. Football and basketball, his preferred sport to watch. All right, let's take it from top again. IPOB cautioned Nigerian government, says creation of state police will not stop this integration. So the news is starting to tighten around that IPOB space's neck. It's the rather tongue-twisting phrase that was yes. So the news is starting to tighten around that space's neck, and I saw some exercise by the military at the headquarters of the IPOB earlier on today. Somebody sent it in. Whoever sent it in should please resend it so that it's immediate to hand and we can watch it together. But the news is starting to tighten around that space, and they are feeling the pressure as well, because state police will bring in the immediacy of law enforcement to that IPOB space, because if there's a localized police formation that is that belongs to that state, then they can easier launch against them as opposed to launching against them from the federal space. So I think that is where this outcry is coming from. IPOB cautioned Nigerian government, says creation of state police will not stop this integration. The indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, has said that no security system, not even creation of state police, has been proposed by the Nigerian government will save Nigeria from disintegration. IPOB said this in a statement issued by its media and publicity secretary, Imam Powerful, whilst reacting to President Bola Tinubu-led Nigerian government's recent move to establish state police in the country. Powerful, however, stated that IPOB supports the creation of regional police, but it is against state police. Maybe I will get the understanding, but I only get the confusion at this instance. Maybe further down the read, I'll get the understanding. So why is IPOB supporting the creation of a regional police or regional policing system within a structure and a country that they do not believe in and they say does not exist or apply to them? So why should IPOB, who claims to be an independent nation not known to mankind except themselves, why were they bothered about what sort of security formations or architecture Nigeria has? So that's the question. Maybe that gets answered further down the readout. Powerful, however, stated that IPOB supports creation of regional police, but it is against state police, noting that the proposal to establish state police is a strategy to capture all states into one APC party. How does that concern you, though? Is the thing. That's a Nigerian thing, not a Biafran thing. Right. It is not meant to curtail insecurity or insurgency in the country. Nigerians should shine their eyes. If Tinubu's government is sincere to curtail insecurity and insurgency ravaging the country, they should establish regional police, not state police. no state government can handle insecurity alone without the support of their neighboring states. More so, creating state police will provide an opportunity for pro-terrorist governors to provide a safe haven for criminals and terrorists in their state. But a regional police command can forestall such a situation. So let me pause there for a moment. Let's ignore the messenger and examine the message. Because outside of the state police being politicized and used as instruments of terror by particular states, outside of that, because that seems to be the number one argument, the main argument that stands in the way of this idea is that a good 70% of the states in Nigeria cannot budget for state policing. How can they afford state policing in Gombe? How can they afford state policing in, Nasarawa or Imo even? Does Imo have the budget for the state police? All they will have is essentially some quasi whatever it is, but not anything that structures or looks like policing. So they don't have the budget for that. But the idea of a regional police, it infinitely makes more sense. Much as it pains me to admit that anything coming out of IPOB would make sense, the idea of regional policing is infinitely more sensible. So, first, it removes that that abuse by the individual state governors using them as their essentially personal attack militia. So it removes that because they don't fall under the singularity of one state. So it removes that, but more to it, the region with their collective wealth are able to better afford a state police, a regional police, as opposed to individual states having policing. So that's the roundabout understanding that I have of it. If Tinubu's government is sincere to curtail insecurity and insurgency ravaging the country, they should establish regional police, not state police. No state government can handle insecurity alone without the support of their neighboring states. More so, creating a state police would provide an opportunity. So we read on that. Finally, many governors in Nigeria today are tyrants, even without full authority over the security forces. You can imagine what they would do if they have the authority over murderers and corrupt security forces like the Nigerian Police Force, Powerful stated. According to him, the federal government and the National Assembly have the constitutional right to establish regional police commands if they wish. So this is a guy now speaking to the internal politics of Nigeria rather than anything indigenous people of Biafra, but there it is. That just shows you the color of that space. It's always been a ridiculous space anyway, so it continues to fester in ridiculousness. So now, this is one of the biggest news that's coming through today. The abduction of however many students from somewhere in the interiors of Kaduna. Federal government calls for safe, quick return of abducted Kaduna students. So, I mean, we're not seeing anything that somewhat looks like change over the last however many over the last 3-4 decades in that country. This is a recurring decimal. Every so often, I think every month we get at least 2-3 instances of this, and we've consistently had it for year on year. So we're not seeing anything that looks like change. The federal, and this is not especially any sitting government, this is just the style of governance and the style of securing the country, etc., etc. The Federal Ministry of Education has called for the safe and quick return. There was a clip actually going around. If somebody can send me it of Remi Tinubu asking for death penalties for these people that are actually cutting these children away, So if anybody has that to hand, send it to me via Instagram so we can watch it. Remi Tinubu at some occasion are speaking to this matter that these people doing these things should face the death penalty. The Federal Ministry of Education has called for the safe and quick return of the abducted Kaduna school children. About 300 students were abducted by gunmen in a school in Kaduna State earlier on this week. Whilst reacting to the incident during a press briefing on Friday, the Minister of Education, Tahir Maman, described the abduction as disturbing. And another thing, the Kaduna State Governor was very, very quick to the scene of that incident, which is kudos to him. In light of this unfortunate circumstance, the ministry appeals earnestly to the security agencies as well as the government of our Kaduna State to mobilize all available resources to rescue and reunite the kidnapped students and teachers to their family. The ministry's Director of Press and Public Relations, Afolashade Boriowo, said in a statement. So, it often puzzles me how a whole school can be kidnapped and marched through the forest without anybody. How is that? Just the logistics of it. How do you abduct and keep 300 plus children? The logistics of the abduction, because it would take quite a movement to get them to wherever you're looking to keep them at. It is not quick march and then they run like a Kenyan marathoner. So there's a lot of these things, they don't actually hang with logic when you think about it sometimes. How do you logistically kidnap 400-500 students? How does the logistics of it work is the bigger question. But hopefully we get a quick return of those children. We need them back. We need them back. Let's go on from that to this. So we go on from that to this. Foreign investors dominate bids for OMO treasury bills with 75%, says CBN. So the Nigerian economy is still somewhat of an attraction. Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, has disclosed that over 75% of bids received during the auctions of government securities held on March the 1st and March the 6th, 2024, were from foreign investors showcasing their growing interest in Nigeria's financial instruments. Our correspondent earlier reported that on March the 1st, 2024, the CBN carried out an open market operations OMO auction, successfully selling 1.06 trillion naira in bills. Following this, the Apex Bank conducted another round of Treasury bills auction on March the 6th, 2024, where it offloaded about 1.32 trillion naira. These auctions not only signify a robust demand for Nigerian debt, but also highlights the increasing confidence of foreign investors in Nigeria's economy. According to a statement by the Apex Bank on Thursday, there is an increased investor interest in short-term sovereign debt. So I'll just give you the statement and then we'll go on to the next piece. The next piece still wraps around money as well. The statement noted higher FX inflow continued in March 2024, driven by increased investor interest in short-term sovereign debt following the recent adjustment to benchmark interest rates. She noted that government security issuances had been significantly oversubscribed, with foreign investors accounting for over 75% of bids received at the auctions conducted on March the 1st, March the 6th. So actually, that foreign investor thing might well be again when you hop on, if you're around, if you're available, that foreign investor narrative might well be a misnomer. You know why I say that? There was a time that we were having conversations around this particular sort of topic, and Baba, our own Baba, our man in America, he was saying how he was attempting to quickly buy some of these sovereign debts, and it was sold up quickly. So if Baba had been able to successfully buy Nigerian treasury bills, buying it from America, he will categorize as a foreign investor. So those foreign investors might well just be wealthy Nigerians playing the financial market. I'll only give you one more paragraph on this. The CBN also reported a significant rise in foreign inflows in February 2024, driven by higher remittance. Yes, this is a standalone topic that we'll deal with in a moment. The CBN also reported a significant rise in foreign inflow in February 2024, driven by higher remittance payments from Nigerians living abroad and a spike in the purchase of Naira assets by foreign portfolio investors. So we leave that there only because we're going to go to that story in a moment. Right, we're going to go to that story in a moment, but we'll make a quick pit stop with this particular story. So this story now is the one that has held the Nigerian media space, it's held the space to siege over the last couple of days. So it's the Herbert Wigwe narrative and the nation somewhat being in some form of national mourning over that particular storyline. So yes, the Herbert Wigwe narrative. All right, hold on. As I just got something from someone. Yes, so plenty of space still on the comments. Plenty of space still. Plenty. You see, when I'm starting to stumble my words, that tells you. That tells you I'm perched. I need some water. Plenty of space still in the studio. Anybody that wants to jump on, jump on. Yes, but this Herbert Wigwe storyline, it has held the nation. It's siege, like a siege on the nation. Maybe that's even the wrong adjective. It's held the nation's attention over the last week plus. And I think the body of the man, in fact, I know that the body of the man has now been returned to Nigeria, and there's been another round of national mourning and all of that. So Wigwe wife, son's remains arrived in Nigeria for burial. So that's Herbert Wigwe, and that is unfortunate, you know. Whether you know the guy or not, whether you like him or not, is just one of the most unfortunate things. So I hope, hopefully he has other children, but that's a whole family wiped out right there. The bodies of Herbert Wigwe, a former chief executive officer of Access Bank, his wife and son have arrived in Nigeria for burial. The bodies of the Wigwes arrived at the Port Harcourt International Airport, Rivers State, from the United States of America, Friday, March the 8th. Recall that we all know. So that's actually that's actually the plane landing, not the helicopter that he died in, and that's Wigwe, Chizoba and son. So that's his wife, Chizoba and son, Chizi. Were also on board in the ill-fated. So what that cargo right there, that's just parked like some whatever it is. Those are actual human beings. The video below captures the moment Wigwe's remain arrived. Let's see if we can watch the video. Where is the video? There's no video below. Where is that video below then? Let's see. Let's see if this leads us to anything. Let's just say. It's somewhat a bit morbid, actually, wanting to watch a video of somebody's remains being returned. But there it is. It's the news that seizes the. All right, we have it. So yeah, let's just have a. So this is Herbert Wigwe and family. Yes, so this is Herbert Wigwe and family as they make their final journey to be buried in the bosom of their ancestral home. So here it is. Let's just watch about a minute of it, no more than a minute, and then we'll move on. Right. So that's Herbert Wigwe, may so rest in peace. You know, it actually puts me in mind of a verse from a rap song from a band called, a lot of you would not know this band because of course you're not of that generation. The rap music actually started with a band called Grandmaster Flash and the Furious Five. So Grandmaster Flash and the Furious Five, and their seminal track was a single called "The Message," and there was a verse in there that says, "And now do I sing the sad, sad song of how we lived so fast and died so young." So that verse just came to my mind as we watched that. Now do I sing the sad, sad song of how we lived so fast and died so young. So the sad, sad song of how we lived so fast and died so young. Let's move on from there to this. Nigerian diaspora remittances increased by over 400% in 1 month to $1.3 billion. So a lot of what actually holds that country upright, a lot of the suit that holds that country upright in terms of the finances is diaspora remittances. If you remove diaspora remittances from that country's economy for 1 year, that country will collapse. We'll get to that Biafra and Odua nation within 12 months. And Nigerian diaspora remittances increased by over 400% in 1 month to $1.3 billion. So let's have a look at this. Nigerian diaspora remittances rose to by, I don't know what they mean by to by, so I think somebody misspelled there. Nigerian diaspora remittances rose by 400% to $1.3 billion in February compared to $300 million in the preceding month. So look at that. That's essentially within 1 month. People remitted over $1 billion. So let me highlight it just so you're clear that I read it out properly. So there it is right there. Nigerian diaspora. These are people now seeing this this chasm, this skittish nature of the Naira. And by the way, this is thank you, Solomon. And by the way, these are people seeing a once in a lifetime opportunity, which this skittish nature of the currency presents. Because a lot of what this tells you is that a lot of smart money see that the Nigerian currency is going to settle in the mid-late hundreds ultimately. This is what this suggests to us, and this also tells us then that that's going to happen fairly quickly. This is what this is telling us. So again, just so you're clear, and if you want to make financial decisions off the back of what I'm saying now, you can. It might well be to your advantage. What this piece is telling us is that smart money feels that the Nigerian currency is going to settle from round about the mid to late hundreds relative to the dollar. And that is going to happen fairly quickly. And that recovery is what all this money is chasing. It can't be anything else but. Nigerian diaspora remittances rose to rose by Nigerian diaspora remittances rose by 400% to $1.3 billion in February, compared to $300 million the preceding month. So in January, the total remittances that Nigeria, because Nigeria sent what, about 10 thereabout $billion over the course of a year, 7 billion whatever, but in January, the totality that there was able to be condensed of remittances sent by Nigerians to Nigeria was $300 million. That's a significant amount in itself, but that was in January. But then in February, that $300 million skyrocketed to $1.3 billion. The question is why? Why the leap? That's in excess of 400%. Why the leap from 300 to, because it's not happening in a vacuum. So that $1 billion is chasing something, and it's chasing that thing in Nigeria. But what is it? It's the value of the currency. Nigerian diaspora remittances rose by 400% to $1.3 billion in February, compared to $300 million in the preceding month. Acting Director, Corporate Communications Department of the CBN, Hakama Sidi, said this in a statement on Friday in Abuja. Sidi said the upsurge in forex inflow was recorded with marked increments in remittance payments by Nigerians overseas and purchases of Naira assets by foreign portfolio investors. So, okay, so it's starting to make more sense now. So, as well as the traditional remittances, a lot of money chasing that T-bill, those T-bills that we talked about in the previous readout, a lot of money chasing those T-bills are also encapsulated in that $1.3 billion. So now it starts to cohere more with how it should be. So from the top again, I'll speed through it. Nigerian diaspora remittances rose by 400% to $1.3 billion in February, compared to $300 million in the preceding month. Acting Director, Corporate Communications Department of the CBN, Hakana Sidi, said this in a statement on Friday in Abuja. Sidi said the upsurge in forex inflow was recorded with marked increments. So that the T-bills doesn't account for the differential, by the way, because they're telling you that there was marked increments in remittance payments by Nigerians overseas and purchases of Naira assets by foreign portfolio investors. She stated that foreign investors, well, there it is. This now next piece, it probably debunks what I said earlier. She stated that foreign investors purchased over $1 billion of Nigerian assets last month, with total portfolio flow totaling about $2.3 billion so far this year, compared to $3.9 billion recorded in 2023. Okay. And by the way, let's just pause for a moment, reflect on this. She stated that the foreign investors purchased over $1 billion of Nigerian assets last month, with total portfolio flows totaling about so hold on to this first set of figures. So totaling about $2.3 billion so far. So we're in January, February, March. So we're in March, totaling about $2.3 billion so far this year, compared to $3.9 billion recorded in 2023. So it's not $3.9 billion recorded in the first quarter of 2023. $3.9 billion recorded in the entirety of 2023. So within the first quarter of this year, they've already 80%ed what was achieved the totality of last year. She said the Apex Bank reported a significant increase in foreign exchange inflow into the economy in February, with marked increments in remittance payments by Nigerians overseas and purchase of Naira assets by foreign portfolio investors. She said higher FX inflow continued in March, driven by increased investor interest in short-term sovereign debt following recent adjustments to benchmark interest rates. According to the acting CBN director, government security issuances had been significantly oversubscribed, with foreign investors accounting for over 75%, etc., etc. CBN Governor Olayemi Cardoso had set out a detailed strategy to curb inflation, stabilize the exchange rate, and spur confidence in the banking system and economy in general, using last month's Monetary Policy Committee meeting and a conference call with foreign portfolio investors to set expectations for sustained increases in Nigeria's foreign currency reserves and improved liquidity in the FX market. So there it is. Wrapped in all of that is good news, I'm sure. Wrapped in all of that in now, a lot of people accuse this administration of far too often policy reversals. So it looks as though we might well, and by the way, we're not saying the super chats come through. Let the super chats be coming through. That dollar sign at the bottom of the screen there for a purpose. So is this narrative now of this? I think Ajani Koko was even against this when we were discussing it the last time. But it's been put on suspension. Government suspends implementation of expatriate employment levy. A lot of people thought it was counterintuitive. When you are saying you want to liberalize the space, invite our foreign players, but then you want to penalize them at the door. The federal government has suspended the implementation of the recently enacted expatriate employment levy by the Federal Ministry of Interior as administered by the Nigerian Immigration Service. This was disclosed in a statement signed by the national president, the Nigerian Association of Chambers of Commerce, etc., Dele Kelvin Oye on Friday. Oye said the resolution was taken following a successful trade and investment outreach led by President Bola Tinubu in Qatar and a productive meeting with the Minister of Industry, Trade and Investment, Doris Anete, and the Minister of Interior, Olubunmi Tunji-Ojo. The meeting was attended by the President of... But anyway, they are suspending that policy, which a lot of people thought was daft in the first instance. So a lot of people thought it was daft in the first instance. Is there anything else I want to give you? Or have I... Oh, okay, let me hold it. There's plenty of space still in the room. Anybody wants to come on? All right. So let's play the Kegite music, get things going. Good to see you, Fairchild. You're on time today. Good to see you, Fairchild. You're on time today. So let's get to the Kegite music and get things flowing. But first, actually, let me give you this before I give you the Kegite, because I enjoyed this so much. I came across it. I enjoyed it so much. So I decided to bring it in.
Okay now.
Only water, where they see ma. Water, only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido.
Apa you don't come oh. Apa oh naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí àkẹ́kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Bobby Master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Chief Wáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́ọ̀dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosonama ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dìlé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Iku koniriwa gbese ami epo. So amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. So amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. Joining us looking like a young playboy, General Thomas, a notorious young playboy, Solly, the daddy of the playboys, Prince Daddy, playboy of the past, bishop, and father of the bride, Ajan Lekoko. So good to be good to have you, gentlemen. Good to be in your company. How are you? So let's kick it off with you, Solly. We go Solly. We go Bishop, Prince Daddy, and then as the room continues to populate. So Solly, yeah, you're muted, so you might as well kick it off.
One man, today is my birthday.
Oh, of course I know. I sent you a text to say happy birthday. Yes, today is Thomas's birthday, everyone. So yes, happy birthday to you, Thomas. So 16 at last.
I'm just 18 at last.
Yeah, 18 at last and loving it. Look at that. Well, fine boy forever. Look at that. So everybody now, as soon as you come on, the first thing is happy birthday, Thomas. So happy birthday, Thomas. Best wishes to you.
Thank you, woman.
Solly, Solly. Oh, all right. Okay. Oh, all right. Oh, okay. Let's kick it off with Bishop then. Bishop, are you ready to go? Bishop.
No. You can go ahead.
All right. Let's kick it off with Prince Daddy. I hope that's not alcohol you are drinking, Thomas. I thought you were a choir boy.
Well, I don't drink now. You know that.
I know. That's why. So that looks like suspiciously like a jug of beer. But you know, let's kick it off with Prince Daddy then. If he's ready to go, Prince. Oh, let's kick it off with.
Yeah,
there he is, the majestic Prince. So the start off then is happy birthday, Thomas. Thomas turns 18
happy birthday,
today.
Thomas. Yeah.
It turns 18 today.
Yeah, happy birthday,
you remember
Thomas.
when you turned 18? That was in 1802, wasn't it, Prince?
1802 was what?
I said, do you remember when you turned 18? That would have been, that would have been
like
in 1802. Yeah?
1801, actually. Really close.
All right. So brilliant. So the weekend happens upon us, but we carry on as we've always done. Certainly, the weekend to be spent by Sowore in the bosom of his family. Sowore leaves for the United States to reunite with his family after 4 years travel ban. So take on that, Prince.
Yeah, I missed the readout for sure, but it said it's heading back to the States to reunite with his family, right?
Yeah, he's on that flight as we speak because he he live streams his life. He live streamed the journey to the airport, almost to the point of boarding the plane. But so we're there now, however long the flight to America is from Lagos, soon to the warm embrace of his family.
Well, that's great. I guess good news for him and his family. It's about time, I guess. And hopefully, truly, he gets compensated for his troubles, for being unlawfully detained for this many months. I think it's been years, actually. So, well deserved. I wish him well, and hopefully,
Prince Daddy. He
yeah.
brought everything that happened to him to himself. Now, why are you saying?
No. Why did the AG let him? I think no, a lot of is the things that happened to him was political. I don't think so. I don't think they had like legal grounds to detain him for that long. I think they harassed him more than any other candidate that contested. And of course, we can't fault him. Sure, is brash, is kind of loud, but that isn't sufficient justification to treat him bad or wrongly compared to other candidates. I think. But anyways, I hope he gets a big settlement from Nigeria state, and he goes on to see his family and have a good time.
All right, brilliant. Let me play you this clip, Prince. I didn't play it earlier. This is the son of El Rufai, who by himself now, I think is a parliamentarian in the House of Reps. But he's making by my reckoning, his debut into the media space with an interview that he did with Shenwo Kimbaloye coming out on Saturday. But watch this. It's quite explosive, the snippets that's been put out. Watch this. Tell us what they're making of it. Bello El Rufai.
And it's not an APC thing. It's not a PDP thing. It's a Nigerian thing.
So you think that Tinubu is better than the Peter Obi?
Well, without a doubt. I think Lagos is more developed than Anambra. I don't think Governor Peter Obi is even in the category of Governor Fashola, my father. That is my view, to my dear friends, the obedience. An explosion occurs in Ibadan, in Oyo State, and your first reaction as a human being is to say, the people that got burnt, who did they vote for? If they wanted to defeat APC, Atiku, Kwankwaso, and Obi should have stayed in one party. Once in a while, if somebody falls in my radar and thinks they can drag disrespect, whether it's online or offline, they should bring it.
You are ready to drag?
Absolutely. I'm an arrow fighter.
So there it is. As well as what you just said, what we're seeing now is the changing of guards as the children of what we will call the elite within the Nigerian space are now coming into that space of governance that they are. So is it a case of pass the baton? There was even a story making the rounds of Kashim Shettima's son being appointed into a senior position by the Tinubu administration. But that little snippet by Bello El Rufai, Prince.
Yeah. Okay. That's nice. Is he obviously saying nice things about Tinubu? Did his father El Rufai nudge him somewhat to go out there and talk? I don't know, but it seems to be fairly conversant about the current affairs, and seems to know what he's talking about. There's nothing really, I would say, refreshing or enlightening from what he said. But nonetheless, it's nice to have his care.
All right, you don't really care about mini-me, El Rufai.
Yeah, but I was gonna say, I don't think this crop of these politicians' children, I don't think they are invisible as others in the past were. They don't have that shroud of invisibility. I think politics in general is changing, and people will question these people. I don't think they're gonna be like in shock and awe by their intellect or their political sagacity, which I don't think they have any right now.
We'll be remiss to have that position. A lot of these people, they are expensively educated in some of the best institutions globally. Oxford, Harvard, Harvard. I mean, the money is not an object, and anybody that can spend will go to school. And they're sharp, and we're going to have to battle through these people in order to get our seat at the high table. That's what he's essentially telling you.
Well, what do you mean? Like this crop of these new leaders, are they invisible to you? Is that what you're saying, or that
no, they're not invincible, but okay. But I'm telling you that they're equipped, and you cannot just dismiss them out of hand that it's just dad or my daddy sort of because he's sharp, he's ready, he's educated, and he wants to continue to have that dominion over you. So you have to wrestle him in order to rescue yourself.
Yeah, I mean, I don't fall into the I can't remember if it was yesterday we had this conversation somewhere, but I don't fall into that category of people that think politicians' children should not be in politics or occupy a position of leadership in our country. I don't believe in that. If they're qualified, just like you say, they went to Harvard or Yale or whatever they do, if they have the qualification and they're up to the task, then they should be able to occupy any position. I don't care about that. If it's going to make Nigeria better, why not? So, but my point is that, look, in today's politics, I don't think, people will be more ready to challenge their position or their authority if they misstep, unlike before. And the reason being, of course, the internet, the social media is out there and people have opinion. So whatever they do can be challenged and they can be brought to task for it. So that's my point. But if they are qualified, they know what they're talking about, and they have the background, yeah, absolutely. They should be the next crop of leaders. I have no problem against that. We talk a lot lately about Tinubu's son. What's his name? Is it
Sheyi and Yinka, yes. Both of them went to Qatar.
Sheyi especially, right? I'm not really sure about his background details, but it's just sometimes, you just have to be an apprentice, right? And be around your father, like Tinubu, of course, to see how he does things, and how to go about things. You become a great negotiator. You understand politics in this fundamental stage and its grassroots. So people like that would be great. I have no problem with them, But all I care about, just like their fathers, is accountability. We should be able to hold these people accountable for what they do wrong. In today's world of even though they're still trying to conceal a lot of things, but there's a lot of room for accountability that we can. By the mere fact of the network society that we live in, we can demand accountability from these people on certain things. If they put things out there, we can reverse engineer, or we can deduce from their actions that what they're doing is right or wrong, and we can call them out or ask questions. Just like Atiku did for maybe a nefarious reason in regards to the deal, the $3.2 billion deal that was made with the Cayman Island, I think, for oil for loan deal. Atiku called it out, for example, but maybe not for the right reasons, because when it came back and counter, we didn't really get to the bottom of it to see who was telling the truth, or if actually that deal was a good deal. But anyways, it's all good. We welcome our El Rufai son to the scene, and the rest of them.
All right, brilliant. Take us to the Wigwe space. The death of whom has plunged the whole nation into a state of mourning. Not that. Anyway, just give us a little snippet. I don't want to say anything untowards. But it's quite a thing though. Mom, dad, son, just wiped out in one incident.
Yeah, maybe to my own lack of education in that space. I mean, I didn't know who Wigwe was really. I didn't know him. But of course, in light of everything that happened, it happens to be a really important person of great personality. I was watching a snippet of the Emir Sanusi, Lamido Sanusi's eulogy, if you can call it that, of him a day or two ago, and it talked about how good of a friend he was and how reliable Wigwe was. So I have to take their own words, really. And I listened to his assistant also, his personal assistant, PA, talk about him. He dodged a bullet. I just put it that way. So, but anyways, it's absolutely.
All of that applies to that guy. He was on that helicopter until the moment that he just took his foot off the steps and said, "No, I'm not dying this time around."
Yeah, exactly what happened. Yeah, it was. Yeah, it really dodged the bullet. So, but again, the guy seems to be from all accounts to be a nice person. But of course, at the same time, which I didn't anyways, there's been some videos out there right after his death about him being a problem with the banking system in Nigeria, how they fleece in the country, and this and that. Now, people have their other, some people have, alternate position or argument about his death or his contribution to Nigeria's banking. It is what it is, but again, what happened? It's was terrible, absolutely terrible for the whole family, pretty much, to be gone in an instant. I think I saw his daughter also give a speech. Yeah, it was heartbreaking, quite frankly. It's yeah.
Yes, just on a human level, yes, it is very much so. Yeah. All right, Prince. Let me take you to this space. So much good news. Nigerian diaspora remittances increased by over 400% in 1 month to $1.3 billion. So rescue at hand.
Well, the increase, yeah, I was listening to that little part of the readout. The increase, I don't think I got the gist of it, but obviously the reason why the increase, one of the reasons rather, would be that people were trying to cash in. A lot of people were sending money back home to take advantage of the weakness of the Naira. That's exactly what was going on. So, yeah. So the increase was not for really for to help the country. It was for individuals trying to cash in on that advantage that was going on with the weakness of the Naira. Yeah, but to that, from that report, did that really help the country? I mean, we get 400% increase, but did it help the country? Did it help the Naira become stronger? The answer seems to be no, if I'm not mistaken. So
does it not show some sort of confidence in the Naira that people feel that because if they feel that it was still going to spike up quite aggressively, then there won't be that much money chasing it. So what I was suggesting in the readout was that for that much money to be chasing in just that short a snapshot of a time, that should be indicative that smart money feels that the Naira is about to have a bounce.
Yeah, I don't see that with one man. I just saw people trying to, I guess if you want to call it an arbitrage, but people just trying to take advantage of it. Some people were speculating. Some people were I know people that for drugs. So people were just trying to take advantage of it. It wasn't because.
Are you driving, Prince? Are you driving?
Yeah, I'm driving.
Oh, all right, carry on.
Yeah.
Oh, I think we've lost Prince to network issues. We are here. Ding, ding, ding. No. No.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you now. You're back. Carry on. And it's gone.
Solid place. Oh, I'm gone now? Oh, great.
Well, you are back now. Carry on. Look, we might have good news. Has Joshua won? Has Anthony Joshua won? Anybody that is watching that fight, please let us know. Somebody is saying up Joshua, which is to suggest that Joshua may have won. But carry on. We'll keep an eye on that.
Okay, yeah, if you can still hear me. So I'm just saying that I don't think it's the confidence in the Naira. That's why people were sending money back home. I think more to the fact that they were trying to take advantage of the weakness of the Naira. That's why the remittances went up by 400%. Yeah. Hello?
Oh, no, sorry, I was muted. So, all right. So, let me just give you quickly. So, the guy says, this is Abiola Seriki, one of our Facebook followers. He says, up Joshua. Then, of course, he heard me. And then he says, yes, round 2. So that's it. I'm looking forward to watching that later. Are you even following any of that? Are you interested in anything on Joshua?
Well, I'm a huge boxing fan. I'm more like Mayweather, Floyd Mayweather fan. But I like Anthony Joshua. But who is the fighting anyways? Who is the fighting?
Some Cameroonian MMA fighter. It's not a real boxer. Yeah. Joshua Ungalo, yeah, something of that nature. Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay. All right. That guy did pretty well. That should be a good fight, actually. But Joshua gotta be careful. That guy did pretty well with Tyson Fury. Actually, he did very well. So that should actually be a good fight. Actually. Okay.
No, yeah, he's already beaten him round 2. Did a lot better than certainly Tyson Fury, who a lot of people feel that he actually beat, but they gave the verdict to Fury for reasons of money.
Right. So as a boxer, Joshua is very sound, is very skilled as a boxer, but in Gangwar is a heavy puncher. If he lands a big one, I think he's going to knock out Joshua. He will knock out Joshua. Not think, he will knock him out. He will knock him out. So Joshua has to be on his toes and make sure he defends or blocks his chin. Really.
Oh, okay. I'm watching it now. Actually, it goes in straight, lands one, and bye birdie. I would show it, but the copyright will probably just it will reach through the computer and slap me. But yeah, I'll send it to you privately. It was just it was just a straight up knockout, So Joshua is back. So next up then Tyson Fury. But
is it over?
It's over. Yes, it knocked him out in round 2. Yeah, that's what I said. It knocked him out in round 2.
Really? Wow.
Yes.
Okay, to me that's a big, huge surprise, really. I mean, yeah, I know Joshua is a heavy puncher, but in Gangwa I thought it was a much heavier puncher, so that's quite interesting. I don't if that was the case, obviously, I don't think Joshua's had that kind of a comeback or victory in such a long time. So he may be back. I don't know.
All right, good news, Joshua. So good news, Joshua, but bad news, Kaduna State. Federal government calls for safe, quick return of abducted Kaduna students. So since the Chibok girls have lost count of just how many incidents of this that we have, we are inured to it now. Every other month, at least 2 incidents of big kidnapping. When I was doing the readout, Prince, I was really querying the logistics of it and complicity as a result of that. how are they able to move about 300-400 students plus teachers through wherever they are moving them through to their hideout? Because the logistics of that's a good, however, several hours. So how is that possible, the logistics of it, Prince?
Yeah, well, am I better now? I'm kind of stopped right now.
Yeah, you're much better. Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. That made a lot of sense. I mean, you would think it took at least a few hours to get through all this, the logistics, just like you said. And it's really saddening. It's really sad that you know, the army or the security agencies, they can't do nothing about it. I mean, they could not intervene, to stop it, to stop such a, eh, every time I hear about this kidnapping, to me, it doesn't make any sense. But at the same time, you would think that they should be on alert for this kind of thing, and be ready to step in and stop this craziness. It's I mean it's I always think that, most of these people that get kidnapped are girls, young girls, and it's so terrible. It's a really terrible thing. Um, if anything, the federal government should be able to stop this kidnapping. It doesn't make sense anymore. I mean this is borderline failed state. What else could we call it? It's a borderline failed state, if not failed state, quite frankly. We know what is going on with this kidnapping. The fact that I always talk about leadership and organization, and the fact that we've not had the entire security apparatus come together and devise a plan, to make sure they react instantaneously to such things. In today's world of cell phones, people in the villages, they have cell phones. I mean, there should have been a way that they get some kind of an intel, and for them to step in right away with a helicopter, chopper, whatever, drones, and stop this nonsense. Really, it's really saddening. It's terrible. It should not be happening. It should not be happening.
Prince, your thoughts are my thoughts. In this age, it's cool though. Somebody must have a phone there to raise some sort of alarm, and they should deploy quickly helicopter, drone, like you said, to attend the situation, monitor, and then get troops in to go and I don't know, man. There is something going on in that country that is yet unexplained, and we don't understand. There's a dark undershadow to a lot of this going on. I don't believe that anybody can abduct 400 children, 400. Yeah, Charles, did you want to go?
Yeah, if I was going to chip in, I'll be honest with one thing. Number one, now I believe these actions now are more political than anything else. Because after the Chibok girl situation, if the Nigerian leaders could not put contingency measures in place to prevent, or like in case this happens again, what are the measures to put in place? What are the lapses? What are the gaps? They should have identified the gaps of the last abduction and put them in place. But for the fact that they have not even put them in place, there's only one answer to this solution. I think these kidnappings are only avenues to make money. They're only avenues to ensure defense spending, launder money in the name of search and rescue operations or things like that. Because it's quite obvious. If these people actually were serious-minded, they would have put some contingency measures. This shouldn't happen. Even if it happens again, there should be measures put in place to actually rescue those girls. But for the fact that this is still ongoing, I'm sorry to say, but this is more or less like a cash grab. I think they've politicized this kidnapping to the extent that the military, in terms of their budget and things like that, they use kidnapping to justify the expenditures and launder money. That's all I can say.
All right, I'm not far from you in that thought. There has to be some sort of complicity. Yes, send me the clip, Money More, and I'll play it. Remitting actually responds to that. Let's see if we have it. I'm not going to do a readout. If we can get her in. Oh yes, I think we have her. All right, let's watch this. Let's watch this.
Following the kidnapping of over 200 students and teachers in Kaduna State, the wife of the president, Senator Remittances, has called for capital punishment for kidnappers. While speaking after a meeting with national women leader and women leaders of the All Progressives Congress from the 36 states and the FCT in her office in the State House, Abuja, Senator Tinubu called on state governors and legislators to take concrete steps and put an end to the menace. The First Lady also celebrated the International Women's Day with the women and all other Nigerian women for their courage and resilience.
Whoever is kidnapping young people is sick, cruel, and a coward. Yes. Enough is enough. And I call on the state governors that once we take hold of them, they deserve capital punishment. Why are they torturing our children? What they are doing is trying to kill our future. We all know parents, when we are old, we rely on our children, and we see them that our investment has not gone to waste, especially when they are successful. Why would you go and take them from schools? Why? I don't really know. But right now, I think enough is enough. As a former lawmaker, I believe that any one of them captured deserve capital punishment. Yes. I say it, and I believe most mothers would believe that. Yes. We carry them for 9 months. When you are giving back, you don't know whether you are going to live or die. Yes. And you don't watch what you love being snuffed away. So they are animals, they are evil, and then we should take them out among our midst, wherever they come from. And the state governors should do something, and the lawmakers, especially the lawmakers of each state. Happy International Women's.
So there it is. I think Remittances there echoes the sentiment of all of us. These are not human beings. These are savages, and they should be treated as such.
But in another angle, do you think it's a political that Chibok girl crisis, was it? People saw it as a political move to derail Jonathan's government.
Yeah, no, I don't see it as
another political.
I don't, only because it's too early in the administration for it to be a political move. Do you not think?
I don't know. Nowadays, I really don't. I don't know what's going on in that country. It could be. Like I've said, the entire thing is all political, and it's highly suspicious. I don't know how it's quite impossible to move 300 people without people not noticing, or even one of them escaping, because I see this thing is not. I don't believe the whole thing anymore.
In fact, everybody should know where they are, because they will leave such a trail to wherever they are taking.
I mean, their footsteps in all that sand region and everything. They will see so many footsteps and everything. I don't believe this whole story. Like I said, this whole thing is just political. I'm not buying it anymore.
All right. Well, the unfortunate thing is they always take a life or two to make the point. So and there's so many girls there, so we all know how that usually ends up. It's just so sad, but there it is. All right, yeah. Please. Do you want to respond to Remittances, or I just take you to one more, and then we move the conversation to?
Yeah, quickly. I was gonna say, but yeah, you know what she said. It's fine, but this when I said before that are we in a state of war? This is what I'm talking about. I don't think this issue of kidnapping these little children, girls, is of a big issue, a top issue for these people, really. Because if it was, again, they would have mobilized the entire apparatus of the military or the security forces to make sure that they put an end to this stuff. There's no doubt about it that there's a lot of intelligence for inside jobs and collaboration or cooperation between the military and the police being part of this the whole plan. It's not just simple terrorist kidnappers. They have more sophisticated ways of gathering intelligence and being aided by by the official security people. It's crazy. Anyways, let's move to the next one.
All right, brilliant. Let me take you to this one. Our federal government suspends implementation of expatriate employment levy. So this is something that Ajan Lekoko was writing against the last time when the story first surfaced. So it's counterintuitive, isn't it, Prince? They are saying they are trying to romance foreign investors to come into the country. They are saying they are liberalizing the economic space. But then as soon as those foreign investors come, they just invoice them with a heavy levy. Or what are you there making there? But this is also, it adds to the narrative of this being a flip-flop sort of a government, isn't it? But what are you making? Oh, Prince has dropped. So who wants to take it on? Charles, do you want to come in at that spot, Charles? The reversal of this policy. Charles.
This policy, was it about reducing the amount of expatriates taking our jobs, I guess?
No. I'm not sure if you've been following the story. I think Prince may be back. So sorry, hold on, Charles. Prince, are you back? How much of that did you hear, and what's your response? Prince. Obalola. Prince. All right. It's going.
Want to make a quick comment on that. When you read the story like a couple of days ago or so, I thought you were in support of it, and so was Angelico too. But I thought and I was just trying to see the numbers behind it. When they decide to charge this expat trade and that director and whatnot, did they project how much we're going to make from this added fee they plan to charge these people? Did they give us any numbers?
No. They said they were going to. They said it was both an attempt to raise funds and also to do indigenous sort of indigenization of recruitment. So they said they were going to levy anybody that comes at the director level $15,000 per annum. And anybody lower than that, $10,000 per annum. So if you bring in an expatriate, then you pay that levy. So that came out,
just like you read it when the first time you read it a couple of days ago or so. But that's my point. What is the projection? What is the revenue they were anticipating
that they would raise?
Yeah, they were going to raise from this.
No, they didn't put numbers on it, but with just the overabundance of Chinese, Lebanese, and all of these sort of characters, all this Korah, all this, it had been a significant amount, I suspect.
I doubt it, because most of these people, most of these Chinese and these Arabs and the Lebanese, they don't come under this official corporation kind of employment. No, they don't. So it sounded like a really dumb idea from the onset, but I was anticipating to hear the numbers that's going to back it up. If it was going to be in the millions of dollars or billions, which I strongly doubt it. So it was a good idea, which I think Angelico could support it, but nonetheless, it didn't sound like something feasible, especially just like you said, either trying to court foreign investment into the country. It didn't make much sense. I don't know who came up with that. It sounded like a good idea, but it just sounds.
It sounds like a Tunji Ojo initiative. That's what it sounds like. Yeah.
Perhaps.
Ministry of Interior.
Yeah, perhaps so, but it didn't sound right. Hey, if we did this, we.
All right, Prince. Prince, you dipped again. Are you back? Yeah, Prince.
Yeah, let me give maybe 10 more seconds. A bunch of calls keep coming in. But anyway,
right, you're a popular man. Plans for the weekend, Abby?
No, not really. But anyways, it was a well thought out plan. But it's okay for them to come up with different kind of ideas, but. From the onset when I heard it, some people thought it was a good idea to raise money, But to me, it was not. It was not a good idea at all. Especially when you're not going to get much. There's no way they would have gotten much money from that. And of course, the other countries, the expats they're trying to charge also, they can reciprocate. Charge your own people also. And but yeah. But anyways, let me end there, one man. Thanks. I appreciate it.
All right, brilliant. So, all right, thanks, brilliant. So that was the Elegant Prince Daddy. Of course, it's the Elegant Prince Daddy. Who else could it have been? So that's the Elegant Prince Daddy. Let's see if Solly is ready now. Solly. All right, I don't know quite who did. Let's go to Ajanle Koko. Ajanle Koko, are you ready? All right, let's go to Charles. Charles, surely you are ready.
Yeah, I'm ready.
All right, brilliant. So we go with you, Charles. Are you following this storyline that?
Yeah.
I'm here, one man.
Is it like Ajale Kuku have entered? Go and wait your turn. The line don't pass you.
One man.
The line will pass Ajale Koko, so it will shut the platform down. Let's go with Ajale Koko, then I'll come to you straight after. So Ajale Koko, yes. Remember when we were discussing in details this policy? It looks as though now a reversal of position. Federal government suspends implementation of expatriate employment levy. I'm 50-50. I was on board when they came up with it as an idea, but I'm not averse to them reversing it either, because it's one of those yin and yang sort of policies, isn't it? Ajale Koko.
Thank you, one man, and greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share and subscribe if you haven't done so. You see, we call on them not to effect that policy that they were trying to effect, but it is good now that they stop it, and I hope that
Ajale Koko, there's some sort of clicking noise in the background.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So it is good that they stop it. Our foreign partners, investors, I think they will feel relief now that for this action taken by federal government, and it is good for business. It doesn't make sense that a country that is begging around the world for investors to come in, and then you want to levy expatriate coming to your country, 15,000 for directors and 10,000 for on others. So it's I believe some good people have advised them that this is not the way. Investors, I believe, they are pushed against it, and I don't know what gets into their head to want to do it in the first place. So, but they have taken the right decision now to stop it, and I think investors will feel relief now, and it is good. It is good. It's a good step in the right direction. Are you there, one man?
Yes. All right. Brilliant. Let's go to your friend actually, Ajande Koko. Showore leaves for United States to reunite with family after 4 years travel ban. So yeah, your take on that?
Yeah, I think we the Showores we are very happy. As a matter of fact, Brother Alessandra Gomez broke the news to me this morning, and he called me. He said, "Hey, good news for you." I said, "What's it?" And he told me. I said, "Yeah, this is good." And it's sad that a country can treat one of their best this way. 4 years, 3 years of restriction, or maybe 3.5 years of restriction within Abuja. And, before this total lifting of that restriction. So it's an opportunity for him to travel out, to meet with his family, his wife, and the children in the United States. Those children, I mean, they'll be so happy to see their children, I mean, their father. I haven't seen him the last time, maybe like 4.5 years ago. It's not good for children at all to have their father alive, but being restricted to move, being restricted to within a confined area in his own country, and not a criminal, and did not commit treason. It's just not good. We shouldn't be treating our best, some of our best, this way. It's so discouraging. A lot of people that will have that heart to fight for the right of the people, some of them haven't seen this, will be so scared. Even when they are not scared, their family, their wife, and their children could make them be so scared not to get into it, to this kind of struggle. So Shore has promised us that there's no backing down. We will continue to fight for Nigeria, for Nigerian people, and for Nigeria to be a good country, one of the best countries in the world. So it's just a temporary visit, I guess. Might be there for some months, maybe 1-2 months, and it will come back to continue the struggle. We cannot allow our countries to be taken over by some people that that doesn't love the country, people that are not patriotic to their country. So we, the patriotic one, must continue the struggle, continue fighting for the good of our country now, and on the way forward to the future. So Shore is congratulations to him and his family. And he went through a lot. He lost his brother. His mother died as a result of this, the psychological trauma that the mother went through. She had stroke, and she finally, died. And he lost a lot of things. He lost a lot of things. His media house were, denied, and a lot of, they were trying to, stamp them out from covering a lot of, doing their job in a free and fair manner in Nigeria. But that is a media house that never give up. They continue doing that good job, getting information within the government circle, and bringing us some secrets and shady deals that the past administration and the current administration perpetrated and perpetrating at the moment. So he went through a lot, but he said he's not going to give up. It's his country. He loves his country. He will continue doing that job, and we will back him every time, any day. Some of us on this platform and some other platform that believe in the right cause that is pursuing, we will continue to back him. So it's just what it is, one man. Anybody that want to fight for the right of the people must surely go through some pains and suffering, and is sharing, is getting that pains and suffering, but he's happy with it, that at least is getting result out of it. Showore's coming into the political stage in Nigeria, into the presidential contest, have changed the political landscape in Nigeria. He started the fundraising that, we see the obedient copy. The internet campaign, traveling and to every part of the world, calling on Nigeria to wake up and come out and let us push against this. He's the one that started this strong campaign. He alerted Nigeria. He woke every Nigerian up around the world to stand up for their country. So he has contributed a lot to the political development in Nigeria, particularly in the presidential contest. So he will continue to do the job. This time around, we think we seems not to be, to some people, they say we are not playing politics right. But we want to tell you that those of you that are playing the politics right, you see what you are getting in return for it. But we will change the psyche of Nigerian people. Showore will lead us in changing the psyche of Nigerian people. It will lead us in fighting against vote buying. It will lead us in, voting for the right candidate. It will lead us in, taking our country back from criminals that are holding the glory of that country down. We will take it back from them. So kudos to him and his family. And we hope that while staying in New York City, or New Jersey rather, he will enjoy himself. He will have, good time with his family and friends in the United States. And I wish him, good time this time around, and happy holiday to Showore, happy vacation, in the United States. So let me leave it at one man.
All right, brother. Congratulations to Showore. Just on a human level, I'm not probably his biggest fan, but just on a human level, congratulations to him. So let me take you to this space, Ajanle Koko. When I was actually reading this out, I was all set and ready to mock these people, but there might well be some sense in what they have to say. IPOB cautions Nigerian government, says creation of state police will not stop disintegration. So I thought it was going to be the usual saber rattling and whatever, but let me give you a few paragraphs. The indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, has said that no security system, not even creation of state police, has been proposed by the Nigerian government will save Nigeria from disintegration. So that was when I thought, it was standard fare. IPOB said this in a statement issued by its media and publicity secretary, Ima Powerful, whilst reacting to President Bola Tinubu's government's recent move to establish state police in the country. Powerful, however, stated that IPOB supports the creation of regional police, and that is where it started to make sense, somewhat to my chagrin, agreeing with IPOB. Powerful, however, stated that IPOB supports the creation of regional police, but is against a state police, noting that the proposal to establish state police is a strategy to capture all states into one APC party. So that bit I don't really it makes no sense. It says it was meant to it is not meant to curtail insecurity or insurgency in the country, and Nigerians should shine their eyes. If Tinubu's government is sincere to curtail insecurity and insurgency ravaging the country, they should establish regional police, not state police. No state police can handle insecurity alone without the support of their neighboring states. More so, creating state police will provide an opportunity for pro-terrorist governors to provide a safe haven for criminals and terrorists in their state. So it goes on and on, but I thought they were disregarding the concept of state police out of hand and going to do the Biafra saber rattling, but they are suggesting then that a regional police force makes is infinitely more sensible than the state police. And if you look at it, Ajanle Koko, in terms of the budgetary requirements, which a lot of states cannot really budget for state policing, and more to it, the abuse of that structure, is it not better to regionalize it rather than to micro it into states as being proposed? What are you making of a somewhat semi-sensible suggestion coming from IPOB?
I think it's a laudable, suggestion, Mama. That is what we are practicing now in Yoruba land. The what do you call it? The Amotekun is a regional security outfit, isn't it, Mama?
Very much so. It's southwest wide.
Southwest, yes. So I think these guys, sometimes we have to listen to them. This suggestion that they are proposing, I think is good. It can unify the region better than dividing them against each other, dividing the structure. Unification of the structure is better. You will see, the region having the same, objective, the same security architect, and the same purpose in fighting insecurity in their region. So I think this guy, they got it right this time. We have to commend them, for this suggestion. It's better, the regional force is better than the state, unit by unit police. You understand? If we have regional force, and then we have the local police, different from that, I think, in addition to that, we have the native or the local police. I think that'd be better. So fighting insecurity, there must be collaboration among the state within that region. That is what these guys are suggesting to us. So when you have a regional force, you will see a strong collaboration. You will see that strong sense of purpose and, sense of achieving the same goal. What is the goal? Security in the entire region. Security in each region. So these guys, they deserve some commendation for what they are saying, this time around. The headline is kind of confusing. It should have been very clear to say.
We thought from the headline, I thought it was going to be their usual raw meat eater sort of zobuism, but actually sense from IPOB.
Yes.
So, sorry, Ajale Koko, there's a question I was going to ask. When regional police comes into play, how is the manpower going to be, the composition of the manpower? Is it like for in the East, it's just Igbos that will be in the police force, or it will be a mixture?
That will essentially be it, isn't it? But there's a there's a surreptitious undercurrent to it, because regional police, of course, are precursor to what IPOB wants. Do you see? So they are somewhat trying to be cute there, but inadvertently being sensible whilst trying to be cute.
But do you think the question really is that, don't you think it's very, the way we are regionalized, we are so deeply regionalized, like an Igbo man arresting a Yoruba man in an Igbo, like, those kind of problems, all those systemic racial, like the same way blacks and whites kind of thing. Don't you think that's what is going to happen? with regional police?
Yes, yes. There's an element of that actually. I didn't actually think of that, but yes, that comes with its own problems, doesn't it? But in terms of the security, I think it will make for better. Do you not think it will make for? Okay, the incident in Kaduna, for instance, if they had a regional thing that they could mobilize at the localized level, maybe there would have been a quicker response to people just casually marching 500 students into the woods, telling them they're kidnapped. Charles.
Yeah, I think so, but
you don't buy the idea.
I don't buy the idea. Like that, see, like that kidnapping thing. Honestly speaking, if they want to catch them, it's easy. Just the way Wike did. Remember what Wike did when he put a ransom for that kidnapper or whatever it was? That on that days they caught him. If they want to catch these people, all they need to just do is like put a 20 million. In fact, they don't need that money for the military. Just put it to what do you call it? What do you call that thing that you pay for? What's the word? I can't remember the word, but you know, people like where you put a ransom for people.
A bounty.
Yeah, like a bounty. There's no need of channeling all those billions to the military because they're incompetent. One man will just steal everything. So rather let the thing go around. Just put a bounty on any kidnapping, and they will find those girls. That's the truth. They will find them. I don't know why they are not just doing that. There's no need of putting so much money on the military that are incapable of finding anything. Just put a bounty on them, 20 million bounty, and I can be rest assured one northerner will just seize the opportunity and fish them out.
All right, back to your Janle Koko.
Yes, so I see some people against that regional, but what the regional going to do in terms of bringing, a strong collaboration among state in, putting in place a good security infrastructure. I think it will give us a stronger, it will put us on a stronger position in fighting that insecurity rather, than dividing ourselves. I'm not saying that the local security forces should not exist, but for the sake of our region, if we have that regional police force, at the same time, I think that can guide the local police in getting the job done better as well. It's a good suggestion. As far as I'm concerned, I like it. That is what we are practicing right now. The Amotekun, in the West.
Sorry, I was going to ask, Amotekun, do they have police station? Like, what are they exactly? Do they have a physical office, or is just like?
Yeah, they have physical office. Yeah.
Yes, but do they have the power to detain?
They not to detain. They can effect arrest
and hand over to the police. Yes.
So and they have really helped us. One man, that's Amotekun. Oh my God! If we have not had Amotekun,
do you think they should collapse Amotekun under the structures of Sunday Igboho? Do you think Sunday Igboho should have an involvement and oversight of that Amotekun because he's ready and they're available? Do you not see a natural synergy there?
Yes, I think they should get them involved in the activity of Amotekun. The OPC as well should be invited to give them some role to play. All together will give us a better, security of our region. So all those guys and the hunters as well, they know the interior part of the bush, of the forest rather, than the police and the army. The hunters, they know. Every hand should be on that. They should get every security outfit out there involved in this fight against insecurity. So I don't know what is holding them back. I don't know why they don't want to get them effectively involved. I don't know the reason. Maybe for reason of federal government, or maybe Nigerian army are going against it. I think it is time to, stand up. And effect this thing, in such a manner that we can get our country back. Farmers cannot farm. Look at the children arrested. Kidnapped, and they just whisk them away, just easy like that. How did it happen? 286 or how many? Just like that. In Kaduna, that is the heartland of the military might of Nigeria. Sometimes you can just see some funny thing happening in Nigeria, and you just be shaking your head. You can't even wrap your head around it. How did it happen? So this security matter, we have to take it very, very serious. So the suggestion of this IPOB guy, I think is good for the better coexistence and a better management of the security of the region, because we are the same people. So what's the big deal? The entire eastern space are the same tribe. They are just one tribe there. Igbo people in the east, Yoruba people in the west. Why can't we work together? Why can't we? Are not immigrants. The way that United States did its own. The United States is an immigrant state. It's an immigrant country. So, but in our own way, we should be able to do it better. I think I like their suggestion, and how do I describe it? A security expert in each region, particularly in that region, should be able to sit down, take a look at it, analyze it, and then come up with something very good. It's a good suggestion anyway. People's position are going to be different. Some will not like it. I like it, and I see Amotekun has been in that model. So, and Amotekun is working. So, if not for Amotekun, one man, the whole West will have been a mess. The kind of amount, the volume of arms that these people from the North are bringing in that have been arrested. They have been confiscated from these people, bringing it into our space for what? Gun, dangerous weapon, arrow, all. Why? They would load, they will hide it under their malu, under food stuff, and all this for what? For God's sake. Recently, hundreds of them were arrested. They have loaded weapon in their truck, taking it to where? For what? So regional force is very important, and that is what the regional force, Amotekun, have done good for Yoruba land. So I think this Biafran guy have studied what Amotekun is doing. That might be responsible for this suggestion that they are giving out. So I think I buy into it. I like it, and I want to advise security experts in that region, to take a look of it, analyze it, and see what they can do about it. They should not just throw it away.
All right, brilliant. Let me take you to one more space, Ajan Lekoko, and then I was going to go on to Charles, but he's dropped, so I'll go on to Pansat after you. So Ajan Lekoko, this story has been in the news cycle for at least a week or so now, but I've deliberately stayed away from it because one, they say not to speak ill of the dead But I'm not especially a fan of people like this. But we have to mention it at some point. So let's mention it now. Wigwe wife's son's remains arrived Nigeria for burial. So I'm sure you have been following that story at the sidelines. Thoughts on that space, Ajande Koko?
So the remains of all of them are now in Nigeria, or what?
Yes, actually, let me play you a clip that sort of speaks to it. Let me play you. There's quite an elaborate sort of homecoming type thing. Is it from River State? Yes, I think it's from River State. There's quite an elaborate homecoming sort of thing that played out in River State for this chap. Yes, here it is. There he is. There he is being returned home. How about Wigwe? Ajanle Koko, there he is arriving back in River State, but there is the allegation that he facilitated a lot of movement of illicit funds under the Buhari administration through the SWIFT system of his bank. But nevertheless, the man departs.
Well, woman, the man is gone. I don't think I want to engage in talking bad about him, particularly on what I'm not sure about. So he was alive before the unfortunate incident happened to him and his wife and his son. He was never accused of anything. So where this allegation is coming from, I don't know. So nobody is sure of what is being said against him now. And I think it is better not to talk about what we are not sure about. This man is gone. If he's alive and it's coming up against him, yes, that will be a different ball game. That we'll be able to talk about it because he's alive and he can defend himself. But this man is departed this world, and it's not officially reported. This is just rumor. So it is not good to engage in this kind of rumor mongering. It's not good for a person that
did you see Bode's George's expose on
He's not in government. He doesn't have any fact to that effect. The government have not said anything in that line. So I don't want to engage in what is not official, particularly when this man is not departed this world. We have to respect the deceased and let him have a permanent rest. So I don't want to engage in this kind of talking about, this kind of issue. Can you hear me, woman?
Yes, I can. All right, brilliant. So stay steady, Ajan Lekoko. We'll loop round again, but let's take the conversation in the direction of Pansat, who, if it's ready for us. Pansat, are you ready?
I was born ready. One man,
All
how
right.
you doing?
I'm good. Are you eating? What are you eating, and where's mine?
No, I'm all right. It's heavy African lips.
You say you are born
It's
ready.
hard to it's hard to lift those lips sometimes. But anyway, I say hello to the panelists and those in the comment section, and good for you, Ajan Lekoko, for not taking the bait of denigrating one of our sons who passed in foreign lands that's being buried today. So there's no need to talk about some of his wrongdoings. We'll have time to do all that later on. So I'll give you kudos for that. Well, you know, these as you look around that equator there, that's Igbo land. And one man is a very clever guy. You should see him trying to pronounce Wigwe, right? I think he called it something like that. Because he knows if he says Wigwe, it's an Igbo name. Those are Igbos. And they've been separated. But now, let me start off today by talking about Showore. I'm so happy that he's safely escaping that country. Showore is an enigma. Even though you wouldn't look like a word you will associate with him. It's like, well, we know Showore. He's fighting for us and blah, 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 right? But I could say he has many virtues, but also has many vices, right? So what he went home to finally face in total, let's call it comeuppance. He deserved some of the fate that he got. It's retribution because of what he did under the Jonathan administration, which was an accidental administration. He wasn't prepared for the job fully, but he's a civilian. He's a Democrat. He's educated. So even through his publication, he supported the transfer of power to Jonathan when the Northern Muslims were trying to play some games like they used to do it. Showore helped with his publication to say, no, transfer this power to Jonathan. But shortly after that, he then had problem with judgment. Now, it would have been a conundrum if he didn't have a history, right? So what most people should be doing is to determine if Showore lack judgment, you know, because he went through a brutal time with DSS and the government of Buhari, right? So he was incarcerated. Maybe they fed him some tea or whatever. Maybe they did something. So what I was trying to determine, does Showore lack judgment, which should have been his own thing, natural, or does he have loss of judgment? And believe it or not, I got the answer to that. I believe that he lacks judgment. He did not lose judgment when he was incarcerated, because if you go through publication, I know this right away, and I say hello to Dr. Damage.
Sorry, what's that?
You talking to me?
No. Sorry, Landa. I wanted to hold you to that spot.
Yeah, go ahead.
You said you were querying if he had either a lapse in judgment or he never really had judgment anyway. Was that what you said?
That's what I'm saying. If his loss of judgment because of his incarceration, let's say they gave him some chemical or whatever, and then he lost his judgment.
I understand all that, but where I wanted to take you to is why do you think he lacks judgment? I want to see how you
how I treat that. Okay, so let me start off with his publication when he emerged on the scene with his Sahara report.
In broad strokes, I may agree with you, because I'm not sure that he is as equipped as people credit him for. But sorry, carry on. Yeah,
that's right. I think we agree on this. I don't even see any reasonable person disagreeing with all the facts, because I will have a conclusion at the end of my remarks on this point. But all these are just facts. I was once on. I was gonna say hello to Dr. Damage's Rudolph. I think it's in the comment section. And he was also part of that organization, that online outfit. So I was once on their show, on his show, and I was saying how Showore published. Now, some of this you need to Google as I'm talking. Showore published 151 articles on Ngonzi Okonjo-Iweala, right? We know who that is, Madam Ngo. She's
Oh, right. That's the angle you're coming from. Okay. I didn't know you. I didn't know you. I thought you were looking at it holistically. I didn't know you were
I am. But
I didn't know you were doing an ethnic thing. Okay,
no, it's not. I mean, when somebody says something about it, you're the one who invoke all this disruption in it. Just hold your horses. You've said about 10 things about IPOB, Igbos. Nobody's even listening to you anymore on that. Just hold your horses. I'm coming. I have some points to make, but they're in a series. I can't say them at the same time. Human beings don't have that ability. I say one now, then I say another one after that, right? So what I was saying is that Showore and his organization published 151 articles on Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala. You could Google it right now to show you those articles. Only one was neutral. 150 were negative on somebody like that. In a country that has poor leadership, we don't have anybody in the past. We don't even have any heroes. Now, so if Showore, who's a self-trained journalist, you come on the scene into a country like Nigeria, and you have a contest between Buhari, a military thug, committed a coup d'etat, killed a lot of our people, right? And then an educated civilian, Democrat, minority from the South. And you find it very difficult to make a choice between those two. That's lack of judgment. That demonstrates it right there. We have a lot of women, for example, the NASDAQ boss at the time, a lady who it's an Igbo woman who's helpful in cleaning out the fake drug stuff, even if it's being perpetrated by Igbos. But at least you have a woman who's an Igbo woman who's also fighting that, and that's Dora Akunyili. You Google that as well. And this Showore was hard on her, up to publishing pictures of her when she was in a hospital going through chemotherapy. So in totality, when you then take a look at everything that he did, you shouldn't forget about his virtues, all right? Right? Now, if you recall, one man in 590 CE, Pope Gregory wrote the list of saints, changing them from in this order. The first one I'm going to mention right now is the least one, and then the last one is going to be the worst one. There are 7. You have lost. Okay, we don't know if he has lost in his heart, right? We don't know that. So we give him credit for that. Gluttony, we know he's not gluttonous. Greed, we know he's not greedy. A sloth, I don't know if you know what a sloth means. It's a sin in the Bible, right? When you don't do what God wants. Now, we don't know if he's guilty of that. Now, wrath is the 6th one. Envy, 7th. Pride, 7th, right? Those are the 7 ones. Now, Showore has the problem with the last 3, which are the worst. Wrath, envy, and pride. I don't think even a Jen Lukuku would dispute that. So that's why I'm saying today is the day to be happy.
I'm disputing everything you mentioned in totality. In totality.
You do? Okay, so maybe one man will give you a chance to respond when I'm done. Or you can interject at any time. Because that is not a...
Just carry on to your ethnic propaganda. Carry on.
It's not. Ever since I've been on this platform, I could tell you that I have no ethnic agenda. None. Now, if somebody says P2B is good, and you say it's ethnic, you're making a fool out of yourself because it's a matter of fact, right? If somebody says, look, the Igbos must have some break in that country, right? I say the same thing about a Contra in Nicaragua. Now, what I'm not going to do is to shy away from telling you the truth. A lot of these things that we say, people from the Southeast, we're not saying it because we're from the Southeast. It's just the truth. Now, if I don't say good things about other areas, then maybe you could say that. I call it the way it is. So when Showore has difficulty in forming evaluative
Sorry,
opinions.
Pascal, quickly. But you have said also that you choose a South African brother over a Yoruba brother next to you. So if that's not ethnic, what is it?
Well, you are actually making my case unwittingly, right? If I'm going to choose a South African over Yorubas who I have considered to be iniquitous. Now, the word iniquitous sounds so negative. It doesn't mean you're not going to heaven or something like that. You need to Google some of these things. When I say somebody is iniquitous, which is what's happened, the Yorubas are spoiled now, right? So going back to what I'm saying, when somebody like Showore has a difficulty in forming evaluative opinion, right, reaching conclusion that's available, evidence, and then acting in a manner that just doesn't make any sense. If for example, in last election, right, you have a Peter Obi, former governor, who's made his case, and the youth got on fire, including his supporters. So he should run and keep running, but at some point, it becomes a binary choice between good and evil, or the lesser evil. And you just stay obstinate with wrath, right? And pride, right? Now, that this goes to you. Pride, and then and doesn't change his ways. It's not humble. He thinks he's God's only person for Nigeria. That shows lack of judgment. That's what I mean by that. It's not bad. It's just one of those, but he has a lot of virtues as well. Some of those, we already know, is a courageous person, right? Behavior, showing high moral standards. He does have that. That's virtue. But he also has these vices I'm talking about, on the other hand, immoral or wicked behavior. So now, Showore has courage, and I've said that here, temperance, fortitude, and sometimes truthfulness when it counts. So where he has pride, humility is needed at that time. Now, he's not greedy, but I have never seen any generosity from him either. None. I've seen he's not greedy. We haven't seen him taking money. Now, the lost chastity part is none of our business. I don't know. Showore has anger. He seldom smiles unless he's singing some university song or something like that. He's impatient, but he has envy, like I said, and that is a no-no for me. But I'm happy he's here. If I have time, I will call him and thank him for his service to our country. He's done a lot. He lost a lot. And I've defended him a lot here and in other platforms. I have. More than General Cook would ever do in his lifetime. I've done that. Now, one man, giving all that tribute to Showore, I want you now to take me through those bulletins that you have. Let's do that today.
All right, but a more condensed, not a longer expanded essay, but federal government calls for safe, quick return of abducted Kaduna students. So we're somewhat inured to this sort of storyline now. It happens with such increasing frequency, but we should not get accustomed to this sort of thing now, Bansat. It's just not unacceptable.
That is right. And most people are concerned with, I'm more concerned with the noun of insecurity in Nigeria. Lack of confidence, self-doubt of our people, diffidence, unassertiveness, timidity, timorousness in Nigeria, as opposed to the unstable fear. Insecurity in Nigeria is basically looked as the fear, lack of, but I'm looking at this lack of self-assurance, because if we had that, we'll solve this problem. The root of all insecurity is fear. Now, in the case of Nigeria, it's losing what we have, like our lives and our property. but we should also look at fear of not getting what we want. That's what we have to tackle now. We know what the problem is now. I made it a case to go on a crusade on all these platforms, taking a lot of insults, talking about Northern Muslims. Of course, they don't want to be talked about. They're cancer on our society. Now, I let off a little bit. For 6 months, I went on every platform talking about them, and it looked like I'm anti-Islamic stuff, right? I'm not. But the insecurity we have in that country has only one root, and it's something that we could defeat, even if by war. So you don't want to
the insecurity actually has several roots, but the biggest branch I concede is the northern one, because a lot of the insecurities outside of the northern one, it falls under the broader strokes of criminality. But the particular sort of insecurity we're seeing in the north, that has the dark clouds of insurgency, extremism, and all of those sort of things.
You are avoiding the main word. It's terrorism. They're terrorists. That's what they are, terrorists. They don't want us to clamp down on it. Now, they glorify. You see, these people, all they do is to study the idiosyncrasies of all the regions, right? So you hear somebody like Ajanleko talking about Amotekun, right? What is Amotekun but they glorified hunters, right? He says, oh, they should mix up with the hunters. Or in his case, he doesn't really knock IPOB when nobody else is, like you, right? You're knocking IPOB, who should be teaching you in the West how to solve this problem. Amotekun, you were asking, could they detain somebody? What about could they prosecute? Prosecution is where the whole thing is.
If they don't have the power of arrest, they cannot have the power of prosecution.
There you go. Bingo. You don't have the power to prosecute. You think they don't know? Amotekun's roots cannot be found anywhere in our constitution. They're nothing but IPOB or hunters. So to come out and say, oh, we are Yorubas, we are Amotekun.
No.
Hold on.
They are embedded in the state house assemblies, all the totality of the Southwest.
I know, but
do you not remember how they were formed?
I do. That's what I'm trying to tell you. As a matter of fact, I'm happy you, like the other day when I came here and I was teaching you guys a lot of things, the Chinese renminbi, their currency. I was going to rename you Patad because you don't know the difference between Petard and Patad. We're going to be calling you Patad from now.
No, don't worry. I consider that. Look, listen.
I know you did. You did in my absence, but hold on. One minute, hold on. Hold
on. Because I went to check because you were so forceful about it. You know, I'm not so interested in being right, but getting it right. So that's more what I'm interested in, getting it right rather than being right. But carry on.
That's right. I told once the moment you go away from me a little bit, then your mistakes start piling up. I'm always right. That is
always right, except when you're wrong.
Okay, so now listen to this. So on the Amotekun issue, right? These people, they know. These Northerners, right? They don't go to school. They don't want to make Nigeria great, the way we should be a great country. Perhaps rivaling many Western countries if we don't have this Islamic problem down there, right? So they know the hubris of the Yorubas, what's his name here? Ajanleko. Say, Amotekun, you cannot prosecute. Detaining somebody doesn't mean anything. Everybody, when you accuse them of a crime, they're innocent until proven guilty. So even if they give them the power to detain, that doesn't mean anything, right? The prosecutor and the judges, those are the important element, and that ought to be in our constitution, not the states.
All right. Yeah, getting somewhat tangential on a strap line that doesn't really cohere. They don't have to be able to prosecute. If they detain and hand over to the police, and then that prosecution takes effect. So they're
No,
just
I
another
would use,
layer in the
no, not at all. Because if you go and you grab 20 Fulanis, right, in your forest, and then you have the power to hand it over, then you hand it over to the police, and they just release them the next day. Then they really come and get you
No, they
because
don't just. Oh God.
no, no, but
All right.
wait a
All
minute,
right.
wait a
Just
minute.
do it. Just do it, and then we move on.
Yeah,
Yeah. I don't want
I
to.
endured
I don't want to. Yeah.
Ajan Lekoko for almost an hour here. Let me, and I'm making more sense. So why are you pushing up against me? Why are you rushing me? I've been speaking for like 5 minutes, and I'm almost done. Try to learn how to deal with the truth and the facts here. A prosecutor is very, very powerful. You cannot just say to me, "Hey, look, you're being tangential and redundant."
All right, Ekene, you're up next. Whoever is ready is up next. Yeah, Ekene, Alpha. Abba, I wake you.
Yeah, I've been listening now.
You have
Although
been listening now.
I've not been following through. I don't know what he says. I don't know the headlines.
Yeah, we're just going through the usual stuff. Do you want to speak a little bit about Wigwe, the tragedy there? How is that being digested where you are?
It's very unfortunate incident. Nobody will see that situation and not feel so bad about it. So, I feel so bad about it. Look, this is a very big loss to Nigeria. A lot of
To Nigeria? How is it? Sorry, it is a big loss, but how is it a big loss to Nigeria?
It's a big loss. No matter however they want to put it, this is a big loss to Nigeria. This man has, I don't know his relationship with big men, Dangotes, all those stuff. A lot of them are crying. But I don't care about their relationship. What I care is how life is. I don't know why life will take away one man, his wife, his son. That's a very big one.
Sorry, Ekene, can you speak up a bit? You sound so much faded out.
I say I don't know why life will just take away a man, his wife, and his son. It's a very big loss. Although I've seen it happen one certain time in Alaba. One very big man, the man died with his wife. Along that Orebini road, they jump inside water. So all this guy, I don't know, but it just teaches us that life is nothing. No matter whatever we are acquiring in this life, you just know that one day you will leave those things behind. Go wherever, meet your creator or whoever you want to go and meet. So the best thing in life is if you make money, you use it for humanity, so that people will remember you for good things and not just the other way around. So, but I think there is a lot of testimonies about this man. So, and I know that God will grant him eternal rest. So that's all.
All right, brilliant. I echo that. God grant him eternal rest and all. But Shore also gets the chance to be with in the warm embrace of his family, as he gets the chance then to travel to America for the first time in nearly 5 years. So, what are you then making of the Shore release?
That's how it's supposed to be. The man is enjoying his freedom now, so there is nothing sweet as freedom. Freedom is a very good very good asset to humankind. So the man is enjoying his. That's why whenever that is the benefit of democracy. If not for democracy, maybe he won't enjoy this freedom. He will still be locked up around Abuja and all those stuff. But you see him, he's happy, announcing his how to go and reunite with his family after 4 years of travel ban. That's a great one for him. So congratulations to Showere. So and the importance of this freedom, they should bring it down to other people that still need it, like in Nnamdi Kanu and all those stuff. So and also grant them their own freedom.
Yeah, but what has no? It's a different space. So can because I've just been waiting for somebody to draw that parallel. Nnamdi Kanu is accused of very heavy crimes, which are eminently provable. But Showore was a political capture for being a nuisance to the government. So they're two different spaces, are they not?
I wouldn't say that they are not different, but at least as a new government, you have to at least Showore is not the only person being released in the past few months. Sunday Igboho is enjoying his freedom, going about, being happy, reunite with his family, enjoying himself again. So it's not only Showore. Just make it good for everybody so that it doesn't look that you are partial. That's my point. You understand? So you have done to Showore, you have done to Sunday Igboho. Do also to Nnamdi Kanu, so that it will not look partially to not be partial to.
So all the people that died under Nnamdi Kanu's reign of terror, you just write that off as one of those things.
And people will continue to die if you don't do the right thing for this. If you really love the region.
No, what's the right thing? What do you mean the right thing? This guy is a pretty nasty piece of work.
Well, whatever happens, one man, it's just about nation building. So as a new government, just do it for the optic, do it for the peace. As far as the region wants him to be released, a lot of people in that region wants him to be released, then you don't have any reason, just do it. But if you say you want to still keep him, well, that's to you. You understand? But for the optic, for the good of the nation, just giving that benefit of doubt, because a lot of headlights, both governors has speak up, ask for his release, even to stand a shorty for him. So I don't think they have asked much for Showore and Sunday Igboho on behalf of just compare it to Nnamdi Kanu. The way the southeastern governors and the other statement has asked for his own release, asked for his shorty. So that is it, one man. That's how I see it. At least for the sake of those governors and those elderly men that is asking for his release, just do it. But if you say it's not good, then you can keep him.
What about the people that object to his release?
Maybe people like you and some other people that is objecting. But the most critical thing is to look into the region.
Do you think Nigeria? Do you think Nigeria do you think Nigerians want him released outside of the Southeast? Do you think Nigerians in general want him released?
Well, Nigerians don't want him to be released. That's a very good one. That is a
why? Why do you think Nigerians don't want him to be released?
The only thing is that is the fear of separation. There is nothing much. That's why a lot of Nigerians.
You mean because of Biafra?
Yes, that is the only thing.
I don't think so. I think Nigerians don't want him released because of his atrocities more than. The echoes for Biafra, the cry for Biafra is what, 50, 60 year deep. You know, it will always be in the backdrop, you know. It's
Well,
not.
you don't cry more than the bereaved. You understand? So you don't cry more than the bereaved. You are the one crying more than the region that wants him to be released. You understand? So I don't know why other region will be crying more than the bereaved. If we
Because
know
it
that
portends a threat to the nation state.
it portends a threat because the Nigerians don't want to tell themselves the truth. Whatever you want to do just to keep him, because you don't want Biafra, it still shows that there are some Nigerians are not telling themselves the truth. There are a lot of things you are hiding. You understand? I don't know why people will be fearing for one man. Do you think Nnamdi Kanu alone can divide this country? But, well, many things he might have said things that are not good to the optic or for the nation or whatsoever. People might not like him for the way he speak. But even at that, his message still resonates in the eye of some people. You understand? So, but for the region that he come from, just leave him. There is no two ways about that. But if you don't want, you can keep him. Nothing much.
All right.
Onye ji ife nwata jiri ife nwata woni aka enu. One day, aka ya na-afụ ya ụfụ. Aka fụba ya ụfụ otu aka. You are holding something that belongs to a child and you're just keeping your hands up so that the child will not get that thing. One day, your hand will be paining you and you will bring your hand down. That's how I see it.
All right. Ekene, somebody sent something in for you. Can you see this? I'm not sure if you can read this. You can see the finger pointing up. It says this is for Ekene. So would you like to see what that person sent in for you?
Let me see now.
All right. So do you know where Fege is? Fegge. Fege.
Fege. Onitsha.
Fegg. Is it in Anambra State?
Yeah, Fege is in Onitsha.
Oh, okay. Do you want to know what it looks like under your government and what it looks like now? This is what that person wanted me to show you.
I've seen a lot of this, but this is not Fege now.
Look at that. That looks like a street in New York. And that looks like a street in Abakaliki.
The road under it is not Fege.
Who told you that?
Understand? I know.
It's not Fege. How do you know it's not Fege?
It's not Fege now. Even you men looking at it, this place didn't look the same thing to you.
No. The Soludo solution now. It won't look the same now. Soludo solution. This is Soludo. This is
one of all this propaganda that you guys do.
This one here is Soludo solution, and the one on top is we cannot continue like this, and then Soludo solution. We cannot continue like this. A new Nigeria. You see, this is a new Nigeria is possible, and then this is the new Nigeria that's Soludo.
If you feel that this is Fege, if I travel on this, I will visit Fege and send the picture to you. So forget all these politics that you guys are doing.
One man.
Yes.
Let me ask Ekene something. Ekene, let me ask something. Like I never really followed him during his time and whatever followed him, even the predecessors, Let me tell you, I know you have a lot of billionaires individual, What is the government doing in terms of development? Like, let me say your capital city. Why does it look rubbish like anything comparable to other part of capital in Eastern Nigeria? Let me say, I'm not going to put Umuahia there. Umuahia is, well, to me, Umuahia is a little bit better than Oka or whatever. Why does it look so rubbish? I'm not even going to compare it to Owerri. So that's not even comparable. Tell me why. Besides, you
Why?
have a lot of money. I mean, where's the development?
Where? In the southeast.
No, in Anambra. I'm just talking about Anambra. So let's talk about
The
I mean,
development
where's the development? I mean, where's your capital look like a rubbish, like a garbage? What's going on there? I
in
mean, you don't
Oka.
have any. I mean, go ahead.
Well,
I
what
mean,
I
you're like
see
the
in
most populated. You're like the most populated state in the southeast,
well,
and billionaire wise too.
yeah. Well, despite that, I know, but there is still a lot of development. It's just individual. What is happening in Anambra State is
Forget about
individual.
individual. I'm talking about your government, right from Obi time up to the present. Your capital look like a garbage.
No, it
What do
might
you mean
look like
no?
that.
I've seen it.
The first person that started building Oka is Obi. The first bridges and all those stuff that were you saw there was in his government.
I'm talking
All
about
the
the present status of Oka. It's nothing to be right about.
if it is nothing to write home about, then his predecessors are not doing a good work. That's how
Okay,
I
I'm
see
just
it.
talking about what I've seen because I never pay
Yeah,
attention until recently.
yeah. And if you just travel down to Opiweka, you see there is this 6 lane that will be built during his time as a governor. You go down to
But
airports.
I don't know.
Okay,
It's kind of mediocre to me. Okay, I mean, I like Obi
yeah,
because it's
where
not
he
all about
stopped.
Obi, but everything is mediocre
I
enough.
want to tell you that where he stopped that road, the amount of kilometers that he built in his own time. That
Okay,
road
the
where he stopped
capital, you
is still
can't
where it
compare to
is.
Enugu. I know Enugu has been existing in the former Eastern capital. You can't even,
Yeah, yeah,
not
yeah,
even close to
yeah.
Owerri. I mean,
Yes,
Umuahia is better
Enugu
than.
has been a former this thing. So, but my point is
Okay,
this:
how
where
about
that
Owerri? Owerri is way, way up. It's not even, I'm not talking about people now. Actually, I'm not going to make any generalization, but I'm talking about capital specifically. Where is the development in terms of, put your money where your mouth is in terms of developing the capital? I'm not talking about individual investment. But I don't
that is
see
what
anything happening
that
there.
is what they that is even me. That's what I have been saying it. So
Oh my God, way better than.
even
I don't know, maybe a born yourself, Yeah, a little bit of what I've seen from, from Abakaliki Street, better than Oka or whatever. Oka seems to be the lowest. But anyway, I just want to ask that question when it comes to my turn. I
that
will,
is to show you the kind of governors we used to have after, and whenever we talk about
Okay,
the people that
what did Obi did during his time in terms of
the
development in that area?
first development that started coming to Anambra State started in his own time. Like the Oka you see today, most of the road in Oka, he built it. Just like the example I want to give you, that head bridge that you see, that roundabout and everything, that once you come down from Asaba in that head bridge, he was the first governor that cleared that place, did those roundabouts, did everything, those major roads there. I know how that place looked like when he became governor. You cannot pass through that road.
Okay, I just want
He
to ask
clear,
you because I'm not
he
familiar.
clear
I'm not
all the
familiar. I just
those
started.
whenever
I just started
if you
looking
know
at Oka recently. Not
yeah
even like this one.
if you look into that head bridge, if you know how it is, that place is a den of kidnappers, all those robbers and all. But he cleared those places, built roads there down to where you have the current airport, 6 lane. But my own point is this: where he left those roads since he came out as a governor, that is how those places are still. That is how they are still are today.
Wow. Okay. I just want to ask
Honestly
because
speaking,
I'm not from. I've not
so
been there. I mean, I've been
I
to
will
Enugu.
not.
I've been to Umuahia. That's the only place I've not been in. Well, I've not been
So
to
that is not.
Abakaliki. So
If you go to a place like Okano, that is Aguleri, I am a local government. They never had any road until this man became governor. He created all their roads. He created it. Did the major ones. Go to Ayamelum, the roundabout that is there, everything, and their local government. He gave them local government headquarter, build it for them. That is where Obiano came from. Down to, because that's the area you see Ibarian campus. If you go there, the road he created there, the ones he was able to he tied almost all of them, but there are the ones that he couldn't tie, but they created that road. Then Obiano, what was expected of Obiano is to finish the work, maybe the tiling and all those stuff, because he bring down those campus, they build those campus, fence it and all those stuff, build a lot of infrastructure in those campus. But to my greatest surprise, not only me but people from Anambra North, the Obiano couldn't do anything in his own area until he left as a governor. Just that one that Obi did. But my point is, just because of politics, people will jump Obiano talking about Obi, just like what Soludo is doing today. Just look at all, he's just destroying everywhere without doing anything. The ones he used, I don't know. There is this one that they put on internet today that he's doing. Is it Amopia? People were asking, what kind of road is this? You are using block to do AGC, as in, and that man not get test. But
all right, let me take you to a different space, Ekene. Nigerian diaspora remittance increased by over 400% in 1 month. So it looks as though that the green shoots of recovery are starting to germinate.
And say that diasporas, I didn't enjoy this devaluation of our currency. Now I enjoy it now. So that's why I'm not surprised that a lot of diasporans are defending Tinubu policy, even though it's affecting the main citizens. But people like one man, when you send your $1,000, they give you about 1.6 million or 1.7 million. Why you not go remit your money? You go to remit them now. You change them. You think go to big for your bank account. So
that's for people like a man of prestige. Now he's the only known millionaire on this platform.
It's everybody. It's all of you. Both Amos.
One man, please stop that propaganda.
Look, you see, he lives in a palatial mansion. If that's yeah.
I was just drinking my coffee this morning. Okay, so don't go there.
In your pink shirt, I'll never get over that pink shirt.
I was at the coffee shop when I was talking this morning. I was at the coffee shop early morning. That was like about 6 o'clock because I have somewhere to go. So, but then I came back. Then I came back to I came back to your platform. By that time I was at gym.
I saw you battling it out with Kaizo and the rest of the rascals. Yes. Yeah,
so one man, that is how. I don't expect. That's all I expected. I expected it now. What do you want? What do you want them to say? Any dollar you have today, the best thing for you to do is just to change it to Naira, because your money will be so big. Because whenever, and that is why I doubt if this currency will ever come down again. But I don't know if it comes down, is to your people's benefit. So you people are enjoying the downfall of our economy and the valuation of our Naira. So that is why whenever you come here, one man, you try to use of a lot of explanation for us that is here. That is why we don't understand you, because we don't know the angle you are coming from. But this is your only angle. This is the only thing you understand. The devaluation is favoring you. So, but we that is in Nigeria, the high cost of living and everything is
you call it a devaluation, but if you really want to look at it in its truest, most accurate form, it is actually a correction, not a devaluation, but a correction. What is happening? What is actually happening is the Naira being corrected.
I let them correct it now. They are correcting it. Let's see. But for me, they have already devalued it. The first devaluation was about 9 something. Now after December,
that wasn't a devaluation. Now that's a correction.
Forget that one.
The Naira was it was overvalued.
Okay.
You know, it was puffed up on steroids. And now it's going through cold turkey. You know, when you're coming off drugs, so you go through cold turkey. So that's the Naira is going through cold turkey.
Like devaluation.
Not devaluation.
Yeah, whatever you want to, however you want to put it. Now devaluation. Now IMF they tell them what thing to do. IMF. Maybe this IMF. Now them they are the people telling Tinubu to devalue the Naira, and he's obeying their policy. Do this and do this. So you know, when it's like they are benefiting it when we devalue our Naira. Whenever they come to the government and say, you see it in their news to devalue their Naira. So Tinubu, our Nigerians will not come out and say, or the government will not come out and say, we want to devalue it. The next thing you will see is that they will just jack up the Naira. The thing will start to be climbing up. Today 1,000, 1,2, 13, 14, 15, and when the thing is getting out of hand, they will just stop there. Say they want to do one thing, but they will reduce it to 1,300. You see it to be stable by like 2 months or 3 months. They will come up again. They will take it to 2,000. When you shout, when the things start to buy, they will just do some little magic. They will bring it down to 1,600, and then Nigeria will be calm again. That's what is happening now. You know, say this now government of Lamba, they do Lamba a lot. But no wahala. My own is the stability of the currency. If this money should be able to stand one place, I think a lot of people like us, a lot of us will not be complaining, because it will just take you just few months to recover it. Then your business will balance again. My problem is all this continuous devaluation within a very short.
How do you run your books? Do you have an accountant or do you have a system?
Yeah, I have an accountant now. I have an accountant.
All right. Because you don't run a ledger or anything, because the traditional way is just to run a ledger. People don't. But you are a modern man, of course, so I expect you to have an accountant.
Oh man, forget that one. We the runner. Anyhow.
Ekene big Anambra Mogu now. Because you know, you don't know Ekene. I don't know him, but I can tell he's a big Anambra Mogu.
You know, Prestige, Ekene fools no one here. He is a supremely wealthy man. We all know that. Supremely wealthy. He and his party man Dangote, you see them at the golf club all the time.
But I think Ekene, I think Ekene is doing well. I mean, that's just my own the way I, if I have to, speculate in that area, he's not doing bad in Nigerian space, But I always like Ekene to come here, give us from perspective from Nigerian angle. I mean, he has his own sentiment, but everybody do, But I always like to hear from him.
Aye, one man, you they have me, man of prestige. We just thank God. We just thank God. No shit.
No problem, brother. Nice to hear.
We don't we don't go kill ourselves. No matter what is happening, we don't go kill ourselves. We gotta push it like that. So, but the only problem we have in the economy is just stability. That's all. Because as a businessman, you don't have much to think about. It's just for you to just calculate the thing, check the price of your goods, match it with the price of the dollar, add your little profits, no matter the amount of dollar, no matter the amount you buy dollar. So the only problem is when you sell and at the rate of 1.6, then when you go back to buy again, you're buying at the rate of 1.7. That's what kills business the most. But if you sell at the rate of 1.6 per dollar, then when you want to buy again and still buy at the rate of 1.6, then your profit remains where it is. That is it. So that's why I say that the major problem we have is the stability, not necessarily the amount of dollar. But I know that even the amount of dollars still affect the price of goods because many people cannot afford a lot of things in the market because of low minimum wage and low income. So their purchasing power has reduced. So if you are earning 30,000 naira per month, it's a very big problem for you because price of foodstuff and everything is at the high side. It's a problem to salary earners, most especially salary earners in Nigeria. It's a very big problem to them. That's why you see NLC and you see their calculation on what government should give them as minimum wage is about 480 to 500,000. And I think they deserve it.
Yes, I was seeing those figures being bandied around as I was checking through the news. What is the government offering as a counterweight? I thought the government was offering about 50K thereabouts.
Yeah, government is offering about 50K, but 50K.
But they are wanting about 500,000 naira.
About you call it 500,000. How much is it in just calculate it now? It's about, or it's not up to $300. But in the way, I know that government might not give them that amount, but if it is a working country, the way the economy is, that money is a very small one. You understand? Because if you're able to give them good minimum wage, nobody will tell you that the naira is $1,600. They will still be able to go to the market, buy a bag of rice for 100,000 naira or 80,000 naira. Buy their Indomie, a carton of Indomie for about 18,000. Buy meat, buy fish, buy those stuff. Then have a little for savings. Pay their tax. Then you see the economy flourishing. So when your minimum wage or your salary is below your monthly expenditure, it's a way of committing suicide now. But when you give them this normal minimum wage that they require, somebody can go to the bank, take a loan, do their whatever they want to do with it, either to build a house and still be able to pay back. But as it is today, none of them can go to the bank and take a loan and say, I want to build maybe 4 rooms and parlor, because they don't have the hope of paying that money back. So the economy, I don't know how. It's not favoring at least a lot of workers, monthly earners. It's a very big one. So the government has to do something. Until they increase that minimum wage, people will not see them doing anything, because it's for you to match their daily expenditure. Things are on the high side. That is it.
Yes, I broadly agree with you. They call it means testing. I'm not quite sure if that's an economic term or something just peculiar to this country. They call it means testing. So they test how much you can survive on a base level sort of life, and that should be the determinant for minimum wage. It has to be means tested. That can somebody live on this wage, devoid of all of the goodies of life, but just as a basic survival living, can they live on that? I don't. Yes, and I think maybe 200K is probably that figure.
Yeah, 200K will get a very long way. But I don't see the government doing that, and that's why I don't know whether they will ever come to agreement. The problem is that even the 30,000, a lot of governors are not paying it. But you see, they are not paying it. But you see them. Is it one governor from which state? Is it which guy? What state is that? One of these northern states buying vehicles of millions for the. Is it House of Assembly members or the senators? And these are one of the states that are not paying the minimum, the 30,000 naira minimum wage. But you see them using that money for frivolities, things that doesn't make sense. Buy vehicle for your political alliance in the House of Assembly or in the House of Rep.
Hello.
So this is a very big problem. But when you come up, you say you cannot pay 30,000 naira minimum wage. Yeah.
Okay. Ekene, you said the amount they are proposing is a bit okay for them.
It's okay if it is a working country. If we have a very good economy to back it up.
Not that is if it's a working country. The next question you ask yourself is that are these workers actually productive? Because you don't just give out money to people who are not productive because they have a role to play as well.
Yeah, but Oroyo, if they are in employment, then they have to earn a living wage. But if they are not productive, then you simply let them go. But if they are in employment, then they have to have a living wage.
But you can't let them go because they will have to fight you. Because they've tried to do it in NNPC, the same labor. Even if you say you want to privatize NNPC today, the labor will fight you seriously.
Productivity, I think, is a. These are we are talking about workers, government workers. They are productive in their own area. So I don't know the kind of
all right, bring it home, Ekene. Bring it home, and then we're going to prestige.
Yeah, I don't know the kind of productivity you want to lay on them, but for me, if they are not working, why employ them at the first place? If you don't have any need to employ them, why employ them for the first place? Workers are workers now. They are salary earners. We're not talking about manufacturers here. We're talking about manufacturers. You talk about the interest rate that is affecting them going to the bank to get some.
No, hold on. Let Ekene wrap up. I want to go on to prestige. Yeah.
That's how it is. But for me, workers are workers. They are asking for. Well, if they earn their monthly monies and they still want to use it for business, you still have to give them enough monthly allowance and all those stuff, so that at least if they still have to have side hustle and all those stuff and little businesses, they'll be able to afford that. Nobody will afford a business with 30,000 naira per month. It's not done anywhere, especially in the kind of economy we are. I know I know that government will not meet up with this their demand. I think that 50,000 naira is the only thing that they will be able to offer, because but if they care for the people, they should think very well and give them what they deserve. It's not that we don't have the money. We have the money. You see all the vehicles being purchased by a lot of state governors. Those things are a lot of money if you calculate it. But they keep on saying that they don't have money. They don't have money. But when it comes to their own benefit, they have money. You think about the former governors. Do you know what former governors take home today? You are talking about the productivity. Do you know what former governors, the benefit? Go and Google it. What they take home yearly in 2 years: vehicle allowance, health allowance, this allowance, this allowance. You calculate the former and the number of former governors we have today in Nigeria. You know that these people are eating up your resources without doing anything, just to serve for 8 years. After 8 years, you become a vampire to the economy of the system. You suck the whole money in your state because you rule them for 8 years. Check Akwa Ibom State. Know how much their former governors are earning in a vehicle allowance, health allowance, and all those stuff. So Nigeria is not designed to favor the common man. It's designed to favor the elite. So with that in those their allowance.
Just one thing you said, Kenneth, there. It reminded. It's put me in mind of a clip that somebody sent in a while ago. If I still have it, I'll play it now. But it's some. Yes, let me play you this. I think it chimes with what you're saying, Ekene.
Nigeria, the problem is partly complete, and this is a lesson maybe for British politics, no realism at all about the targets they set. They will set, every government comes in promising to almost sort of triple the country's growth in the next 4 years. And that's one of the reasons why the corruption goes along with no performance at all. The objectives are so unrealistic that there's no incentive for any of the senior civil servants or ministers to actually get anyone who's going to deliver anything, because nothing that could be delivered could ever meet the nonsense that they're spouting.
So there it is. I think that's in the broad strokes of where you are. But a couple more sentences, Kenneth, and then we'll go on to prestige.
Yeah, that's it. That's why I don't have any sympathy for our governors and our presidents. They must deliver for the people. So if they are not doing anything, if their objective or their actions are not pointing towards the common man on the street, I don't take them serious. So you can defend them for all I care, but that's how I see it. The system is already designed for them, for their own benefit. I live in very large, very large. Compare it to other states and other countries to know Nigeria is one of the richest countries in terms of resources, but it's not affecting the life of the common man. But when you check our elites, the government officials, you see the high class people you have in government in terms of spending and all those stuff. You compare it to go to the streets, you see your people languishing in penuries and poverty.
All right.
We still have mind to defend them.
All right. All right, thank you, Ekene. That's thank you, Ekene. So that's Ekene leaving it on ending it on a sour note. Woe is me is what Ekene is saying. So woe is me, Ekene says. We go on to Prestige. Prestige, are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready. Thank you very much. Good evening. Good afternoon.
You know, you have a theme music to bring you in. Would you like to know what this is? Anytime you come here now, this is going to be your theme music. Do you want to
Oh
hear
my
it?
God. Okay, go ahead.
Okay now. Okay.
Mama m si na nwa m etogo kwa maka na nwa m jere mba o wee bute ike ọganiru na-ebute ilo nwanne m nwoke ya dịka akpa ya jọkwa.
Right. If you understood Igbo, I'll probably ask you to translate that.
I'm rolling with that. I'm rolling with that.
All right, brilliant.
Here too, I'm not in a place I would have put my camera. You would have seen me dancing, but I'm kind of not have shirt on. But having said that, thank you very much. I will welcome. I will welcome that. Thank you very much. I greet everybody, evening, afternoon, and everybody. Before I proceed, if you don't mind, one man, is Prince Daddy here?
He's here, at least in body, maybe not in spirit, but in body, he's here.
Okay,
Yeah.
Prince Daddy, I greet you. I hope
You want to maga him up again, Abi?
Yes, just for 2 minutes. Can you respond? Because I don't like to say something when you're not here. Prince Daddy. Okay, let's go ahead. He's not here.
All right. Where do you want to come into the conversation? Do you want to come into it from the green shoots of recovery, 400% inflow led by the Diaspora Remittance, or do you want to come in from Showore, who gets to fly at last, but still sounding defiant as ever, or really this sad story of this yet another school rounded up by this bunch of savages. But then is there complicity by the security forces there? And tragic news for the nation, Wigwe wife, son's remains arrived Nigeria for burial. So pick a spot and come in.
I'm going to start with Showore. Yeah. I am very glad. What I have not read it. I was going to go Google it to find out what actually transpired, because they say when he landed in New Jersey, he received an overwhelming, party for him, including some of the government apparatus there. They know him, they know about his stories, so they welcome him. I don't know what he had, but somebody told me that. I've not been able to verify that. So they are welcoming him in a big time over there. So I don't know if he has some political undertone over there. Maybe to lure some of the Nigerians, because there's a lot of Nigerians in New Jersey. In order to vote for. In order to vote for Democrat, because that's a democratic state. I don't know if Prince Dad is listening. But anyway, having said that, that's a good thing, because we was talking about it. That would have been the first thing he would have done after he was, after the charge was discharged, which I find not even, I mean, I thought it was truncated child. That doesn't even make sense. He would have gone and see his wife, He hasn't seen his wife, I don't know for how many years, you know. So that would have been the first thing. But I'm glad he has decided to take this measure to go back and see his wife. Maybe just sit down for a couple of months or a year or whatever, then come back. I know he's going to come back because I know what kind of person Showore is. Then come back in and pursue his political ambition or whatever, or activism, whatever he wants to do. But that's a step in the right direction. So I welcome that. I'm glad for Showore. I always like Showore. But the problem I have is that it's kind of politics.
Prestige, if
Okay.
sorry, Prestige, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. What is that playing? I don't hear anything there.
Hopefully I'm still here. Prestige?
I'm here.
Can anyone hear me? Oh no, I was just going to say, you were saying that he'll be, how are you anticipating his meeting with his wife?
Yeah.
Because I'm expecting some sort of awkwardness, and even him being able to settle back into his house, I'm expecting some sort of awkwardness. Do you anticipate that?
To a certain degree. I mean, you're talking about with the family, try to reunite with his family?
Yes, trying to reunite with his family after 4 years. The children will look at
there
him
could
funny.
be, just
He will
like
try to pull
this
them
military
towards him,
being deployed overseas for many, many years. When they come back, they're going to receive, so it kind of depends. He probably communicate with his wife, who knows, every day or whatever. But I don't know. It may be, it may not. I can't really tell. But I am so glad for him because I like Showore a lot. It's just his political, the kind of politics that he plays doesn't jive in Nigerian space. That's that's what I'm talking about. You have to have a godfather or in order to do whatever you want to do. I mean, I know B has a godfather, Obasanjo is, there's no doubt he's godfather. So let's be straight about that. So yeah, I am very glad for him. But just one man, just something I just found out today. I actually wrote. I don't know where we bring the article. And one of the platforms that I was, I think it was a platform. He brought out something about how Obasanjo, the present constitution. I don't know if you're aware of it, was actually written by Obasanjo, and he's 25 handpicked people. So everybody blaming the constitution for other military was actually written during Obasanjo regime. But the problem I have with him was he has been defending it this week or something like that, which I find very hypocritical. I mean, I like Obasanjo, but some of the things I'm finding right now, it's kind of I have a different view of him. I'm not saying he wasn't okay, but I have a different, I look at him differently. I mean, from what people say, like whatever people say that I take to take it for not really the truth. I have to go verify myself. Like I said, I started listening to Nigerian politics recently, so everything is kind of half baked to
Man
me.
of Prejudice, can I interject?
Yeah.
I don't think that information being shared and the other platform is right. The constitution is not written by Obasanjo. But
So it was you mean it wasn't written in 1979?
no, this 99 constitution is model after
Okay.
Obasanjo's 1979 constitution. The constitution that was written before handing over to the Second Republic.
So are you saying the guy that wrote that article was misleading or whatever?
No.
You saw the article?
No. What I'm saying is that I don't understand why they say Obasanjo wrote this present constitution. Obasanjo did not write it. It's written by Abubakar, what do you call Abacha and Abubakar Salim, or what is that?
Is it Abdul Salam?
Abdul Salam.
Abdul Salam Abubakar.
Abdul Salam Abubakar. So whoever that is saying that, it's Obasanjo that wrote this constitution, no, that's not true.
You see, this is why many things that come out of Nigeria. I don't know what to believe.
It's
Okay, I will always have to take everything that I read as half baked.
Obasanjo was in prison when this constitution was written. How can somebody say that Obasanjo wrote this constitution when he was in prison by Abacha? So it was during the Abacha time, toward the tail end. Abacha was writing one constitution then, and then Abacha died. Abdul Salam took over. He hurriedly wrote one that you know, it was not even printed as at the time that he handed over government to Obasanjo. The hard copy of the constitution was actually printed by Obasanjo regime. The government that handed over to Obasanjo in 79 did not. The constitution was not in hard copy, so there wasn't hard copy of it. So it's not written by Obasanjo,
But if it was 1979, then it was during the Obasanjo time. Am I right or
no,
wrong?
1999. I'm talking about
Okay.
1999 when they handed over. But the constitution, the present constitution, it's modeled after 1979 constitution that Obasanjo handed over to the Shagari regime. You understand what I'm
Okay.
saying?
That's my understanding as
Okay,
well. My
was it
understanding is that
modified
it's
when
a
when
copy
Obasanjo
and
handed over
paste.
to the next one?
Yeah, copy and paste, yeah. But they
Yeah.
changed a lot of things out of it. There was a lot of things that the 79 constitution, in terms of rights and the structure of Nigeria, how the local government and the governmental structure have to function, that in this present constitution they change it and to benefit the politician more than the way the
Okay,
other
okay, okay, okay. I
yeah
see what you're talking about. Okay,
yes
okay. I see your point.
yes
Okay, so it was originally drafted by Obasanjo, but they kind of modify it
more
to what
yes
to benefit. Okay,
to
okay,
benefit
okay,
more
okay.
this time.
Okay,
Like
thank you for that clarification.
there wasn't
It was just an article that was presented to us today, so that's why I was basing my analysis on.
All right. Let me move you to another space.
But I'm glad for
Prestige.
Sowore, I'm glad for him. So, yeah, it's a good thing.
Yes, no matter what your politics is, on just on a human level, imagine just being held.
No, I'm a fan who
But
don't
I'm
like
sure.
his politics when it comes to Nigeria. I like Sowore a lot. Believe me, I'll be very honest.
To be honest with you, I'm not sure. I'm not a big fan of Shore. I think I
What is
just
he? I'm
find him
not a
so.
big fan. Is this his politicking in Nigeria?
No, just his mannerism. I just find him like a pompous poser. He's just like a
Well,
pompous
everybody has their
poser.
own personality. You can't fault him for what he is. I mean, I don't bear grudge on that. I'm pompous or pompous. I don't know. And that's who he is. You can't change a man. He's up to 50 right now, so you can't even change a teenager, let alone a man. So
He doesn't look anything like 50, but that must be a healthy lifestyle. But let me take you to the space of Prestige. Yet another round of students abducted in the north. A recurring decimal, almost a monthly occurrence, twice a month sometimes. We almost don't even notice anymore, but we should always be alarmed and find this unacceptable.
definitely unacceptable. Okay, about 287 that was adopted in Kaduna, right? Okay, is it not about how many, about 200 or whatever that was adopted in Bono, last week or something like that? So this kind of this more than the number of Boko Haram. I think Boko Haram is about 270 something. So this is a real problem right now. I mean, something need to be done. I don't know what it is. So this is why I have a problem. When the military came out, earlier this week, because we was talking about a coup and other coup. I mean, it just seems they're not doing their job. They have the biggest budget in Nigeria. It just seems like they're not efficient by no means. Forget about the Nigerian problem and everything. The military is not performing. They're underperforming with the budget and everything. They are missing their priority. Not to coming out and tell us, people are people are talking about coup and all this. If you know who is talking about it, not just an individual, a layman who don't have a job, people complaining on the street about the hardship in Nigeria, said, we need a different government, a coup. But, that's not too much important to me. If there's somebody, an organized group or somebody high personality, let's be talking about it, right? He deserves to be questioned and all that kind of, But I just feel like the government, the military, our security people are missing their priority, It's just like most of their most of the high-ranking people, they are within the government. This is the problem the military is having. They are after what the present government is doing or past government, So they are intermingled with the government. That's the problem, and this something has to be done. because this is a national calamity, happening in Nigeria. It's just like how are you going to tell an people from overseas like Tinubu just went to Qatar, okay, and you said if somebody asks you for bribery, you come and tell me they are not going to come. They know better. They have to do their own. It doesn't matter what you say. They have to do their own investigation to see if Nigeria is a safe place. I mean, with this kind of news, who's going to come and invest in this country? Something has to be done. I mean, it's getting out of hand. I mean, every day. I mean, and this is the highest number of kidnapping to my own understanding. Unless somebody know about something more than this. I've never seen anything up to 287. So that happened about a day or 2 days. Was it on Tuesday or whatever?
And just when Akpabio was telling us that security was improving, which you might suggest that it is, because we were not hearing with the same frequency as we were. But then suddenly this big hit, and I think another one in Borno State as well.
Yeah, the one in Borno State happened 2 or 3 days. I think it was about 200. That one in Borno State. So
and in Benue.
Okay. So it's getting to a different level, an unbearable level. This is not good for Nigeria. I mean, we people in the South, we have kidnapping, all that kind of minorities, but we are all one Nigeria. I mean, people in the North suffering, that's affect us.
But man of prestige, is this not more than what happened during the Chibok girl?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Chibok, yeah,
Because the kind of I think Nigeria is too weak now. They don't react to issues anymore. They're becoming comfortable with the lifestyle.
Job.
It's because it's happening so often that they've gotten accustomed to it.
Exactly.
Which is it's a sad thing to say. It's a sad. We could never get up. I mean, 300, however many hundred students just scattered out of school to be disappeared. Hopefully not forever. And we just say, that's sad, and then we move on.
I mean, it pained me to hear this. I mean, this kind of news, because I was talking about it with my wife. This is terrible. It's not good for
man of prestige. Just that I just remember how the first kidnapping we had in Borno, that Chibok girl, the way Nigeria reacted to it, everywhere was like the heaven wants to fall. People were protesting, bring back our girl and all those stuff. But I can tell you that since that Chibok girl, that reaction up until today, more than that has happened, especially this current one.
Oh yeah,
but people are
like
not.
One man said, we are immune. Nigeria is
people are not reacting right again. I don't know why.
Right. So, the military has to be done something. I mean, station them. Some of them are out of the Southeast, because if you go to Southeast, every checkpoint, take some of them are out of there. I mean, I know there's some wrong thing going on there, but not as you should, send them over there. There's a lot of military people in the Southeast. Maybe that will help. I don't know. But go and take them to where something, where the priority is supposed to be. This is something wrong in Nigeria. It's not good for Nigeria image, economic, and everything. I mean, it has everything to do with the economic problem we are going right now. That's what people don't realize. For one, people are not farming. People are not farming, and you have some people are not speaking. I mean, this is why I was mad at Gowon, the statement he made about the Biafran war. But having said that, yeah, he can make that kind of statement. But have you heard him say anything about what's going on in Plateau State? He don't say anything about the, I don't know.
But he can't run a commentary on everything now.
Why he can't run a comment on what's going on in his state?
It's going from Plateau State.
Yes. He's from Plateau State. I mean, you haven't heard him say anything about what's been going on, the genocide, considered to be genocide going on over there, and not an author of statement has been made about that. But I'm not saying he's not alone. I mean, maybe his statement is not going to make any difference, but something definitely, required. Did they have to go higher? I mean, talk to America, to come to Nigeria and help? Something has to be done, because we can't. This is unsustainable.
Man of prestige.
Yeah.
It's just like Benue State. I don't know why governors be. Is it because the man is no longer in opposition? Because a lot of killing are happening in Benue State, too. A lot of killing is happening in Benue State, but you don't seem to hear that anymore, because the man is I don't know whether you don't want to make APC look too bad, or I don't know. It's just like when this their former governor is there. What is his name? Autumn. Any little thing he come out on television and begin to shout. Any little thing it comes out because it's an opposition then. But now you don't hear it. Just if you see what happened in Benue State a few days ago, more than 50 people slaughtered. I watched the video. I was in tears. This man didn't say anything. The governor didn't say why. He didn't say anything. Don't know.
It's like
I don't know the kind of country we are in.
I mean, we are becoming immune to this terrorism. So I'm just wondering. I mean, are we the only people? Are we the only country that has this Fulani herdsmen or this this Boko Haram, stuff? Are we the only people? Don't they have it in Niger or wherever? But they're able to manage their own. Don't they have them in Mali? Our neighboring
But we
countries?
don't know that, though, do we? We don't know what's going on in those countries. It's not as though we follow their news spaces.
Do you think it's happening the same level?
I suspect that it may well be happening because they don't even have a level of security. So,
right.
Yeah.
I guess probably there's no economical value to from those kidnapping they can get from there. That may be another reason why. I mean,
yes, that too, I suspect.
So if you ask me, I'll probably say it's not going up to that level. Maybe if they're fighting, they're just fighting the government. That's the angle I will look at it. Not necessarily kidnapping. They may kidnap, but not anything close to what's happening. Because what's happening in Nigeria has to do with financial value. Of course, you have some people in the government that is perpetuating all this because it could have been happening if there's no people in the government that is perpetuating all this happening in Nigeria. So it goes way, way, way back. Right now, if this is not taken care of, it's gonna go to a different level. I mean, the military has to do something. I mean, I'm not going to say Tinubu has to do something. Of course, we're going to put it, as he said, that the buck stop with him. But the angle that I'm more emphasizing is the military. What are they doing? What are they doing? What kind of manpower does all these terrorists have that can overpower our military? I mean, like what just happened? Can they go back and start combing the whole forest with their machine gun and everything? I know this people has AK-45 or something like that. It should be something like do or die. Nigerian life, Nigerian as a country, now it's in a comatose, it's like do or die. Something has to happen to rescue this country where we're going. Are we going to be talking about the economical free fall we are going right now? Then we're going to be talking about human life. So this is like double jeopardy that's going on in Nigeria right now. So what angle, are we going to be talking about? Say, we need to resolve when the main thing, human life, cannot be, cannot be resolved before we can even talk about, the economical hardship everybody's going on right now. So something has to be, something has to happen one man. I don't know what it is, So I'm looking at it from military point of view. I mean, at least Tinubu is saying something. It's not like Buhari, who doesn't say anything. He'd be like a moot, like moot. So I'm beginning to see what kind of person Buhari was during his 8 years in office. I've never seen such a wicked president in my lifetime. Forget about all the whole corruption, just the kind of person, he was at that particular time when he was in office. It's terrible if you really think about it.
He embedded a lot of insecurity in that country. Prestige. Do you remember when he was saying he was going to go and look for old gazettes to find out where the grazing route of the Fulanis are, and he was going to document that in the Nigerian constitution that you have to yield land to them when they're grazing, and then they wanted to create Ruga. Man, that guy, he did a lot of terrible things. That Buhari guy.
The damage that man has done, I'm beginning to see the whole damage right now. It's going to take a long way for we to pull out of this. Even after with the whole policy, that Tinubu and everybody is doing right now. Is that the right policy? I don't know. I'm not an economist, but at least they are, they are talking, they are doing something. I'm not going to say they are doing great or whatever, but everything just went haywire during this Buhari regime. I mean, the way Buhari has set up, Buhari has set us backwards. Maybe I can say maybe about 20 years backwards to recover, but it just, I don't know what man. Sometimes I'm short of word when it comes to Nigeria.
Do you think this spate of insecurity, do you think it's anything to do with the arrest of the Mieti Allah leader who was picked up by the DSS I think a couple of weeks ago? Is there anything to that? Is there any link by do you think there's a link there?
Yeah, could be, there may not be, but even at all it is, it's an excuse. I mean, whatever is happening right now, it's already been planned to perpetuate, whatever is happening. I don't know. It gotta be something really going on, because I can't see how these people will be having all this free will to come in, the boldness, the audacity to come into a city and do whatever they do without no resistance. So is this something that was planned? Whenever they want to do that, the military will disappear? One man, really think about it. Why is that? There's no resistance. There's nobody when something happening. Are they in Kabul with some of the military? Not necessarily the military. The military that force. Their commander will tell them, go somewhere. Don't, go somewhere. And the military, they're not supposed to say anything, whatever, They can't go against what their commander said. So I'm beginning to think there's some inner circle, playing role in this terrorism we are talking about right now. If there's nobody aiding them in the military or in Nigerian government, it's not going to happen. When I mean Nigerian government, I don't mean people in Astro Rock. I mean people within that area of the government. I'm not saying the governors. So I don't know. So
All right, Prestige. Let me take you to the space. The Herbert Wigwe, his body returns, wife and son, but not in the state that they left the country. They've been returned in coffins. So you're following that space, I'm sure. Any thoughts on that?
Yeah, already, but I never really followed it. I saw the video you play, but but I read that their body was brought back today. But I've been reading about the tribute that has been paying to them. You have different people paying tribute, to them, and most of them are like the elite in Nigeria. Dangote, them, the former is that CBN governor, all of them, paying tribute to them. So I mean, they are all those elite, I mean, they are all together. They know each other. So sometimes, when we come here and quarrel, I say, people, please, we shouldn't be dying on their war, so they know each other. But anyway, having said that, it's a pity,
Talking about dying on their war, you know that Dele Farotimi is joining us next week, Friday.
Oh no, I'm gonna be here. I'm gonna be one of them to be here because I'm very curious about what is going on.
That's his book, isn't it? Don't die in
I
their
already wrote down three questions I'm gonna ask him. I'm very curious about what's going on in Labour Party right now, and I'm gonna ask him outright question. I'm not gonna miss word. I'm gonna say how I feel. Anybody can be quarrel about that obedience or anybody else, and I'm just gonna ask question. I'm gonna ask question about Obi, capability of what's going on, right? So I don't want to preview what I'm going to say, but I already wrote down my question. So yeah, I'll be here on Thursday next week. Definitely already.
Friday, you can be here on Thursday,
No,
but
Friday,
be here on
that's
Friday
on
as well.
sorry.
Be here every day of the week. That's better.
Yeah. I'm sometimes I'll be busy. I'll be online. But I'm saying I'm going to be on. I'm going to be available that day because I'm definitely going to ask him because everything I know. What's his name? Came here. What's his name? What's the name of that guy? Bayomi came here, made his own point of view. I listened to some of the things that he said. I think it was a playback. Then I listened to a guy. I think it wasn't it their youth leader, that spoke on the. I think it was Niger Watch. I've never been to Niger Watch in a long time, maybe early last year. But anyway, sometimes I do listen because they said the guy was coming. So I actually listened to the young guy that came on. So I'm beginning to have question about Abure, I mean, because everybody can't be just making excuse for him, and somehow there could be there could be some other role playing. There's no doubt that APC is trying to dislodge him, but every news about his corruption can be, can't just be coincidence. So I'm going to ask him a very prompted question, then ask him what role Obi is playing in, what his leadership, which has come to a question recently. But anyway, beside that, when he come in, I'm gonna make my own points. So that's what I'm trying to say. But anyway, going back to this stuff, what we're talking about right now, it's a pity that he has to die in the way he died, because one of the guy that was speaking, I think it was the guy that followed him. What's his name? Is he from Ogun State or whatever? One of the guy that was saying that, he was supposed to be in that plane before they boarded from California to Las Vegas, during the Super Bowl, but he never went. Then he was calling the wife, calling the son and everybody to find out if they have landed. If he have listened to that story, then after he has finished speaking, during the tribute, when he was walking away, he was crying. So it's a very sad situation. But somebody was saying earlier that it's a loss to Nigeria. Yeah, it's a loss to Nigeria because he has contributed, being the largest lending bank, to my understanding, in Africa. So he has done good in that area. But the problem, is that Bode George that was questioning about how did they make money, he made Lumelu or Tedel and all that kind of things. But that is the problem with Nigerian system. When it comes to banking, which in my own opinion, what I think there might be about 60 to 70%, part of the problem that's going on in Nigeria right now, particularly when it comes to Naira. The banking system has played a very big role. But if that's the case, this man, to my own understanding, didn't commit any crime. He took an advantage of the loophole, going on in Nigeria, and he's not alone in that regard. So, is he a good visionary when it comes to the banking system? Yeah, it seems so, because he seems to be very intelligent in that area. Did he take advantage of what's going on in Nigeria? Yeah, probably, if I have to speculate, I would say definitely he did. Like other people, Lumele, all of them, they are, Dangote or whatever, all of them is perpetuating to what what's going on in Nigeria today. So in that regard, I don't have any fact to back what I'm saying, but if I just have to speculate, that yeah, he played a role in what's going on. So my condolences to him, but it's not just he died, but his wife. His first daughter, his first son died too. So I don't know how you can. mm, I don't know how you can make up such a thing. It's a sad story, okay, That's all I have to say. May he still rest in peace.
Amen to that.
Yeah.
Before I take you on to the next topic, I was sending a text to see if you were watching the Joshua fight. Did you see it?
No, I think somebody said Joshua and that Cameroon person fight. I've not seen it. Who won?
No, I thought you were a boxing match. I thought you were a boxing
I'm not
man.
into boxing. I'm more into
Oh,
soccer,
okay.
of course, entertainment.
All
But I
right.
follow some. I never really watched any boxing match. No, I don't recollect the last time I watched boxing match, even in USA here. But I just followed. I'm very a sports fanatic, but when it comes to boxing, I never attended any boxing match, even when I was in Las Vegas. No, it's not my kind of team. But I try to see who were Merriweather, when he used to fight and everything, and Joshua. I'm very much familiar with Joshua and the Cameroon guy. He's a wrestler, right? So he turned to fight. Yeah, and I followed the other guy a lot. What's his name? The guy is he from Benin? From Benin or from Southwest? I don't know his name. The slender guy. I think.
The MMA fighter.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not. I've never seen him fight, but I followed the results.
Sorry, what's that name?
I don't know his name.
Israel Adesanya.
Israel Adesanya.
Right.
Prince. Prestige has been calling you out since, but carry on.
Yeah, I like him a lot. He's a proud Nigerian. Whenever he's fighting, he just displays, Nigerian flag. Even I thought maybe he's critical of the government because I've heard him say something about the government. The previous government, the present government. But he's very proud of being a Nigerian. So I like him a lot for that. Yeah, I don't really follow.
Joshua won by the way by knockout.
Yeah, he's very good. I never really watch any boxing or MMA fight. Like subscribe. But I have the kind of this thing I have. Internet I have, I could watch it, but it's not my thing. I'm much into soccer. I watch all kind of soccer all over the world, so that's that's my thing. Of course, I follow entertainment, so that's the area.
One man, Anthony Joshua, don't kill that guy,
Yeah, and I locked him out in the second round,
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know why he went and
That
fight.
It's very
Cameroon
good
guy,
for him, actually. Yeah.
he's big for nothing. He just use blow, knock the guy down. The guy just big
Wow.
for nothing.
That was in the second round.
Yes.
Yeah. Second round. The guy used
I
blow
thought he
finish that
would have been
Cameroon guy.
tougher, being somebody that fight, MMA. He would
I
have been
even thought that the guy would be very hard for Joshua. But the kind
right.
of punch he give him,
Well, I
the
thought he
man
was,
just fall.
he was going to be able to sustain any kind of punches or that kind of, fighting like that. I know, he doesn't do much of punching. It's more of wrestling kind of MMA fight, but he would have been able to sustain. But hey, I guess you are messing with the boss of Joshua Staru. So I can see that because he's normal. So one for Nigeria, one for zero for Cameroon. Yeah.
All right, brilliant. And this headline, Prestige, I'm sure your contribution part of this. Nigerian diaspora remittances increase by over 400% in 1 month to 1 point.
What? I thought it was
Yes.
gonna be I thought it was gonna be 200%. I didn't know it's 400%.
What are you making of that? A lot of the conversation is that people are trying to take advantage of this skittish exchange rate
Yeah,
that just seems to be.
definitely.
Yeah.
Apart from sending money to their people, people are doing a lot of investment. What I mean investment, like building houses. People who has been building houses before, maybe was gonna take them because I had a story about some woman, I think it was Obodoyibo or something like that. She just built a house in Benin, in Benin. She said this this Naira increase and everything, this it really helped her, build a house, finish it right, more than what she expected, because her expectation was it's going to be in the next 5 years. But when this money, because she live in London, increased, she was able to finish building her house late this year. Yeah, I can see. I see most of them have a lot of it has to be. I don't know how many percentage of that you can contribute about investment in Nigeria. When I mean investment, I'm talking about building houses and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, some of them are like that. Of course, in my own part, I would say mine is a little bit more than double, so that I can say 400%. So, right, yeah.
All right, brilliant.
Yeah, before I go, are you done? Am I done?
No, you're not done. Because there's not that many.
Okay, let me go to the other one. But I still want to speak to Prince Daddy before I leave, please.
Okay, go on. Have that conversation, and then I'll take you on to another, just to take a break from the Nigerian ghost bus. Yeah.
Prince Daddy.
Yes,
In
Mr.
don't run away.
Prestige. No,
Yeah, hi,
not
my
me.
brother. How
I
you
did.
doing?
Good.
I'll be very honest. I just want to tell you something. I always like your submission and everything, and I respect you. Okay, you're one of my best panelists here. Okay, so you're not. I don't put you in the Agbado category by no means.
No, hold on, Prestige. Carry on, but before you carry on, who is your best analyst? Not in all of on this platform.
On this platform?
Yes.
Oh no, I'll be very direct and directly. This is how I see people, and I'm going to call it how I see things. Prince Dad is my number one, unequivocally. Followed by Ajali Coco. What's his name? Kulata is alright, but sometimes he
the Agbado gets in his head. Sometimes the Agbado gets in his head. Yeah.
Yeah, he probably listening. So that's why I mentioned his name. So I'm not going to mention other people that I don't know that are here. But to be honest,
who is your worst? Who is your worst? As if we don't know. Who is your worst?
Hold on. Who is my worst? And
one man
he's
is your
not
worst.
here, so I would have liked him to be here. But it's enigmatic.
Of course.
It's not that I'm saying enigmatic is not smart or whatever. I like the way he talk, and I can believe he has a very good knowledge about this.
Do you know who my best panelist is?
Who?
Man of Prestige.
Don't say that.
All right, carry on. Have your conversation with her.
But anyway, so you asked me who my worst. Yeah.
Your money.
Yeah, I mean, hey,
The
you
only
know.
quarrel I have with enigmatic was when you go to some tribal issue. You know, I don't like that. That that get me to the core. But is it not people about it?
Presid, I'll just say this, and then you have your conversation with Prince Daddy.
Okay.
Out of all of the people that come here, I think the person that is most uncomfortable with sort of ethnic conversations is probably you.
Yeah,
I don't think
I don't
you don't
like that,
like it at
honestly.
all. I know.
Sometimes I know I've gone off, about something happening in the southeast or something like that, but that's just something different, being in that area. But anyway, let me go with my brother Prince Daddy. Yeah, I like to dialogue with her, and I like her narrative when it comes to Nigerian issue. So Prince Daddy, how are you there now?
I did, my brother.
Are you
And thanks for the
still feeling
compliment.
your Trumpism right now after what happened yesterday? You see my guy, 81 years old man. That is a very. Have you seen that kind of speech in your lifetime? Have you seen that kind of speech? That man was on fire.
Stop it, man.
He was on fire. Biden has vigorated, and the progressive are riding high right now. We're gonna redefine who Trump is.
What did
I
it take
think you
before
drank the
he
Kool-Aid.
came for that
You drank the
speech?
Kool-Aid.
What did it
I
take?
drank Kool-Aid.
What did it take before coming to that to deliver that speech? He was talking so angrily, frowned his face. He was so what's going on?
Because you said that he's not going to be able to last 20 minutes. That's what
they gave him that double shot. They gave him that double shot.
He can get a booster. He can get a booster. Doesn't our president in Nigeria get a booster? So what are you talking about? The man was one man. You need to just go listen in a little bit of soundbite. That man was on fire. He was stronger than me. The man was firing for 60 minutes.
He didn't take his shot in the morning. He took both morning and night together.
No. To be more realistic, that man, even the Republican, right? Even Mike Johnson or whatever, they was nodding head, but they don't want, he was penning them. Should I clap? Should I not clap?
Prestige, your man was lying. It was lying. He was lying
it
about
doesn't
everything.
Matter. That's politics. Whether it was lying or not, but he made us proud. He made independence proud. So you're in trouble. When we define Trump, all those people that voted for Nikki Haley, let me tell you what happened. Trump always has about 30% of the base, but right now it's 29% of the base that he has. That's not going to win him election.
No, but Madam President, you know very well that most of the more than 50% of the people that voted for Nikki Haley were independents or Democrats. You know that. There's no real MAGA. No real MAGA will vote for Nikki Haley.
The Republican that voted for him, they say they are not voting for Trump. They may not vote or they will vote for God. Go and listen to the narrative.
No, that's CNN propaganda. We all know it's a lie. It's a farce.
I read first.
No,
and you're gonna put that young girl from Alabama to report his speech. The girl was nervous. I'm not saying what he said was wrong, but the delivery was chaos. It's like a child delivering. Everything Republican touch, it's like a poison.
My Prestige, look, those people that voted for Nikki Haley saying they are not sure if they are going to vote for Trump or they must say it's a lie. If you and if you know the Republican, we all live in this.
No. I said some of them. Some of them. I didn't say all of them. I know how politics work in this country.
Because they are not MAGA Republican. They're not even Republicans. So of course they're not going to vote for Trump. They're going to vote for Biden or whomever. They're not going to vote for Trump. Listen, you remember Nikki Haley? She won that. What state did she win? Is it Rhode Island that she won? And more than 50% of those voters were independents or Democrats. She had no chance. So the fact that they claim they're not going to vote for Trump or MAGA doesn't matter.
Okay.
We have the base.
How do you win an election in this country? Is it not by independence? You can give Republican, you can give Republican maybe about 40, let's say Democrat about 45, Then the rest are independents.
And you're right about that. And that's why Trump, for the first time, is leading Biden when it comes to the women.
Oh,
Is
forget
leading
about it.
Biden
You
with
know what?
is
You know
leading
what they're
Biden
doing?
with
They are
black men.
deceiving.
Is
They are
leading
deceiving
Biden
you.
with
The
Hispanics.
posters. The posters are deceiving you. Believe me. Go,
You know,
Prince Daddy, you hear,
and
right? We're gonna be
why.
alive. We're gonna
Well,
be alive
Prestige,
after November the 5th.
that's why
You're
you
gonna see.
people
You're gonna
open
see.
the borders. That's why you open the borders for the illegal immigrants to come in undocumented, so you can count them. That's why you guys are doing so. It's all for the vote, and it's not gonna work. It may work in the next 12 years, but not now, not now. And that's why in New York they shut it down. They were trying to get them to vote in their local election. They shut it down. You guys, you guys have a plan, a really, dangerous plan at work, but it's not going to work
Okay,
this time
okay,
around.
Prince Daddy, that is the only talking point you have. You don't have any economical to show off. I mean, everything here, like counter whatever is good for this country. Show me any economical stuff you have done since you have been in power. I mean, I'm talking about the Republican side. Nothing. All your talk is, gaslighting people about this border stuff. That's all you can offer.
No, no,
Nothing.
no, no,
Republican don't have anything to offer.
Prestige, that's not gaslighting. I mean, what is going on down in the southern border is not a joke. Only if you knew.
Yeah,
See,
that's part of it. But that
let me
doesn't
tell you
that does
one
not
thing.
elect you. That does not elect you up for president. It's not gonna make you to be. It's not gonna make your MAGA people to be president. Look at the economic status in Nigeria. I mean in America right now. The unemployment. The lowest unemployment ever. What's the unemployment today?
The
3.9.
lowest unemployment because people are
The
not
lowest in
working.
50 years in the last
The,
1
the
year.
lowest in 50 years, and that's why a lot of people are on welfare. The lowest, and a lot of people are homeless. Yes, the lowest because people are not working. The
What are you
people are not
talking
working
about?
because
There's
the
the
economy is
abundance of
bad.
work. There's a time for work for work. Come get work. Minimum wage has gone up $25 here in California. Some place like in Florida, they're supposed to be increasing it. Minimum wage has gone up. I mean, there's plenty of job. I mean, if you don't, if you're not making a lot, you complain about inflation. Go get a second job or ask for pay raise. I mean, the opportunity is there. What are you complaining about? This is a great country. I mean, what
Well,
kind of
I agree.
inflation?
I agree with you that it's a great country, and that's why it's always comical when enigmatic compare me with obedience, because it is a great you and I, we can disagree, but we can also agree that it's a great country, and we're not trying to abandon America. We're not trying to, because we live here, right? So, but at the end of the day, we want a leader like Trump, okay, that actually care for the people, not just the politicians and the rich people, that cares for everyone. We need a leader that's going to drive down the price of gas, okay, reduce the inflation, right, and have good um export manufacturing in this country to other countries, so we can get create more jobs. America needs manufacturing jobs, and Biden is killing it. Drill, baby, drill. We're gonna drill, and we're gonna reduce the price of gas, a gallon of gas, to like less than $2. And that's what it was when Trump was in power.
Forget global warming, Abby. Forget global warming.
Biden is not making the gas go up. That's
Global,
not going
what
to
is global
happen.
warming?
You're just painting Trumpism narrative here. Just look at the unemployment
No,
rate. Look at
no,
the
it's a
inflation.
I lived it. Not only
Look at the
you
job that
also
was
lived
added
it. You
today.
know that.
270 something job. It was 300 last month. I mean, it's an abandoned job. We need people to come help us, work here. We have plenty of jobs. What are you complaining? People are looking for jobs. Biden has the best economical, contribution in my lifetime since I've been in this country. Forget about Obama or that, Clinton.
Our deficit keep going up. The billions of dollars are given to Ukraine. What about that? It doesn't bother you. It doesn't bother you, right?
Yeah, it doesn't bother me, but America can afford it. What are you talking about?
Well, we have the highest deficit in the past, whatever, since the beginning of this country. The deficit keeps growing because we keep spending money we don't have. You keep saying we can afford it. Till when?
Yeah, but is that not a recording decimal? There was never a time you didn't have the highest deficit.
Yeah, there was never a time.
But it was manageable. It was always manageable. Right now, it has ballooned to No, it has
Look at the
ballooned to.
stock market in the last 1 year or so. See how the stock market, your 401k and everything has ballooned, and you here complaining. What's the matter with you?
Prestige. All I know is that look, your man Biden, there's no way he can win the next election. See the stealing and the rigging they did in the last election. If they did that this time around, it's not going to work because this
Okay.
time around Trump is going to win overwhelmingly. Listen, among all the constituents from Hispanics, black men to the white class, is going to win everything. And the polls are showing it, and I know from Bloomberg,
Oh, why are you
too.
paying attention to that poll at this time, this early time? This is the problem they have. They are deceiving you when it's become Biden and Trump, because before it's not just
What
Biden and Trump.
margins? What margins are showing in the polls? What margins
Well,
are
some
showing
of
in the
them
polls?
has Trump leading in the nation by 4 points. Maybe some of the
Right,
swing
and that's
states, but
huge. That is huge.
but
What 4 points is.
that's not until the election we start defining who Trump is. People have not wound up into the
Say,
election yet.
unlike other candidates, Prestige, that Trump is undefinable. You know that there's nothing. It's like a duck. It's like water off a duck's back. It's like nothing sticks to him.
Hold on. So what did Trump
91
did?
charges,
What
91
did Trump
criminal
did
charges
yesterday or
against him,
today?
and nothing is sticking.
President Biden is now talking about talking about economical, how to benefit the country. And what is Trump doing? He's having a cup of tea at Mar-a-Lago with a
Well,
dictatorship from
it's
Europe.
not the president right now. Of course, it's not the president, but he has better
Then
ideas.
why you can't win to a dictatorship? From what is it, from Kosovo or whatever? I've forgotten where the name of that president from. He considered him to be a strong man. People like Putin. You want to isolate America, make them worse what they are right now? Come on now, start speaking from mega point of view. It just kind of surprised me. An intelligent man from Nigeria come here, and complain about the corruption and institutional corruption in Nigeria, and you come here, and you try to have the same idea, you try to believe what this Trump is perpetuating, and that's still Iran.
I
What
have
has
a
got into
question
what has got
for
into
the
some
MAGA
Nigerians
man, sir.
that is
Uh-huh.
asking for good governance?
I have a
I was
question.
waiting for you, Babati, to come
Oh
in.
no, Baba, not even Babati. Babati know nothing.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, I said it.
Okay. Okay. So I have a question for Prince Daddy. What do you think Trump should pick for VP? Obviously, he's not going to go with that idiot, Mr. Shock Therapy from the last time. What do you think?
I have an idea, but I'm not American, so I'm not part of this conversation. But what about the Indian guy?
Oh, hell no.
Ramaswamy?
Hell no,
Yeah.
no. We love him, but no.
We are all in suspense, actually. We can't wait. We like all salivating. But if you have a magic ball, you can tell us. I'd like to know what you have in mind, Roman, because I don't know, actually.
No. That was my thought. Rashawami or however.
Oh, okay. Vivek.
Yes.
Ramaswamy. Vivek is actually on a short list, according to what I've heard.
He's going to be that lady from New York, the second in command. What's her name? The lady from New York.
Republican?
Yeah, that's who they say he might pick. The lady from New York. What's her name? I think he's the second in command to Mike Johnson. Well, I've forgotten her name. But it doesn't
from
really
New
matter.
York? No, but something tells me that he may choose a female, right? A woman, right? And of course, I don't think Carrie Lake is going to be on it. I mean, she's on a short list, but who knows? Carrie Lake is out there. MTG is out there, and I don't think Boebert is going to be on.
What about Tim Scott from South Carolina?
Now, personally, I don't like Tim Scott, but Donald, that young guy, the younger black dude, Donald, I like him. That would work.
The one that gave the speech at the convention.
Yeah, the young black dude.
Are you talking about Scott? Are you talking about Scott?
No, Scott is
not Tim Scott. Not Tim Scott. No.
The guy from Florida.
Yes, exactly.
The black guy.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Oh, I mean, how long he's been in the Congress? About 4 years or I don't know. But
No, no. The reason why that will work is because, and I agree with Prince, is because if you look at what is going on, even you as a Democrat, you have to be worried with what's going on in Chicago, New York, in those areas that ordinarily it's a automatic vote for Democrat. They're having to rethink in the black community now with the way you have these people taking over the stuff in
but
the
gee,
community.
y'all are
That's what
worried
I'm
for
trying
a
to tell
run now.
Prestige, though. Prestige doesn't want to listen to that.
Y'all have miss priority when it comes to
It's
that.
not this. It's what they are saying in their own community. It's not
Forget
what I am
about what they
saying.
say. There's no way they're going to vote for Trump. Come
Are
rain,
you? Are you?
sunshine, no way. Forget
Okay.
about what they say right now. I'm telling you, as somebody, who study American politics.
They
We
closed
both.
Prestige. They closed their school down to house illegal immigrants. They give them
Immigrants.
credit cards.
Yeah,
Imagine that.
I'm
They
not
give them
saying what is
housing,
happening
health
right now is
care,
right
and
or
they don't have
wrong, but
anything. And think they're going to vote
when it
for.
comes to the
Okay.
last day, because
Okay.
of who Trump, was in the first 4 years he was in power, they're gonna end up saying, okay, let's wait to these two evil people. Which one is better? And it's gonna come down to Biden.
No,
So
Prestige. No.
what female name did you? I think that girl from, because maybe that governor from South Dakota, that pretty
Oh,
from South
Christian
Dakota.
Nome. Christian Nome.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
very beautiful. She likes beautiful.
That white supremacy
But
from
I'm saying that when it comes to women votes, if you're gonna vote for Trump as a woman, regardless of who he picks, you already have your mind made, and it's about white women anyways. You know how they betrayed their. No,
it's good for him to pick a
You
woman,
know
but
how they
it's
betrayed
not gonna make any
no,
difference.
no, Prestige. You know how they betrayed the sisterhood, right? After the whole grab them by the pussy thing for the last time, and they
Right?
still voted for Trump. So those ones are going to vote for Trump regardless. All those what do you call it? Suburban
Suburban
mom,
women.
they're going to vote for Trump. So I don't think you should pick a woman. I even heard that Greg Habert is on the list. That is more hawkish pick now. You don't need Greg to get you more votes. You're gonna get.
Yeah.
You don't need him to.
I don't think Greg. I think just on there for whatever reason.
If
But
he gets if he gets a likable black guy, I'm telling you, he might get 30% of the
who's out there? Who's likable black guy out there? Really, is I don't think Tim Scott. He wants a position in administration, but I don't think he's gonna get it. I don't see Tim Scott.
But not the Florida guy, because the guy is a MAGA too. So he's already been defined.
He's already been defined.
Trump
I
Okay.
likes
mean, he may be younger, but
loyalty now. He values loyalty. If you're a loyal guy,
But
he likes. He doesn't like people that
exactly.
but that's not going to
If
persuade black people. That's my point. Y'all are painting
you know,
the wrong narrative that is not going to work for. It's not going to work for Republican. I mean, I'm
see,
just seeing what I'm
this
seeing
is a
right now.
golden opportunity for Ron DeSantis if he had played his politics rightly. This would have been. It was a given that Ron DeSantis was going to be the VP candidate to Trump. But of course, he listened to the pundits and the consultants, and
The problem with DeSantis, he was busy playing wolf, 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 wolf. He can't even define what wolf is when he was asked. So that's the problem. That's why his politics took it.
I think he could have done better, but he was trying to beat Trump so bad. He was trying to mimic like Trump and act like Trump. He lost himself in a way. So I think that's what did him in DeSantis. But
the difference this time around, Babati, is that look, unlike Mike Pence, that the Republican establishment actually, put him forward for Trump to pick. This time around, the VP pick is going to be strictly on Trump's, discretion. Absolutely. So whatever he chooses is going to respond for it. He's going to respond for it.
Well, I mean, if you want to talk about Republican Party, maybe before a little bit half and half, but it's now almost 99% Trump. Whatever Trump won. I mean, his daughter-in-law is going to be the co-chairman, whether you like it or not.
Exactly, of the RNC.
Everything is going to be about Trump. So let's see how that's going to play. I don't know what Trump is doing.
because he has the leverage to do that. And back
Yes,
to
exactly. He has the leverage of that 29% of Republican. So that's not going to win him election. That's what I was trying to educate Prince Daddy.
You can't pick Vanny Swaney for instance because his value is already tied with Trump. He's a Trumper in a way. And you don't, black are not going to vote for one Indian. Let's be honest, they're not going to vote for an Indian VP. I'm just being honest with you guys, because there's tension in between those two communities. People don't want to talk about it, but this is politics now. So you cannot. He's a good guy, but you cannot go with him as a VP. He has to be somebody, maybe like a white woman or a black man. That is, or maybe a black woman.
No,
What about that? Do you have any black woman in the
black
Republican Party
woman?
that you can vote?
What about Condoleezza Rice? What
Condo
about
Wu?
Condoleezza
One man,
Rice?
let's just move on. You don't know. I mean, no, Condo Wu. No.
Condoleezza Rice, she's that extremely brilliant woman. I mean, should have been great. Should be a great VP. That lady is so brilliant. But I don't think she's gonna. I don't think so. I mean,
That's the only reasonable person I can think about. Right, but the other Republican, they don't have any kind of sway. But Condoleezza Rice, maybe, yeah, I can see that. But anyway, let's go back to Nigeria. I just want to give you some information about Prince Daddy. Then that's the only reason why Baba T jumped in, because he heard about Mega. But anyway, welcome, Baba T.
all right, Prestige. Thanks.
I have a name, by the way, before you go on. I have a black woman that I think will be good. What about Carrie Lake?
Who?
Carrie Lake. She's a black woman. She's a Republican.
Carrie Lake. No, he's not. She's not.
Yeah, she's
You're talking
Republican.
about the lady from Arizona?
Yeah, Carrie Lake.
No, she's not black.
Well, she's
what are you
half
talking
black.
about? She's running for Senate right now.
You say she's black? Really?
She's half black now, or half something.
No, she's not.
She's not.
I mean, if you guys give Kamala Harris,
It's white as you can see him. She
if Kamala,
may be a little bit
no,
dark in complexion,
if Kamala Harris passes for black, then Kylie Lake is
Okay, I
black.
got you.
Okay, I got you. But
Is Kamala Harris black?
Is that how they are? Is that
MAGA than she is? So that's the illusion. Didn't she lost her Senate bid in from Arizona last year? Now she's running for governorship, which is going to lose too. Because the guy
is that how Kamala Harris is being presented in the United States as a black woman?
She's been portrayed
as a black woman.
Well, she's black.
I thought she was Indian.
So if she's black now, then everybody's black now. You forgot the
Indian. When she came to the Senate, she was introduced in the Senate, the United States Senate, as the first Indian American woman. That's how she was introduced. But today she's black.
Where did you see that? I think
the whole world sees her as an American, as an Indian woman.
The way they were talking about it, that she has Indian heritage because the mom is from India, the dad is a black from Jamaica.
I have one more question for Prestige. Why did you forget this guy that served on that Trump, Ben Carson?
What?
Ben Carson for VP.
What's the matter with you? What?
I mean, he's a surgeon. I mean, he's a smart guy.
Prestige. He called Ben Carson a world-renowned surgeon. Really?
I'm talking about politics. I'm talking about his in the NF when it comes to politics. Forget about his intellectual. He's one of the best surgeons.
He served as Secretary for Housing Development on that.
Yeah,
Trump.
what did he do? I mean, look at his record during the housing period, during the former when Trump was in power before. I mean, that man was like a lame, dumb stuff. He didn't do nothing. I mean, he was one of the most criticized. He was one of the most criticized person during Trump regime. I mean, come on now, Ben Carson. No. What kind of black vote are you trying to get with him? I mean, people regard him as a rhino. So what are you talking about?
Well, we can't wait for the VP votes, but we can go back to the Nigerian politics.
Okay, go ahead.
Is the VP? Is it a party pick or a candidate pick? Who gets the pick?
Candidate.
Well, this is not Nigeria that will say we have appointed one for you. They don't do that here. You decide who you want. That is the reason why John McCain can pick that empty head from
Sarah
Alaska.
Pelly.
And nobody says anything because that's who he wants.
Is that not the Tea Party lady?
No, but that's what he wanted. You decide who you
one man.
want.
That's the lady that said you can't put a lipstick on a pig. It's still gonna be a pig. That's what she's known for.
On annoying Fidigbamak.
Is that not? Wasn't that her talking point that was introduced during the convention?
Man, she was god awful during the debates, man. It was hard to watch. I'm like, how did you pick this woman? I mean, what is this? It was terrible. But
the only thing people can remember him is that narrative.
I can see do you remember? I can see Russia from my house.
And okay, that's another one because she's from Alaska, so she claimed that she can see Russia from her house.
Dumb man.
That was very political entertainment we had during the John McCain time, So, but it's going to duplicate itself this time, All we're going to have from Trump right now is going to be all entertainment, That's all, because he speak anything he wants to. He speak his mind off the club.
Prestige, I have to agree with you on one thing though. The past 6-7 months, the stock market has been wonderful. It's been
what do you mean
great.
the past what are you talking about?
No,
I'm
saying
on
the average. I'm not trying to be your forehead. I do. I trade as I know. So
I know
I'm saying that it's been amazing for the past 6 years. About 5
well,
to 6
it has
years
gone up to a different level. You say it like that.
Yeah.
Man.
So on that one, I can't. Me, I vote for my own interest. So and if this continues into the election, Prince ID, I'm sorry, I might have a rethink if this continues. So.
Oh my God!
Where are you even with? Where are you even with in American? Are you anybody's
our brother Babati?
Yeah, is anybody's bride?
I'm an economic. It's for my own economic benefit. I don't care. I can discuss social issues, but if it favors my own bottom line, then I'm going to do.
Babati is going to continue and it's going to get better because there's no trend showing any kind of downturn very soon. I mean, the inflation is.
I told you, I'm not. I'm a conservative, not a Republican. It's different. That's
okay. You can claim what you want, but that's why I'm just saying these Republicans don't have anything to offer. All they have to offer is immigration. Tell me what kind of economic, since you took over the Congress, you have added to this country. All you do is an obstruction on obstruction. I mean, they presented an immigration package. One man. You see all these people complain about immigration. They have one of their best conservative person from Republican Party that draw what considered to be the best immigration package ever. You know what happened? They were supposed to pass it, and it was drawn by Republican. So Democrats said, we're going to go with it. You know what happened? Trump said no. So how can you be coward to one person? I mean, like he's the emperor of your party. Of course, he is right now. Everything Trump says goes. What kind of world are we living? People don't sit down and think about what Trump is doing to that party. I mean, Trump said don't do this, they do. Everybody cower to him. I mean, there's no democracy when it comes to a Republican Party. The way they cower to Trump, and you think that this is normal it's normal democracy. I'm Prince Daddy.
So, Oman, before we move on, Prestige, are you comfortable? Let's say halfway through, let's say Biden wins, right? Halfway through his presidency, Kamala Harris takes over. Do you have any confidence? Are you comfortable?
I don't have really something to judge about Kamala Harris. I don't really have any kind of antecedent to judge Kamala Harris. But
Okay.
what I know that the Republican has defined him very bad.
I don't think Biden will finish his second term.
Okay, that's your opinion. How you know?
I don't.
But they said that about the first term, though, didn't they?
Right. Okay. How old is Trump? Is it not only about 3 years different or whatever? Okay, you don't know what happened. I myself, I don't know what's going to happen tomorrow. I mean, Biden is 81 years old. Are you telling me he may not live to be 100? You can't forecast.
I'm
But
just
it's not
saying,
even the problem. The
in
structure.
case it does
America
not
is not.
make it, it's
Wait
like,
a minute.
are you
America is not
comfortable?
Nigeria.
Are you comfortable with the President Kamala Harris?
I don't know. I'm not good. I can't answer
Even
that.
guy,
She
even
doesn't
yourself,
have any
no,
antecedent.
you don't want that. I know you're not comfortable, and she's from your state too, by the way, and you're not comfortable with that. But
Yeah.
you know she's not.
She was one of the best Attorney General.
Yeah, locking all the black people up, Abi. Yeah, locking all the black people up in California. That's what you're talking about.
When you commit a crime, you need to pay for it. What are you talking
Okay,
about?
okay.
Because she's black, she's
Yeah,
gonna give
right.
them a favor? No.
Yeah.
I
The
mean,
one,
you like came from
the one she
from
apologized for, Abi. That one.
what to apologize about? She did a
Yeah,
great
okay.
job when she was Attorney General.
So why did she apologize for it then?
Well, it's political pressure, You know how it
Really?
is.
I see.
When you do something, come out and
It was
apologize.
unfair to the black
She
people in
said, well,
California now.
she didn't
You know
apologize,
that.
but she said she may have done something different.
No, it was unfair. No, the law, the way it was written, it was unfair. Come on. Even she had to admit that, like, it was kind of too strict. Come on.
Well, you have some tough Attorney General. They have to do what they think is the way to, to liberate some of the, bad thing happening at that particular time. I mean, I don't fault her for what she did. Don't commit any crime if you don't want to pay for it. That's the way I see things. So I don't see anything that she did. She didn't put any innocent person, in jail. She did not. So I think it's the way you have painted her. That's why her popularity. But I don't know what she could have done. So I don't have any issue about that. Whether Biden finish, by the time he finishes, he's going to be 85, which is probably currently he is the oldest president running and occupying the position. But that's notwithstanding. We don't know how long that one is going to last in this air. But Biden, I mean, even Trump. Tell me what Trump know about politics when he came into power. Is it not the structure that surrounded Trump? Babati, can you actually say that Trump was the one, his brain, his policy, from his own mind, is the one that run this country during his 4 years that he was there? Is it not because of the economic people that he has around him that make it better?
Isn't
Of
that
course,
sign of a good
hold
leader?
on. Of course, I have my
You
opinion.
get no. You
I
see,
mean, he
unlike
inherited
the
a good
Nigerian, hold
economy.
on, unlike the
He
Nigerian
inherited
version
a
of
good
democracy.
economy from Obama. So that kind of transcend to him,
Yeah.
help him for the, first 3 years or whatever.
By the way, I heard his wife is still, planning. Is Michelle still planning?
No, all those are Republican narrative. That woman is not running. Yeah, I don't know why you're coming about it.
I think she's gonna run for something one day. Maybe she's a senator or something.
Maybe you're wrong. We
Yeah.
already settled for Biden, and Biden is running. You see what's been happening since yesterday. I mean, everywhere, in the country, I mean, the confidence is high right now, because Biden has rejuvenated, so.
Yeah, they gave him his shot.
Okay, what's wrong with that? Don't our president take shot in Nigeria? What are you talking about?
That one, Naigbo shot.
It doesn't matter. You can smoke it well, whatever. All I need him to win the election, and stay for the next 4 years, more than that. I mean,
Yeah,
come on, 85.
but to ramp it up, the markets are responding well to I mean, if you look at the cap, I mean, Nvidia gained 2.3 billion they lost it in 30 minutes and they gained it back in about 5
sorry,
minutes.
what is that Nvidia? I've been
Nvidia
hearing
is all your AI stuff now. They have to go through all this circuit and everything. And they're going to be the one to power it. Nvidia was a no name like a $40 company before now. Now they are close to $1,000. They almost went close to $1,000 today.
Is it what putting money in Naira to buying some?
I mean, it's going to go to about $1,200. So even if you put an option call to it for the next 3 or 4 months, so Nvidia is going to go up. If it's tech or anything that has to do with AI for the next 5 to 6 months, is going to run up.
You see,
Because the kind
this
of
is what I'm
inflow of
telling
money
them.
goes.
Thank you, Babati, for sometime telling the truth, because that's an indication of what's going to what's going to
That is not
happen
his
in the
policy
next few
now.
months.
That's technology space now. It's not going to do with
Right, I'm talking about the
before
economic boom that's transferring from all aspect of the economy, because there's no trend showing that American economy is on the wrong track.
No, I'm not saying that. All he has to do is just control inflation below 2 digits. If you can keep it on that below 10, if in the next 4, we will be fine. But in terms of like stock market and stuff, I'm telling you, the next 3 to 4 years will be the best time to buy anything in stock that has to do with AI, because the amount of money pouring in and the potential for that one man, it is insane.
You know what,
It is
Baba T,
it's
I need to talk
unbelievable,
to you
Mama.
about
It's
the AI
unbelievable.
stock, because I'm not really looking into that.
You should,
Yeah.
because AI is going to impact everybody's life in the next 3 years. You're going to
Right.
see it. It's going to. Everybody's going to have to adapt to it. So if you invest in anything that has to do with AI tech for daily living and everything like that, then
You
you
know
make.
what? I think can they send me some thing about that? I need to review that. Yeah.
Yeah, essentially it's daily. It's daily. So, yeah. So we worked on something. I think before it traveled, and today I saw. I mean, Nvidia went up by in a day, in 30 minutes, by 2.3 billion dollars in 30 minutes.
Wow. Yes.
And it's been
Are they on the cusp of a big announcement?
Oh man, this is even because they keep signing deals with different companies. And a month ago, one man, this stock was at about 550. That was when your lady from California, what's her name? Former Speaker of the House, Pelosi.
Yeah.
She bought about $10 million worth of Nvidia when it was 500. A month ago, it's almost close to $1,000 now.
So don't say
she's
that
raising
she's an
almost.
inside trader. She has an information.
Yeah,
Don't say that.
but it was obvious now. Everybody saw it coming.
What
It
is
wasn't like it
obvious?
was
You
shocking.
see, don't come with that conspiracy talk. You don't have a fact to back what you're talking about.
The what?
Go ahead.
Now, but I'm saying that some companies you can just tell. Like for instance, Target is
Okay. I see what you're talking
Target
about.
is gonna go down
Okay.
because they've been losing money. So if you buy up to the way down, you make money. But Nvidia, Tesla, Apple is gonna double. Apple is gonna double by the end of summer. Everybody knows that. So once you know it, it's just you can see it there.
Do they have a leading position in the AI space, Apple?
Once again, it's attached to, because those companies are attaching themselves to Nvidia and all those chip companies. So it's like, man, I have a company, I make stuff, and I'm like, wait a minute, I'm buying Apple, but they keep discussing AI, and the biggest company that is doing chips for AI stuff is going to be that company. So it's like something is coming down the line, but they cannot announce it now, obviously. All right. But they keep doing what will make you suggest, like, why do you keep buying Nvidia, all those? Why do you keep doing that? Because Nvidia powers all those games that you see, Xbox, PlayStation. That is Nvidia tech now. So all those gaming systems.
Who is behind it? Do we know? Is this a Chinese? Who is Nvidia?
I mean, Nvidia is more of I don't Nvidia.
Let's
It's a California-based company. It's California.
So it's an American.
It's American.
Okay.
It's American. So you have Porsche, you have Lily. So look at the cars that is coming out. Look at the phones. Even in healthcare, you have AI. Even in sales, you have AI. Even in man, they even say in the next 2 years, even our TV stuff might just be newscaster will just be AI reporting news and stuff. Everything is changing. So
wow. Wow.
Is it a space we want to go to though?
You have no choice now. So one man, so look at buy Microsoft, buy Amazon. They're going to go up. It's inevitable. It's going up. Everybody's investing in.
Okay, Baba T, how about small company like Dollar General, Family Dollar? They're not more stable. Just for a small amount of investment in that area.
When those ones, Dollar General makes money because of real estate. It's not because of what they sell.
Right. I know that.
That's their own business model now. So that one you will make steady money now. They always make money. So just wait until they declare their quarterly profit. So you buy before they declare. Oh, we're going to announce profit. Just buy before. Once they announce, it goes up. Then you sell. Then you buy again when they do the next one. So before they
who is the most aggressive person in that? Is it Elon Musk in that AI space? Who is the most
anybody that wants to power their stuff with AI? So if any company that you know wants
no, I mean in terms of the players in that field, who is the most aggressive? Because Elon Musk is always talking about AI. I thought he was the leading person in that space.
I mean, don't you have other companies? I mean, Nvidia. I mean, they have Coreways. You have Amazon. You have Google. You have Microsoft. You have AMD.
Did
AMD one man, by the way, AMD. If you think Nvidia is too expensive, go with AMD. They're also like Nvidia too. Semiconductor industry. AMD is also one of them. That
but Nvidia has been around for a long time. They just happens. But I didn't know what you said earlier. So I did become what, like a clearing house for AI, or did this set the standard for AI? What?
No,
what
because like they're like semiconductor industry, right? So like those microchips for. So whatever you want to do, like cloud server, everything that requires microchips, right now they are the leading in terms of what it can become. So for now, the two that I know that I can say, now think about it, I'm talking as an investor now, not a tech guy, just as an investor of what I see, right? So as an investor, where do I want to put my money when it comes to AI tech? I want to go with Nvidia, AMD, Amazon, Google, Meta, the Facebook guy, Meta. Yes, that I will go with Meta than Test. To me, that would be what I would want to put my money in, and just leave it there. But the next 3-4 months, you're gonna see, after summer ends, you're gonna see that explosion. From now to summer ending, you will see, like, you will know where we're going. So we should have an idea by end of summer. So that's the new tech now, man. But Nigeria, I don't even know what's going to happen to Nigeria when everything is AI powered. We're still talking about the 2G network, and just a sad group of people.
Did Facebook not attempt at that AI space and it went belly up on them?
No. That is virtual reality. That is not. It's an attempt on one part of it now. That's not. That's just virtual reality. As part of it. But just if you, so this is what will happen, one man. Look at that company, AI, Nvidia, on your Google alert, whatever, maybe your news story. Just have Nvidia or anything you trade with. Once you want, so on that, and let me do that. Let me just do something.
Yeah.
So if I do Nvidia,
but
like
it seems like AI is behind most of the stock that's supposed to be, I mean, in the next 5 months or 2 months, that's supposed to take it to the next level. But about 2 or 3 of them that are seeing is AI behind them,
That's what I'm saying. So
yeah.
if your news report, if your news report is attached to Nvidia or AMD, any news that has to do with AMD or Nvidia that is cheap, they will let you know. So every company is buying stuff from this company. They are doing so. What is going on? So that tells you where the money is moving. You must follow the money. Where is the money moving to? Once money start flowing into one area, then you know that's where to invest. But you must follow the story. So if you look at Nvidia today, they have about 200 stories on Nvidia only. Benzinga, Alpha, Newswatch, Nasdaq, Reuters is all Nvidia.
Yeah,
So
I
that
mean,
tells
the
you
way
that's
the way they're
where the
talking
money is
about it
going.
is very, very. I mean, some of them say, it might, from now to the next year, it might gain up to 100% or more. I mean,
Right.
wow.
So to me, if you think Nvidia is too expensive, look at AMD. AMD is about 147 right now. They've doubled too as well. So AMD is also doubled. So that would be a place to just put like a few $100s and watch it. And yeah.
How about you're in the medical field? Would you say something like advanced,
Yeah, I mean that's already been. I mean, they're doing robotics for surgery now. Where before you used to have 4 or 5 people work with you, It's only a doctor and maybe an anesthesiologist, and you have robotic hands just cutting, sewing, mapping for you, scanning in real time. You know.
So like
Yeah.
the advanced cancer diagnostic, all those in
They
innovation,
even
right?
do labs. You know, before you would draw blood, send it down to lab, and it will come back. Now, a poke of the hand, they will get your CBC, BMP like that in like 30 seconds.
How about cars?
Huh?
I mean,
Which one?
I say how about car, like the electric car,
I mean, they've been working on that. I think the goal is, but even if you have a wireless, like a driverless car, the goal is to have the entire road be filled with driverless cars because that would make more sense.
Mm-hmm.
You want to remove the human elements. If you still have some people driving on the road, they might not walk. That means the way the roads are designed, we have to change, right? To accommodate the new, because parking has to change.
Mm-hmm.
So that's more like a long-term thing. I won't put my money in driverless cars. I would do EV cars. I would do EVs, but not driverless. I don't think we're there yet for now. We must ride that EV wave for about 6 to 10 or 12 years. Then that next level will be driverless. But for now, I would just go EVs for now. But we are moving away from the petrol powered those within the next 20 to 30 years. Even Ethiopia is trying to phase out petrol. They are going complete EV, one man. I hope, did you know that, one man? They want to go complete 100%. They want to just phase out the whole thing in their country. 100% EV.
Oh no! Please don't left us behind, Nigeria, please.
You don't get light now. You want to carry generator the drive car. I mean,
No, it's not good. I mean, how are we gonna be competing with Ethiopia, man? Who's Ethiopia? I know they get pretty women. That's it.
All right, gentlemen, I'm going to be wrapping it up in about 10 minutes or so. I've been holding back to see if Mike turns up. I'm not quite sure how close he is to turning up, but keep going. But I will wrap it up in about 10-15 minutes.
Okay.
Do you have any? Because today was a good day in the stocks. Because I was even just playing around with the video to them, like, let me just put something. I put about $300. I'm like, let me just see what it does, and I made about 700. I was just playing with it.
Wow.
I'm like, hey, I should have put more money in this stuff.
Yeah, you are not alone. I think
But I'm just like, let me just see what it does. But it pulled back a little bit for now, but I know it's gonna. The target price is about 12. Let me see analysis about.
Somebody on the chat said they made about 405 pounds in 5 hours.
Yeah.
So that's like almost about 6.
Yeah, because it's about 875.
Yes, I need to speak to this guy. Carry on. So Lato Rich, what platform do you use to trade? If you're trading options in the UK, because that's a pound sign there.
Yeah, he must live in US. In UK.
Yeah, because I'm trying to use Webull, but it's not letting me put through any trade. So what platform do you use to trade Lato Rich? Sorry, carry on. Yeah.
Don't you have interactive brokers in the UK that does everything for interactive brokers? That's the one.
Yeah, but are they not heavy on fees though?
Everything is heavy on fees now. You have to pay.
But Webull is not heavy on fees.
No, for options, if you're doing option trading, you pay commissions.
Yeah, you pay commissions, but it's a nominal commission on Webull. But
the one you have is, but the one you trade. Okay. I know you were doing crypto before. I don't know which one.
No, that was on Binance, Bittrex, those sort of platforms.
Oh, like just strictly crypto.
Just strictly crypto, yeah.
Lato, can you come up? Can you send him a link if you want to talk to, just share with anybody. If Lato is there, can come talk to you about,
Yes. Because because it has to be a platform that opens to the American market, and the only one I could find was Webull, and it's just I've been trying to. I've missed so many windows. I've tried to place a trade. It won't let me complete. It'll tell me it's not.
What is it? What is it? Why? You have to give me a reason why you cannot trade.
It just says not available.
Or you have restrictions. But have you tried interactive brokers?
No, I haven't. No.
Interactive brokers is one that I know globally. They trade anything from everywhere in the world. Everything is let me see. It says 212 trading 212 UK trading. Let me see. Oh, okay. Here's the company one man. Let me put the link. I think the one that they use is in the UK. It's called. Is it Trading 212? Let me see.
Yes, I know that Trading 212. I think the chairman, or maybe the former chairman of Trading 212, is actually the now new chairman of Weibo UK. But
Yeah, I mean, if that works, then give it a try. Trading. Yeah, I mean, they had yeah, it's like almost like a Weibo. It looks like Weibo. It has the same. Yeah, it's like there. So for me, I mean, okay. All right. Woman, just drop your email so that they can contact you, so that you can,
okay, yes, yes, that's probably. But it says it's called Trading 212, so that's probably. Yeah. All right, Ganil, did you want to come into the conversation? You're there. I'm sure you're waiting for the after hours. We're waiting for your host as well, but he seems to be busy with stuff.
Maybe Prince can host now. Prince Daddy can host the show.
Prince, Ngo. I could just leave you guys to it, and then
I don't have my certification yet, so I don't know if I can do it.
All right, I could just leave you guys to it, and whenever Mike turns up, he'll start to bully you. He'll start to bully you as he always does.
You can put it. We can put it on the backstage, one man. You want to go?
Yes, no, I could put it on the backstage, but and all these Biggie and all these people that like to come for the and Simba, they're waiting to come on, but yes, I think we probably have to put it on the backstage. All right. Did Gani want to come in and say something? We didn't hear for Solly was actually the first person to come in.
When is Babalago going to host a show on this program? He has not hosted anything yet. When is he going to host anything?
Yes, exactly. So
that's when are you going to host something? I mean, you've been you're a veteran on the platform. Why are you going to host it?
What about you? When are you going to do that? I'm very busy, man. You see me been listening to you guys. I've been doing a lot of stuff here, so
including eating, Nabi.
And I'm not eating.
Nigerian Coco eats a lot. He eats a lot.
No.
I'm like, I don't know. Like every night, like just I'm like, what I can give out
Well, I will host one day, but not today.
So that you can, because I've always wanted to ask you some questions about the Jakonde, because I know you like Jakonde a lot, and his time in Lagos. I always wanted to talk to you about how comparing those days to what we have now, and so because I know you know a lot about the 80s, and so if you can just share that with us, maybe one of these days, we can just that would be yeah.
We'll talk about it. It's better back then than what we have now. What we have now, the graduate people that we have in governing Lagos now. So, could you imagine Jakonde within 4 years sign a contract to build that that metro line, and paid 50% of the value of the contract? And
but that for how many kilometers of rail though did he pay for?
Yeah, it's the same thing, right from Iju, from Iju to Oyigbo, and there's another one that they want to build from Ikorodu down to Lagos Land. So, but the starting point is that from Iju, and from Iju it will connect to Keja, and from Ikeja, you're going to come through the Ojota area and then move down to Ido, you know.
Or like just like instead of having the red line, but we will now have a connecting line by the back of that Ikeja all the way down to
Yes. So, and they already marked that route. They already cleared the routes. The machinery already, some of the machinery are already on the ground. The work was about to commence, 50% of the value of that project already been paid. The France company that is, to build that subway already, I mean, they are already on ground.
No. Wait, did you say subway?
It's a metro line. I mean, it's just
because Lagos is below. I mean, some places need subway, like that island needs subway, but Lagos is below sea level. Though, I don't know how subway we actually. That's a good idea in a below. I don't. But
no, it's just the same as what we have now.
Okay.
No, it's not going to be underground. It's going to be on top of the, just the same as what we have now. So, but what I'm trying to say is that within 4 years of administration, they have already started doing something, and that project will have been completed. Would have been completed in the second term of Jakonde's office. Terms of office. It will have completed it, but Buhari came in 3 months into the second term of office, dismantled it, cancelled that contract. We lost that money paid to the France company that was handling that project then. We lost it, and everything cancelled, and we lost money, and everything vanished. You see that kind of man, that Buhari.
I don't even know why. But apart from the train, the education thing, I know he did a lot in education, and Lagos, with the kind of money they are making, primary education should be. I mean, they should have new schools built everywhere with the kind of funds that they're making down there. So I don't know what Jakonde did in terms of primary education, though. Was it a lot? Was it at the same thing, or at the same pace with the housing, or it was just
the same thing? Look, those people, as they were building schools, they are giving free books for the elementary, the secondary school. The secondary school was even the big deal, the best of the best. They build more schools, they give free books, everything free in the school, auto mathematical set, everything, every material that for your academic use in school, free. And what do we say? Free health service too. Free health service. You go to hospital, general hospital, and they build more general hospital within that 4 years. Within that 4 years, he built the Korodu Hospital. He built.
But someone is about to finish that biggest pediatric hospital in I think Africa or something. They have one. It's almost done. I saw the structure. It's going to be one of the biggest pediatric hospitals.
Sure.
So it's building one too in terms of health. Healthcare, I think, is doing well, but education is what I don't see a lot.
The rate of construction, the speed that guy is just building stuff is
he's doing a lot, but it's just like education to me has been neglected but healthcare, I know he's had about 3 or 4 hospitals that is done. He's doing the pediatric hospital. I've seen some private also coming up, but education, because I wanted to just compare those times and see what they can do to improve. With Lagos on the problem, the money is there.
Compare what Jakonde achieved within 4 years and what these people achieve within their 4 years or 8 years of Tinubu's in Lagos, then you will just write it off that they fail completely. They are no match to Jakonde. What Jakonde achieved within 4 years. The housing project, is it the housing project you want to talk about? The Jakonde houses that were built everywhere in Lagos. This is public, low-cost housing project everywhere. About 500,000 housing units within 4 years. Schools, hospitals within 4 years that were complete. The mini water plant to support the main water plant in Lagos. The only water plant that we had before Jakonde came in. Within 4 years, he built additional mini water plants, like maybe 4.
Thank God you even brought that up. The water thing.
Yes.
I know you mentioned that before.
Water was
the collapse of the water corporation across Nigeria. Because I know back in the day it was run by the state government, along with water corporation. What can they do to bring that back? Because I'm tired of seeing even when you want to build, you must factor in borehole, like it's already part of the cost. Why can't they bring that back? For Lagos, and how do you think that they can afford it now, or what do they have to do to revive that part of the economy? Because it's also it's a part of the economy that they don't want to neglect now, that can make you money as a state.
That's the problem, because they didn't improve on it. The way Lagos State was expanding in size, and they should have improved on what Jakonde built, left behind. But
But I guess sorry. See, Jakonde did a great job, but when the military came in, Lagos State went down the toilet. It did, and Tinubu had to start from scratch. Really, it was really terrible when Tinubu came to power. But Jakonde was a great administrator. Okay, he did great for Lagos. He did great for Lagos, but it wasn't like Tinubu came into power and everything was nice and glory and they built on it. That wasn't the case. Everything was down the drain. They had to revamp, redesign, and did everything over for Lagos. So we can't really compare that. Jakonde was great, which he was, and said Tinubu was like, he didn't do much, or they ruined things. That wasn't the case.
No, we can't compare. Look, the Tinubu wrong Lagos shrouded the running of government with corruption. So that's why he couldn't achieve much. He had so much money. He developed, revenue base for Lagos, and he made that money, huge money that never expected. But he didn't achieve much with that money. It did not have it, but rather it was using that money to build his political empire, to settle this, to settle that, to promote, convert those some traditional, what do you call it? Some ballets. They promoted them to a king, and expanding his politics. So he played too much of politics, and that got so much money and some other things.
Well, you have to blame the military. You have to blame the military because the military, the interregnum that occurred after the military, it's what made. Say if during Jakonde's time, the politics in Lagos was different. They played politics in the right way.
Let me tell you, it was even when Jakonde came in, the development that we recorded within 4 years in terms of road construction, in terms of infrastructure for Lagos, rural development, rural area development, and with infrastructure and built, and he opened up so many places. The what do you call it?
Angelico, Lagos was much smaller back then too, if I remember. Lagos was much smaller.
Oh, hold on. What I'm trying to tell you, he opened up so many places in Lagos in order to bring, how do I say? He opened so many places up, and he recorded a lot of development in Lagos, like the Alagusa we are talking of, the Sherry that we are talking of, the Okwebi area we are talking about, the so many places were opened up, and as they were opening up all these places, he was building infrastructure around those places as well. Within 4 years. Within 4 years.
Again, I see your point, but again, you get to factor in the population of Lagos. You get the growth population in Lagos was something else by the time Tinubu.
No,
by the time Tinubu came.
When
But Prince, but that should have been an asset for any governor.
No, it could not be. It could not have been an asset because we didn't have the enough infrastructure to accommodate the mass migration to Lagos. We did not have it.
So they overwhelmed the is what you're saying.
Exactly, it was overwhelmed. In the West, they planned for growth, but that was not the case for Lagos. The entire infrastructure was overwhelmed in just an instant, and that's what happened.
Yeah, excuses. Even during the time of Lagos, so people were trooping into Lagos. The Alaba you find there today, they were not there. It was Jakonde that built that Alaba, opened up that Alaba that they have. They used to be around the Dumota and some other. They moved them to that place where you have Alaba today.
I'm to make it contentious. Say you have to divide or look at it the migration of Lagos.
To Lagos. People were migrating.
Initially, when people would come to Lagos, it was like people that came to do business, and they came to do business, but later the quality or the level of migration that came to Lagos changed. It has always
been that. It has always been that. What happened is that, look, we are increasing in population across the country. What I'm telling you is that it has always been like that. Lagos has always recorded overwhelming, migration. There has been overwhelming migration to Lagos.
It used to be that, people come to Lagos, they establish, right? They establish themselves, and they bring their family members along the way into a structured environment. But the migration that came afterwards was totally different.
It has been like that. Don't fall into this trap. I mean, don't fall into this what do you call this thing? This politicians' way of bamboozle people.
Actually, I'm just telling from my own no politician, my own experience, what I saw, kind of what happened. This got nothing to do with any politician. I'm just telling you because back then when we moved from Apapa to Surulere, the population of Surulere was so scanty. It wasn't densely populated, not at all. And but compared to now, even 10 years ago.
What I'm telling you is this: populations bring more revenue because people are moving into Lagos State with their investment, and government is generating more revenue, and that revenue
that is why I said
that's what I'm telling you. They were not moving investment. They were not.
Huh?
See, that's why I told you to break it down. See, the people that came initially, they come with an investment. You can say that, or they came and established themselves. They brought the family members, in a more structured way to a structured environment. But eventually, it became an open door to anyone. People that had no connection, no structure, no nothing. So they came and overwhelmed the system from education to healthcare. This is real. And then there goes the roads and everything else just went down. It was the infrastructure was overwhelmed. The hospital, the schools were overwhelmed. This is true.
Hold on, let me tell you this. Look, what I'm telling you, even during the time of Jakonde, we recorded more. I mean, schools were more overwhelmed than the way it is now, because majority we had some, what do you call it? We had a lot of people from other parts of Nigeria, particularly from the east, that brought their children to Lagos to come and school for free, because it was free, and their governors were not conducting free education back then.
But you say for free. But who was paying for it? Oh no, they brought their family. They didn't have any business going. They didn't have they had nothing. See, in other words, when they brought their family in droves, they were not paying enough taxes. For example, they just dumped them on the system. That's what they overwhelmed the system by bringing a bunch of people at the same time. The school will becoming crowded. It is true.
Look, even this time, this is where you don't have school much crowded as we had it during the Jakonde time, because it was free. You understand what I'm saying? But now you have more private school. Back then, when Jakonde was there, a lot of private school collapsed because of free education. You understand what I'm saying? So government back then had overwhelming population in the school system. And because it was free, the books was free, everything was free, health care was free. And you have a lot of doctors back then within the system than what you have today. And they were well paid. Even though the salary back then was not as much as we have, but the currency was so valuable. There was value to the currency back then than what we have it now. And government, develop a system to make it work. That was when when Jakonde came in, he created Lagos State Health Management Board. We weren't having that in order to make the hospital.
Angelico, what we're saying is, it's very logical. You can't say it's not possible. It's not possible to have a growth in population and you don't expand your infrastructure. It's not possible. So you can't say that, they've always come. It gets to a point in time.
Hold on,
Prince, you don't
wait. Let's do it this way. Okay, they came in with nothing. They keep coming. Do you think the government in that time period, seeing that reality, do you think that they adjusted well to that reality, or did they plan, even knowing that people coming in don't have enough funds, but they keep coming? Did they plan well in your opinion, with what they had at the time?
Well, they had a plan, but they did not plan for that overgrowth and that sudden overgrowth. And you got to keep in mind, when the military came in, things went backward. Things went backward.
No. We say from 99 onward, from 99, when we had democracy, from Tinubu's time. Up.
Oh.
So knowing fully well that you have the crowd and everything, did they do enough to adjust that reality?
Nah, it was not sustainable. It was not sustainable. It was not sustainable. If they have to use every penny that they have to take care of other people coming from other states, then they won't be able to run the government and pay the workers and do other things. That's just the reality.
No, hold on. Let me tell you this. I said within 4 years of Jakonde, he built more houses. All right.
public houses than what Tinubu and his boys have built for 23 years that we have democracy within 4 years, because they prepare for that population. They knew population were moving, and they wanted people in Lagos to have, shelter to live in. So they built about 500,000 housing unit within 5 years. They were doing with the little resources they had back then. They provided free education, giving free books. You know how much that cost? And they built more hospitals within 4 years. Like I told you, they built at Jeremy, a fellow doing General Hospital. They built Odile Agege General Hospital. They built the Korodu General Hospital. They built Agbawa Ekosi General Hospital. They built the General Hospital.
But during this time, people are already trooping into Lagos in the thousands daily on a daily basis, right?
And they are trooping into Lagos.
Right.
So it was putting in place a health infrastructure that can provide good health care for the people at no cost. For nothing. Pay nothing and get health care. Pay nothing and go.
You can't say at no cost. You can't say at no cost. It gets to a point whereby your expenses and your revenue have to balance.
Can I come at it this way? Can I come at it this way? If Lagos starts doing things like that, which I think it's laudable.
And let me tell you this. But
what is happening is that the more Lagos provides, the more people will flood in for those benefits. So even if they do the best they can with everything they have, like to Prince's point, because Lagos is the only one of you doing it, people will start trooping to go for the benefit, which will overwhelm the system eventually, like he's done, in his own opinion now. So you have, unless other states start picking up the slack, the end of the couch, no matter what Lagos does, even if they do the best job, people will still overwhelm because the crowd will just keep coming to enjoy the benefit.
But Angelico doesn't want to recognize that. He thinks we have unlimited resources. That's how Angelico approaches this, which can be true for any government.
Babati, I was in Abuja in the 90s at one point, and when Abuja was growing, it was being beautiful. People from all surrounding states started flooding into Abuja. You know what the city government did? They now increased price of everything, so people ran back. So Abuja never suffered that overpopulation. Yeah.
They will say, yeah, anti something now. You know where I'm going with this.
A city is not designed for destitute. It's designed for people that can afford it. City is not easy to maintain. You have to, any city in the world, London, all of them, they make things expensive. So you go to.
So how do you accommodate the poor then? You can't just keep.
No. No. City is designed for who can survive in it. It's a concrete jungle. You understand? Come and hustle. If you can make it, you stay. If you can't make it, you get lost. In New York, you live in America now. All the you go to the cities is more expensive than the rural part. Now, Jakonde, I don't know what he was thinking. You made Lagos cheaper and more even welfare than other states that are not even that. I mean, come on, you made free education in Lagos when you have all these other states where it's not free. What sense does that make? It's like New York. Wait, it's like New York creating free education when in New Jersey you are paying. And in New York, creating free housing, free everything, and New Jersey and all the surroundings.
It's all in the
no, it's not. What does it have to do with poor people now?
It's all in the Southwest that we had free education, free health service, but Lagos State, being the richest state, was able to do more and was able to raise even more revenue, just as we had them doing today. We have them raising more revenue than any other state. So Lagos has been like that.
Right.
But what we are saying is that Lagos under Jakonde was able to achieve more in so many areas of, life or of our economic well-being than these people that are governing Lagos State today. You can like,
but they're addressing.
Jackon didn't focus on economic. You focus on welfare. He's from Awolowo kind of a socialist mindset. Socialists don't run cities. Capitalists are the people that run cities. Cities are designed for.
The point is that if you go that route of welfare, you will keep attracting more people.
Run a government.
The benefit of you will keep coming.
I think I'm never a fan of Jack on this approach. I would have been his fan if he was governor of your state or something. But that is approach in Lagos was a bad approach because he created the problem of Lagos. His move, his performance is what turned Lagos overpopulated city. Because you attracted people to flooding. You're not attracting people with money. You just attracted the mass poor people to flood into Lagos because they know something is there for them. Cities are not designed for poor people. It's not designed for people that can't survive.
What person does not witness when you are talking about it, what you did not experience, if you are talking about it, then you'll be talking out of line.
No. What he did would have been good. He did a good thing in the wrong place. That's what I'm saying.
You guys were not part of the system. You don't know how it was run. So you can be brainwashed and be told all this. What you don't know, just don't talk about it.
What am I saying? I don't know. What is it? What am I saying? It's not factual.
Yeah, you didn't experience it. You didn't know.
Like what? What did I not experience? Is it Jack on this school?
Like, they are giving everything free. And which government, even in this West, do they not run welfare in the West where you live?
No, I think what he's saying is that the initial investment for cities is capitalist model. Once it's established, then you can now start taxing them to now pay for welfare. It comes from them.
That's how cities are designed.
You can't start with the socialist model, then want to go to capitalism.
Look, what we practice that work. What is going to work in one country might not work in another.
It's the same principle anywhere in the world.
You live in capitalist country, and this is what is the problem with you guys. Because you live in a capital, this is the system you are used to, and you think that is the way it's going to be in other places. It doesn't work like that.
We're not talking about country, we're talking about cities. Cities are not built for social welfare. Cities are built for capitalists, for bankers, investors. Cities they call it concrete jungle. Your money is the only thing I use to survive in cities. So it's designed for money makers. That's what cities are designed for. Rural areas and urban areas are designed for welfare and communal culture and other things. Cities are designed for hustling. And you don't put welfare system in a city. You don't. You can put a little bit of welfare, but not as much. Even in America here, if you live in urbans, your access to welfare is it's very frustrating. It's not as easy. But if you live in a suburban, rural, provide the welfare, just throw it there. But cities is designed for capitalists. It's designed for who can make it. Survival defeated. That's what cities are designed for. Bring your money in. Come and buy the property.
So what can they do to fix that problem?
That's what Tinubu is doing now. He's smart. He's stepping up. Someone is doing it. You build infrastructure for capitalist people. Where people. My God. Now I don't know what he was saying. It's something they call gentrification in America. Have you heard of it?
Right.
Gentrification, right? You start building attractive, expensive properties. Those that have money will come in. Those destitute will move out of the city. They will move somewhere. If you can't afford it, move out. That's the gentrification. That's what they do in cities in America. London, they do it. And New York, they do it. The more people with money are coming in, they increase the price. So the poor can abandon their property and the widows have money and take over.
So
when you have prosperous city, you have prosperous country. What they are countries? Cities are the key to the wealth of every country. New York, Los Angeles, those Moscow, Russia, all those cities. London is the money of. If you bomb London, England economy will sink. If you bomb New York, if you take away New York, American economy will stink. But if you come out and destroy some rural part of America, not one cares now. You won't affect anything. So the cities are where the money, they are the money making this thing for a nation.
A lot of things you are saying here, it even show that you don't even know much about this America you are talking about.
It's not about America. It's about economy. It's not about America.
Hold on. If you go to New York City, do you know how much New York spend on social welfare? Do you know? You don't know. It's
America have welfare generally for everyone.
Oh God,
But they don't. But I understand America has welfare generally for everyone, but they don't make welfare more accessible in the city than in other places.
Depend on the city. If you the kind of social welfare you can get in New
But they didn't do what Nigeria did now. Where the only place what Jacob did, where the only place you could get welfare in Nigeria during that time was Lagos. But you can't get welfare in the village. You go to Lagos to get welfare. What kind of rubbish is that?
But those welfare in New York is for New Yorkers. The one in Lagos is just anybody will just come and it's
Is anybody now? I remember growing up.
That's the problem.
Most of the people that registered to Jacob school, they migrate from their village. I just registered. They couldn't speak Yoruba. You know, they didn't grow up there. They just came from the village and went straight to Jacob school.
Tribal this thing. Don't spread it. Hold on.
It's not
No, I'm just saying, like most people that registered in Jacob school. I remember now.
New Yorker. Babati, how do you define New Yorker?
You have to be a resident of New York to get welfare. You can't just work from New York. You have to have New York State ID.
Don't let us turn it.
Okay. So
how do you define it? Tell me.
In New York, as a resident of New York, you have to have New York State ID. You have lived there for a certain amount of time. You are a resident, and then you are welfare. But I can't take Georgia ID and go walk straight to New York and go and line up for welfare. Those are your residents. Let's see your ID. Let's see how long have you been a resident. Look at your record. Yeah, you just move it. They'll say go to Georgia and collect your welfare. That's how they do in America. They control it now.
But they don't show up and everybody. So
everywhere. I remember like those days now. Most people you see in your classroom in Jack on school those days, they just came from village yesterday. They don't start school. They don't. Everybody just occupy everywhere. School just full anyhow. Come on now. Can you provide welfare for the whole country? Are you kidding me? It's a city now.
Let somebody else talk. You don't know. You didn't express this thing. Yes.
But to Mike's point, you want to provide for the poor, but at the same time, you don't want to be overwhelmed. So America, for instance, we have laws. My first time in America, for instance, my first year in college, community college, I had to pay it was expensive because I didn't have the 1 year residency. So I still had to pay more than the resident. Once it was 1 year, then I could get grants and stuff like that after that. But I still had to wait 1 year. I was working, paying taxes and stuff like that. But Lagos, unfortunately, people just show up without actually contributing anything within a year or two, and they already have access to this benefits.
They get access to what they didn't have access to their own state.
So that's the issue here. When I go see, there's no way to verify.
That's how the population grew from 1 million to 24 million within less than 10 years. How do you manage a city like that? Abuja never grew like that because Abuja they raised the price. I remember that time Abuja when people started coming in. They say, well, no, this one will be Lagos. I remember that time. I was in Abuja in the 90s now. They said, well, we don't want Abuja to Lagos. So everybody coming from villages where scrolling, no shoe, nothing. They want to start to sleep on the street. Abuja make rules. You can't even sleep on the street. They increase price of things. They start regulating. People bounce back. They come in and run right back out. You know, that's why Abuja is still clean today. And everything is smooth. But Lagos, we're trying to figure it out because by the time we start figuring it out, by the time this the right people came in, it's already overpopulated because those military guys didn't know anything. They don't know what the hell they were doing. And Jack on this started this. They started providing welfare, people coming in, and the military took over. Those one don't even know anything. And population just grew and grew and grew and grew. It's just out of control. Overwhelming the infrastructure. Come on.
What you are telling me, Lagos back then, the population of Yoruba people in Lagos were more than 80%. Hold on.
It's not about tribe. We are not talking about tribe here.
Hold on. The population of Yoruba people back then was like 80%. So why will they be worried about few that are from other parts of Nigeria?
It's not about Yoruba or other part of Nigeria. That's not what I'm saying. Even the neighboring states, I said it. It's not about tribe. It's not about
other people. Who are the other people?
The conversation is not about tribe. The conversation is about making a city overpopulated. That's the conversation here. In fact, a lot of people that even came to Lagos came from Benin Republic, Togo, Ghana, everywhere. They're just walking. I remember in my classroom in Lagos, I would see one boy from Cameroon, from Ghana, Togo. It wasn't only Nigerians that grew up in Lagos now. People migrated from everywhere just walking. And it has nothing to do with their tribe or ethnicity. It's just if you have to design a system where those that can afford it. If it's a Ghanaian that's coming in, it has to be Ghanaian that come to invest. You come to the city, bring your money in to use your money to make money and create opportunity. Not like you come in the city empty-handed and the city is subsidizing your life. It's a city, man, for Christ's sake. So that's the argument here. It's not about which tribe come here, which tribe not coming. I'd rather have Lagos be 90% foreign people with money that make my city beautiful and nice. Well, okay, we're nice, than say 99% Yoruba and everything is just dirty and poor. You can't even enjoy the city. And 24 million people just walking up and down, So cities are designed for capitalists, not for socialism.
But you don't. I keep saying it. You didn't witness the.
I grew up now. What did I not witness? I went to Jacote school now.
You didn't witness it. You didn't see it. You did not enjoy it. So you might be a little.
But that's not the argument at Johnny Coco. So it's not about whether it wasn't. I enjoyed it.
You don't know what he achieved, what he put on the ground that make it run effectively. Look, the local government was working very well back then. So
nobody disagree with that part, Ajale Koko.
Yes,
the man was good. He did a good thing. But how he did it is the problem.
He didn't do anything that was problem.
No, you do it, but you don't make it a welfare.
The welfare, a lot of our people were very, very poor. Very poor people.
Then those are already on ground. You build it for them, not like you just build it for everybody.
A lot of our people cannot afford to send their children to secondary school because cost of education was very high. And you find a situation that people that can be regarded as the middle class or the rich are the only one that can conveniently pay for their children's school fees for secondary school. The children of the poor cannot go to school.
Okay, let me ask you this. Would you encourage Abuja to do the same thing?
So don't forget about Abuja.
No, I'm just asking, would you encourage Abuja to do what Jakonde did back then?
I don't care about Abuja. Abuja is not. I don't care.
No, it's not. It's part of Nigeria. It's a city now. I'm just asking. Like, it's a city.
I don't care about what Abuja.
But for the sake of the conversation, you have to now.
No, I don't. I say I don't care. I'm focusing on Lagos.
Is it not Nigeria?
Because it's
a city. It's a city that they are investing in.
I don't want to talk about that.
So Abuja should start creating free this thing for all of them from Zamfara, Kaduna. All of them are just flooding. Come and collect free things. Something they can't get in Kaduna, they come and get it in Abuja. That's what you want. I mean.
Mike, can you fix your mic? Your mic is kind of, I don't know what it is.
So what is it?
Yeah, your mic is a little bit off.
Oh, it's low?
No. When you talk, it kind of makes this kind of sound like when you talk. So I don't know what it is.
Okay.
Solution. So how do you fix the problem then with the teeming population trooping into Lagos on a daily basis? What can Lagos do? Because they will keep coming since we're not using states right or like 1 year residency is not required. Just show up and you have access. What can Lagos do to accommodate that? And what can the neighboring state also do, like Ogun State or your do to help Lagos out here?
I think Rosie wants to come into that conversation.
I apologize. Sorry.
No, so guide that into the conversation at some point.
Okay, so we were just, I don't know what country Rosie is, but we're talking about building states and attracting investors.
You don't know what country is Rosie from? Have you
No, where she resides. I'm not saying that, but I'm saying that every state in America, in most places, there's some kind of population control that you use mechanism to prevent people just trooping in. But we're talking about Lagos, and they've had this population explosion for about 30 years. And we're talking about the impact of Jakonde, who I admire a lot, and I think Babaile also admires as well, and what he was able to do. Now, he did the socialist approach where, through welfarism, was able to take care of people. But the consequences of that was that he attracted more people from different states across the country. Mark's argument is that states like that were supposed to be designed for the rich. She left to pay more taxes. Then you can then pay through those investments to the poor. So the argument is, now that we are here now, people are already here. Do you chase them out through gentrification, like Mike is suggesting, like they do in America, where you can just, by law, legally, you can take over properties and just build skyscrapers and have companies come in? Or, well, that's my question to Violet Coco. They already have the population there, trooping in on a daily basis. Some who are not productive enough or to even live in the city. What do you do with those people, Violet Coco? Do you find a way to move them to the neighboring states or have them go back to their states? Or what can you do, right? Because they're already Lagos, Abi, they're already there. So what can you do? Is the question. Since we have them in Lagos now.
Let me tell you. Look, the government of Lagos, first of all, must allow the local government to function. When you have local government functioning, autonomously from the control of the state government, then each local government can now, come out with a policy on how they want to govern their local government, effectively and, to the best on how to manage their local government very well. You understand? That is number one. But what you have today, you don't have it today. They are under the control of the state. They were not allowed to develop at their own pace and come up with innovative idea on how to manage their resources and their locality. So that is number one problem that is militating against how to govern well.
Yeah, we did the governor's part, but even if you govern well at the state, at the local government level, you will attract that crowd into your own local government, right? They will come. Because
they will
so
come.
how do you deal with that?
The local government will define how to govern their own space for the betterment of the people that live there.
Housing law, right?
They will come out with ideas.
Let me give you an example. Housing laws. We need to know who you are renting the house.
Yes, the housing law and the introduction of ID card. They will come with a lot of innovative ideas on how
that way nobody just shows up and say,
yes,
my kids want to go to school. They say, where do you live? Have you paid taxes? What is your number?
Yes. Yeah. These are the job of local, not even the job of the state. The state is there to formulate to have a law that can govern the state, and the local government will have their own law that, within the confinement of that state law. You understand? So when you don't have a local government functioning on their own, then you're going to be having all these problems we're having. And why do you think politicians does not allow local government? It's because they want to amass so much power to themselves, much power and more control and more, more suppression of any voices of opposition within the party and the opposition party. So it is the politician and the people running this that does not make this work. So they are the one that created all these problems that are pushing against the progress of the state.
So your point is that Lagos can accommodate that crowd, but
it can accommodate that crowd. It is the management that really matters. Are we managing that crowd to our own advantage? No, they are not. It's an asset.
But it's your question real quick. Even here in America, there are many cities right now being overwhelmed with population from not immigrants, from Americans themselves relocating to different cities. And those cities are not prepared for the growth in population. So how much more Lagos or Nigeria that you're talking about?
Are you kidding me?
When they are giving all these excuses,
you know they increase price.
What part am I kidding you, Mike?
So what do you call the gentrification that's going on in cities in America? What is the purpose? New York, that I know, the population is reducing because people are exiting New York because it's really Brooklyn. I remember Brooklyn. It's not Brooklyn, right?
Maybe you didn't hear what I said. I'm saying, people are leaving New York and go to other cities, and those cities that they're going to are being
Because they can no
overwhelmed.
longer afford New York. It's too expensive.
My point is that if they are free to move around the United States, right? The people, right? But my
But
point
I'm
is that they
telling
go
you
to the
that
cities.
people are leaving New York because it's too expensive.
I'm not arguing about that. That is correct.
Yeah,
But I'm saying
that's what I'm saying. You know.
But Mike, that is part of New York. You can move upstate New York and go live for cheaper.
No, we're talking about New York City, the city.
Okay, New York. Okay, the borough.
Yeah, the city, the boroughs. Yeah, the 5 boroughs. Yeah, people are getting out of there.
People are moving
Everybody
to
want
other
to live in
cities
New York City now because
across
it's
the country,
lively, it's everything.
And you can move to Abule Egba now.
Exactly. When New York, man, one small 4 square, 5 square apartment studio is like $2,500 a month. And people are still people are renting it. They are renting it. Those I can't afford, they just bounce, man. Say, man, we can't do this. Man.
But you must make provisions for people to move to the outskirts of the city. You must make provisions for them. Now,
yeah,
like the train system now, where you can live in Agbado and work in VI. You see what I'm saying? So you can live in those. If you're a poor person and you have low income, you can live in the outskirts of the city, Agbado or in all those areas. Then you can take a train in the morning, go work in your
But
marina.
is that not most of the poor? They live in New Jersey now. The people that work in New York that can't afford New York, they live in New Jersey, and then they go to New York to work and they go back to New Jersey. Why do they do that? Because New York is more expensive than New Jersey. Abi?
That way, Mike and his corporate guys can enjoy their island. You can come work for them.
So, but it was the reverse in Jakonde time. Jakonde made Lagos much cheaper than Ogun State. When Ogun State was supposed to be in New Jersey, when Lagos should be in New York, where the people that Ogun State should be cheaper, more the welfare place, and then those that are workers.
No, why Ogun
they come and work in
Why are you
Lagos.
comparing? Why are you comparing?
I'm go. Because you guys are from Ogun State. That's why.
Look, this issue, the issue is this. Look, if we have today, like I was saying earlier, if we have local government functioning, Lagos State will have been better than it is today. If the local government are functioning, I'm telling you, you will have seen a lot of innovative.
I agree now. If they were functioning, they would have controlled the population.
That will have transformed that Lagos State, and that Lagos State will have been one of the best places to live in. You will have seen competition among local.
Good morning.
Yes.
Good morning, everyone.
Yes.
Foley. Congrats.
Yes,
I heard your man is back in the US now. Finally.
Yes. So we're happy for him. We're happy for him.
So Foley, let me land. I will let you come in. So you see, look, when you have responsible government that are trying to develop the capacity of their people, giving free education, they can afford it. It wasn't that is unaffordable when Jakonde were providing this thing. Not only Jakonde, so all the western states, even Ekiti, all the Yoruba land, it was free education.
They were all doing it like Jakonde.
Yeah.
So we have 6 Jakondes during that time, Abi.
What do you say?
Yeah, I said they were all doing it like Jakonde. All of them.
Yes, it's the same.
So why are you not giving those governors the same credit as Jakonde if they were all doing the same thing as Jakonde? Then giving the free things.
No. We look. Even Ajashi in Ondo State, Bisi Onabanjo in Ogun State, it was the same. It was the same. Even a lot of things were transformed. Even the broadcasting, the broadcasting corporation, they transformed it. There are a lot of things that these people transformed within that 4 years. So they were making the taxes, they were taking the taxes, but they are spending the money. They were spending it to the development of the people and the city and the state that they govern. I'm not saying that whether they don't steal money one day, but they are not corrupt as these people.
oh, this one is just too much. They get so much money in revenue, they do little. That is the problem. So what they did, a lot of us, I mean, a lot of our people wouldn't have got education today if not that period of Jakonde, that between 79 and 83. Do you know how many Yorubas that got education during their own time? It surpasses, within that 4 years, it was a massive transformation of people from, the education given to Yoruba people that time. It was massive. So, and I think it has helped us in so many ways to have an edge over other parts of Nigeria, because other parts of Nigeria, they were not practicing it then, only Yoruba land. Even not only in time, they are the one that brought this idea of state university to counter federal government, what do you call it? This, what do you call that? Quota system. That if federal government quota system is causing a setback for a lot of our children that want to go to higher institution, then we will build our own higher institution in our own state. And they started building Polytechnic, Lagos State Polytechnic, so Ogun State Polytechnic, Lagos State University, Ogun State University, Lagos State. So they are building in other parts of Nigeria too, including on Edo State. School of Nursing, they were building everything just to, develop the capacity of our people and build them, prepare them for the future. So that is responsible government right there. And it was free. Even the Lagos State University was free. And Polytechnic. Where were they getting that money? But they were getting that money, little as it is, they use it judiciously, they use it to develop their people. It's just simple. The achievement we got back then, it was massive compared to what we have. What we have now is not much. It's far from what we achieved back then. So let me just, Foley, you can come in.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. Yeah, I think I love this morning topic, but the area that I will come from is it would be a bit different. The last time we were on this we were on this group discussing about the government policy and government institution. Yeah.
So we wouldn't have hard education if not for free education of back then.
Definitely. A lot of people won't have
wouldn't
education.
have known who is Jowore today.
We won't have known many people, not only Jowore.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's aside. And I believe government's decision matters a lot in everything we're doing. And we are all here when we know Lagos is already congested, right? And in our presence, in our own, what's it called? In our own belief, 3 or 4 years ago, Dangote want to establish another business, a very massive business that will need a lot of millions of, let's say thousands of employees that will still make Lagos to be more congested. And they still locate Lagos State as a center for that kind of a project. Any government that does that should be expecting more crowd in that kind of environment. I think Dangote should have looked for another site, an environment where we don't have much population, where we can just start that kind of a big project and allow people to move from wherever they are, whether from Lagos or from anywhere, to go and develop the new center where the business is being located. So when we're talking about all these things, it still lands on government policy, government decisions. If government wants Lagos to be a bit fair today, they will do it. But they can't do it by compounding with the problem. People, we are all human beings. Human beings are looking for where it's better for them to get their life. So you cannot encourage people that is trying to travel to somewhere they think the life is they can enjoy life. And when they got, many of them even got there, they can't even do anything because the city is already overpopulated. But the government is supposed to build local areas for people to live. You cannot build a shanty for people and you build another city somewhere close to them and you want them to remain in that place. They will never. They will always move to that city you are building. Nobody is ready to live his own life in a ghetto and see city somewhere and will not go there. Even if you take them to go and sleep on that bridge, they will still do that because you build a city and you destroy the local area. Government should be able to focus on the local development of the local communities so that people will remain where they are. There won't be unnecessary movement for them to go and look for life that is not there somewhere. So I think that's my submission on issue of Lagos population. Thank you.
Prince, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah.
Yeah. So the I think it's more like
I think Rosie still there.
She says she just wants to listen for now.
Oh, okay.
Rosie, once you're ready, let us know anytime. I was just reading the private, but Prince, I think it's more like a city design thing where we find a way to accommodate the rich corporate guys like Mike in their own area. They don't want to mingle with the poor ones, but at the same time have the those low income earners in an area where they can come and work for the big guys like Mike, then go back to their own zone. Because people like it's like I can't put the shelter in Manhattan, for instance. The property value will go down, right? So corporate want to be with corporate guys. So I think it's more of the design of the state as more of not accommodating everybody. They can accommodate everybody. It's just the way you design the city to accommodate everybody. I think that's the issue. Am I on point on that, Prince, or am I too far off?
Yeah, it's impossible. I mean, I hear your point, but it's impossible for a city, not even Los Angeles, New York, to accommodate everybody. It's just impossible. You can't do that. It comes to the point that we don't have government don't have unlimited resources. As much as Angelico likes to believe that there's always a limit to government resources.
Prince, there's money. You have money. It's there.
Well, they have money, but if people keep trooping in, they cannot afford it. Apart from urban planning, you can't. People move to different cities for different reasons. I mean, here in America, right? People leave their nice, beautiful suburb or whatever small city or town they come from. They have everything. Of course, they have lights, nice roads, and everything. But they go to Los Angeles, to go to New York for a different reason. So people will always migrate. That's not the problem, but and these people, of course, they have economic opportunity from where they're coming from. But unlike Lagos, for example, that has everything, and the population keep growing, it's not possible that even with the planning in place, they cannot accommodate everyone that comes, or the growth, the rate of growth. And I was trying to make a point earlier. Maybe Mike didn't understand what I was trying to say. I'm saying right now in United States, just like you guys probably know, that a lot of due to well, I guess cost, right? A lot of people are living in New York, just like you said, and California, and moving to much smaller cities. They're moving. I mean, they're moving to much smaller cities. In doing so, the infrastructure in those cities are not really prepared for those people. Because if you go to some of these cities now, there's so much traffic congestion everywhere, and and the price of housing is going way up, skyrocketed. So the people that left the bigger cities to go to the smaller cities are now are now facing the same problem they left behind. And why that is because the increase in population was a surge, and that's the point here. That even here in a planned society in America, they could not accommodate in such a short time for the increase in population, even though they have in place a plan for growth. But the surge overwhelmed the system, the infrastructure, the healthcare that they have to know that, which of course drives down the quality of care and allows the pricing of things to go up. It is natural. So you can't say Jaconde had everything all planned out and Tinubu came and messed it up. That's not the case. That's not the case at all.
Prince Daddy, let me tell you this. When government provide free education and to some extent they subsidize the healthcare cost, do you know what that is doing to the society? They're putting money in the pocket of the people. And when people have that money,
What happened?
Foley,
Yeah.
mute yourself.
Foley, before you start the action, you better mute yourself.
You see, the simple economics is this. When government give to the people will give back to the government. You understand?
Nigerians will give back to government.
Hold on now. Hold on. So when government give, people will give back. And what I mean by this is that when you give free education, bye. So when you give free education and you give subsidized health care cost or free health service, you put money in the pocket of the people and people going to spend that money. You have businesses, government can tax businesses. Let government design a tax system where they can generate revenue. So when people have the money, they will spend it. And when they spend, government will raise more revenue to do more things, to run the society better. So that is the way. You can't just say you don't give and then you want to receive. What we will end up getting is poverty. Government will inflict poverty. We push more people into poverty. Because remember, our own society, our people are not, we have more poor people in our own society than what we have in the West. And the West are very smart to create that welfare services to their people so that they will not go into poverty. But
No. The West tax their people. No, they tax their. I don't only give us wrong information. They tax their people. They tax the hell out of their people.
That is the same thing.
And the socialist country, Europe is socialist system. Hold on. Europe, their system is socialist system, and guess what? They tax their income heavily. In some countries, like 40%. Even places like France, where people are running away, like they collect most of their income. Those are socialists, but the one you are telling us here is that government should not tax them so they can have money in their pockets, but they should give them everything. You say go in, but no, you want socialism. Hold on, you want the European socialism.
You see, that is your problem. Because
I have to correct you now. You want European socialism.
Listen.
Okay, listen. Go ahead.
When you listen, you will get.
We've already heard you. Now there's nothing new you will tell us. Go ahead.
You don't listen. If you are
Mike is anti people's person. So
Foley, come on now. You can't say that now. Can't somebody say
when you give to your citizen, they will give back.
Oh, the ones that they give to the Japan, did they give back for the Japan?
They don't give
Government send most of
nothing.
them to nursing school.
Only
They get
they
their
give
certificate.
and japa.
They japa. Okay, they give back. That's how to give back. I mean.
They don't give. Look, what I'm
So they
saying.
give back. Nigerians, you give them. You know how many of them I know where government sponsor their nursing school for them to go. They when they get their medical degree, they japa, man. That's where to give back. I mean. So that's when Nigeria. Okay, continue. They're giving back. They say Nigeria.
Why do
Mike,
you?
after you give people's life, will you ask them to die because you give them education and the time for them there to be responsible for their own life? You are not providing
No, I'm
environment for
responding
them
to
to
what Jalico
thrive.
go say. You say
How
if
do you
you
want
give
them
to
to
the
give
people,
back?
they will give you back, but they don't
This thing
necessarily give
still
back.
lies on government. Government should provide an environment for people to live. That's
But
what
that's
I'm
not the
saying
argument
here.
we are presenting here now.
That is
Well,
the
the environment
problem.
is not there. So what
The
are you?
reason why
Okay,
people
if
are
it's not there,
japaring,
can you give them all these things? They can't give you back.
the
So
reason
what's the
why
point?
people are japaring is because the environment they grow up to see is not there for them. They are people who are looking for better life.
You are shifting the
No,
argument.
I'm actually talking about what you just said. You're talking about
No,
Japan now, that because government give them free
I was
education, they
responding to
should
what
remain in the
Did you
system.
hear what Jalico said?
I'm talking about what you said.
No,
You
I
said
respond to what he said. So you
I'm
have to
also
put it in
responding
context.
to what you. I'm telling you the
But
reason why
you have to
people are
respond to the
japaring.
context of what I was speaking to. The context of what I was speaking to. That's what you have to respond to. You can't respond just to the sentence. The context of what I'm speaking to.
Let's assume government have
He
get
said,
to.
hold on, listen to the context. He said, when you give to Nigerians will give back. And I said, okay, the one they gave them that they collect, after collecting it, the jackpot, is that giving back? So that's the context of what I was
If there
saying.
is
So
anybody
you need
that
to
want to,
understand that. You don't need to start
yeah,
shifting it to
no,
something different.
we are saying the same thing. If there is anybody that
We are
want
not
to
saying
give
the same
back to people, it's still Nigeria want to give back to their country. Nigeria loves their country very well, but the people in government don't make that life for them to be able to give back to the
But that's
society.
different argument, man. You're
As
shifting
a
it.
doctor, when someone is actually working as a doctor and you are giving him money that cannot even pay his children's school fees with, and he has a friend somewhere else that is giving him a better life, and they're encouraging him, it will look like a stupid person if he doesn't take the opportunity. This environment these are the reasons that is causing everything that we're all talking about. They should provide that environment for them to
And
drive.
that's my own argument. Government should use the money to provide to create an enabling environment rather than using it to be sponsoring welfare and other stuff. That's what I'm saying. Government should take the money and invest in the environment, invest in infrastructure, invest in industry.
Sorry, Mike. Mike. I don't know the country you are, but I believe.
My brother, let me tell you how America works and these advanced countries. They take money, they invest the money in industries, right? And those industries are the one that create jobs. They back corporations, they back business, they invest. Hold on. They invest in infrastructure. That's where money should be going. Am I saying the Nigerian government are really doing that well? No, they are not. But that's where I think they should be doing. But what Anjanico is saying they should be doing is just be giving people some free things, free this, free that, free that. I mean, what the heck? And after they get those free things and you haven't built anything for them to even if you give them only free education, we have many of them that are graduating from school, they can't find job because government didn't, instead of them putting the money into the industries, build the industries first, and then you send people to school, and then when they graduate, there's job waiting. But you can't go and send people to school and they graduate, there's no industry because you haven't invested in industry.
Build the industry. Government create.
No, I'm not saying that. No. You invest in the industries. You invest in it. You invest in capitalism.
We create enabling environment.
But that's what I'm saying now. What's the enabling environment? Is it not infrastructure?
No, number one.
Is it not infrastructure?
Hold on. Government does not create that enabling environment. Electricity is not.
Because they are busy giving you all the free things now, so they don't have money to create an enabling environment.
That is not.
Which free things? Which free things are we talking about?
They are not taxing you. They subsidize almost everything.
How do you know they are not taxing us? How do you know they are not taxing us?
They subsidize the hell out of Nigeria, man.
How do you know they are not taxing Nigerians?
Tens of billions of dollars when you could be using out tens of billions of dollars to build freaking infrastructure all across the place. So the capitalists, people that capitalist minded people, they are gifted.
Why is Mike always blaming the victim? Why are you always blaming the victim? When you know for some people are taking the money, when you know people are taking the money to go and put in their own personal gain, and they are not investing it the way they're supposed to invest it, and you are blaming the victim here. This thing is not fair. Serious.
Who am I blaming here? Who am I blaming here?
You are blaming the citizens.
Explain to me how I blame citizens. No, explain to me how I blame citizens.
You are saying, Mr. Adelogo is saying that they should put the money on people's welfare. And welfare is all about what's it called? Social amenities, build good road, power.
No, that's not the
things that
welfare
will
he's
make.
talking about. No.
That is
He's
welfare.
talking about giving the people free handouts.
That is not only.
That is
That
not
is not only what it's saying.
No.
That is not only what it's
You're
saying.
making my own argument. My own argument is that you invest in infrastructure. You invest in something for everybody, right?
Even the education is part of infrastructure.
Yeah, you build education, but not free. Not like give them. You built it, but you make people pay for it.
And do you think people will not pay for it? If people can actually go and
Exactly.
pay
So
for
that's what we are
private
saying
school,
now.
wait, if people can actually go and pay for private school and they are paying with their nose. And do you think if government now build a standard of that same private school, do you think people will not pay? People will pay, but you cannot make a government school be a what's it
I
called?
think you are just shifting the
Local place.
argument. And let's stick to one argument. You are not sticking to the main argument. It's like you're shifting arguments.
I'm not shifting any argument here. I'm actually saying what you are saying. You are saying government should build school. Let them build the school. People will pay, but they are not building it.
Okay, so what's the argument here? I don't think you are following what me and Ajalo have been debating. You're not following our debates at all.
Say, I want to challenge Ajelakoko's argument that if you give the people everything free, they'll always give back to the government or to what they say?
Well, why are you not paying
No,
tax
I didn't
at
say
all?
give everything free. No. Don't misquote me. I didn't say everything
But you
free.
say people always give
What
back.
I'm
I'm
saying
trying to
is
challenge
that
that. I'm trying to challenge that notion that people always give back. What people are giving back?
When government gives, people give back.
Okay, so
How?
no. Where you go? The best way to give back to the government is to pay your taxes. That's the best way to
Exactly.
Yeah,
give. How many people? How many people in Nigeria pay their taxes?
Look, who are you going to blame?
Ajalo, the way it was in the West, the people give government and government give back. When you give government, is what they give you back.
Hold on. Your government doesn't develop a tax base for
go and pay
people
on your
to
own
pay.
now. Be patriotic now. You say you want to pay
No,
back.
what do you mean by patriotic?
I don't know where you are getting it from. People are paying taxes in Nigeria.
No,
they are paying.
hold on. What I'm even saying is that, look, government should define a way of taxation
who spoke earlier?
Hold on, let me land. Government should define a way of taxation where everybody can pay their tax and keeping the records, make it transparent in such a way that that tax can be used for the development of the society.
That's not what you said earlier. That's not what you said earlier. You're changing your argument now. You're taking my own position now. What you said earlier. Wait, Prince Daddy. What Ajani Koko said earlier is that government should not tax the people so they can keep people can have money. No, you said it's only going to tax. No, you said it should not tax.
That's why I challenge that.
So people can only have money and give back. That's what you said.
What I'm saying, when government give, what I mean by giving, when you give education, free education, reduce
and then you said they should not tax them so they can have money in their pockets. That's what you said. That's what I was arguing against. But now you are switching it.
Well, see, I think the point Angelica was trying to make is that if people have money in their pocket, they're going to spend it and buy things.
They're going to spend the money.
But no, that's
and when they spend the money,
but what are they buying? Is it not imported goods? What do we consume in Nigeria? Is it not imported stuff?
Oh God.
Most of the things we consume in Nigeria are imported. So what are we consuming?
And by the way, Foley, taxes are beyond and above your normal fee or charges that the government that you pay. It's beyond that, because when you buy whatever a bottle of water, you pay VAT or whatever. If you go to a bus station, you pay certain fees. That's not taxes. Taxes is way above what you is above that. Is way beyond what you think they are paying for VAT.
Are you aware today, if you make call in Nigeria government have taxes on it? Are you aware if you make deposit in your bank account, Nigeria government tax you today?
Of course.
Are you aware of those things?
So that is those are,
and that's what we need.
There is nothing you do in Nigeria today that there is no taxes on it. You eat at the school. Even if you eat at the restaurant today, they will give you tax to pay on that what you had.
Those are pay as you go taxes. Pay as you go taxes. Yeah, if you buy gas, you pay tax. If you go to a restaurant, whatever, you pay tax. Those are like sales tax. Go as you pay tax.
This is already there. Why are you telling me that they are not collecting taxes?
I'm talking about. No, this is the tax I'm talking about. The tax I'm talking about is that after you pay all those fees to the banks, to the telephone companies, and you get your paycheck, then the government takes 30% away. In addition to
Okay.
that, that's taxes. That's above everything else.
And you think they are not collecting that as well? These
Tell
people
me,
are
actually, I
taking.
don't
These
know.
people are taking. They are taking the taxes already. That's what we're saying.
How many
You are
people are
taking
on
it.
payroll?
It's
How
only
many
they are
people
not
are
account. They
listening?
are not account. They are not
Now,
accounting for it. That's the
probably,
issue.
I think about 70-80% of Nigerians' economy is really informal in a lot
There
of
is not
ways. They don't pay
anybody
that.
that is
They
working in
don't pay. They
Nigeria.
don't pay
There
no
is not.
payroll taxes.
No,
They
no, no.
don't pay no payroll
There is.
taxes.
There is not anybody that is working in Nigeria that is not paying taxes. Even the shops owners, ordinary shops owners.
I just explained
I'm
to you
telling
that.
you, these people. Okay,
The
this month
taxes.
alone, I know how many tax revenues. What's it called? Workers of what's it called? This local government. What's the tax revenues that have come to collect money in our offices? They always come. Some of them will even come with fake receipts.
And yeah,
Internal revenue.
internal
They
revenue
will even
and
come with
inland revenue.
fake receipts, and you pay them. And who is going to? Who do you think is supposed to be
No,
responsible for all those
I'm
things?
not talking
It's
about the
still government.
corruption. We're not talking about the corruption. What I'm talking about is that those are pay as you go taxes. Yeah, you get a shop, you rent a space. That land, that space you are. Some people come and they clean it. They got to clean the gutters. They got to do this and that. Those are pay as you go taxes.
Nobody cleans anything here. And you are
That is what
paying.
it's supposed to be for. That's what it's supposed to be for example. But above everything else, if you report your income and your revenue and your expenses and all those things, then you say, yeah, this is my profit. Then you pay taxes on it.
There is, let me tell you, any organization in Nigeria, any companies in Nigeria, they are paying their taxes. Nigeria government collect it from them. But these people are not ready. They didn't make it transparent for people to know, so that they can be able to embezzle it. You will see somebody working at Board of Internal Revenue. The kind of card the idiot will be using, you'll be shocked. Because the government don't even ready, they are not even ready to even make it transparent for people to know how much they are getting, because they want to steal it.
Of course, the government will always steal, but folly. So to your, in your own assessment, right? You think Nigerians pay more than their fair share of taxes? Is that what you're saying?
Prince Daddy, all those things that Jaconde built that we are talking about, free and other Western governors back then, free education, free air service, some other things that they were building. Where were they getting that money? Where do you think they were getting that money? Where were they getting that money from?
Well,
It's taxes
taxes, right?
and
But
the allocation. So
yeah, the tax base
taxes and
was
allocation, and back then the internally revenue internal revenue revenue was not as strong as it is today. It's well developed now than it was back then. Now that they have developed the internal revenue generation capacity and they are making more money, that is when the government deliver less.
because now they have more expenses.
You don't see, so
now
you
they
don't
have
get
more
what is
expenses.
happening now.
No, they have more criminals that is stealing the money. That's the problem.
That is it. You don't get it,
Those man, those
You don't get
like all this dark conde of a thing. They are not ready to steal money. They want to use the money to work for people. But these people are going there to go and steal money.
They have
And that's the
developed
difference.
a better capacity to generate revenue.
To generate income, but they are going there to embezzle it.
Delivering less. I mean, that is it. They are losing
Well,
the money.
I'm not questioning you guys the corruption that exists in that system. I'm not questioning that at all. I know, of course, it exists. No doubt about that.
It is huge, and that is the bane to our development. No other thing. No other thing. No other thing. Have governor that is ready to serve the people with his team. I'm telling you, you will see rapid development in that state. You will be shocked.
in any state in Nigeria. Look at Governor Zulum. How dare can Governor Zulum win United Nations, maybe European United Nations award on primary health care in Nigeria? Because within 100 days, this is listing. You can Google it if you want to Google it. Within 100 days, in his second time in office, this guy built 100 of, from the scratch to the top and well equipped. What do you call this thing? Primary healthcare
healthcare center.
Healthcare center across the state. Across the state, they couldn't believe it. They couldn't believe what this in 100 days. 100 days. Well equipped. They couldn't believe it. They have to give him an award. That how could somebody achieve this in 100 days? And they gave him that award with, millions of dollars. In addition to that, with a promise to put into the development of the health sector and some other developmental projects in the state as well. Look, this thing is not hard. They're making it look as if it is so difficult to do things in Nigeria. No, it is not. It's very, very easy to govern.
Do you know it's easy for you to go to private school in Nigeria and to private hospital in Nigeria and to go to government hospital? Do you know that?
Yes.
Because the money you are going to spend in private hospital is lesser than the money you are going to spend in government hospital. And yet, these people don't have equipment to even treat you.
Listen, let me come from this angle. So when you are making your argument or your campaign to people, these are the points that you should be raising with them, something that affects them directly. You see how you are being specific about where the money is supposed to be going. I think that can get people to support you, to get the right people into office to do the right thing. So people that are in a position like you, the same way you're talking right now, the points you're raising, because even it resonates with me. The taxing, the way they come to your office and come with fake receipts, you see how I'm like, okay, I can picture in my mind what that means, because we've been meant to believe that, oh, we're not collecting enough money. So your point is they're actually collecting the money, but they're just stealing the taxes. So when you campaign next time, when you go out there to talk to people, this should be the points you should raise with them. I think you will get more supporters if you talk the same way, fully. Just as advice on the side.
Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, at times when we are talking here, and I'm not here to talk as a politician, though. I'm not saying
No.
I'm never a politician.
Fully. Even if you do, this makes sense to me. I'm just saying that. Just look at me. You're trying to, you want me to vote for your party for anything. I'm saying
what I have is I have a passion for a good Nigerian, and I have a movement that is driving towards what I believe in, and I joined them. So even the party we are talking about, we've not even grown to be that party as much. I can see us as a movement, because we actually we are kind of people that actually we believe in things that we think it should be normal, that is not normal. And we are trying to speak about it. It's not all about, because when you carry it as a party thing, people see you as a politician. And politicians in Nigeria means you are a criminal. Once you present yourself as a politician in Nigeria, people see you as a criminal already. Okay? And we that we are in this space, we are very few. We are very few. But we know what we want for a society. We know what we want, how a society should work. And that's why we key into that system. We don't want to join these bad wagons. I can be politician by joining a piece of BDP. But we don't want to join them because one day, even if I make billions from them, I will leave the money one day. But I will leave a society that is not, that I can't even proud of. And this is the problem we have. So most of us here, we're supposed to be doing what everybody is doing, not by someone campaigning alone. It's our own space, our country that is bleeding, that we all need to muscle ourselves together to make sure we correct all the errors, not by defending the already failed system. We don't need to defend them. They failed the system. And what we need to do now is to make sure that we correct the errors. And anybody can actually do that as well. And I've never been a politician, so I will never do without voting, because I can vote for anybody. I don't need to look at you as whether you're PDP or PDP before I vote. I voted for a competency, and that's why brought me here. Issue of having Showore in 2019, seeing him as somebody who actually mean well, and we support him because he's actually speaking our mind for us. We're not supporting Showore. We are supporting ourselves and supporting our space. But when we talk, people see us as the politicians, and we are not. We just set up people that want better thing for the country. That's all. And we are doing this, not because we want to go there and go and make money, or we want to go there and better our life. No. I would love to drive on a good road from Abuja to anywhere I want to go to in Nigeria. I would love to have a good hospital when I'm sick. I would love to have 24/7 electricity. I would love to have education that I'm actually proud of, that okay, they're giving my children best without spending through my nose to pay for their school fees. These are the things I think we all need in our space, and we are not getting it. And some few people were getting more than enough, and they were enriching themselves from the same resources that we all of us supposed to be sharing. Okay. So some people are they have excesses, they have more than what they want. So what we are requesting for is to just give us that environment that people can actually drive and enjoy the little life they want to spend here. And I think these are our own points here. So all this corruption in the space, government allow it to happen because somebody in that government self is also corrupt. So for you to even manage your employee, somebody you employ not to steal, it will not be easy for you because you yourself are worst. There is not any politician that can steal money in Nigeria if civil servant did not involve in it. And there is no civil servant that can also steal money without government getting involved. So most of them are working together. They are working hand to hand to steal our resources, to steal our commonwealth. So, and most of us here, we are talking, but our voices don't even getting them. It's not even getting to them. By the time you harass them, they will call police to come and harass you. They will deal with you. They will lock your shop for like how many days before you know? Next time you won't talk again. These are the problems that people are facing. They have the forces around them to make sure they silence whatever you are bringing in. Even the election we are talking about, they didn't even allow people to vote anymore. They've manipulated everything. They use talk, use money, they are the one in charge. So this is our own space that I think all of us needs to see it as our own responsibility, not by someone is a politicians or is a political opposition. No, it's our space here. We are driving to get back from these criminals. So I would like to go. I have somewhere to go to. I'm dropping someone at the airport this morning.
All right, thanks for coming in, Foley, man.
Thank you. Yeah.
Hey, AC forever.
Adio. Thank you.
Let's see what she already has to offer us next time. Hopefully, it comes with something more reasonable this time around, not the typical attention seeking. Prince, are you still there? Yeah, everybody left, so I don't know what happened. Yeah. Well.
I'm here, Babati. Mike left.
No. Mike is on the phone with his corporate buddies now. You know those rich guys down in Manhattan. They work a lot, so he doesn't have time for we commoners. So that's yes.
Yeah, I was asking Mike, like tongue in cheek, like does he hate poor people?
Michael, boy, like our poor people.
No, I have issue with unproductive people. You understand? If you are unproductive, that's my problem. I don't have problem with poor people. I have problem with people with poor mentality. You understand? There's a difference between being poor and having a poor mentality. Like someone with a poor mentality, when they are poor, they will only give you excuses to why they are poor, rather than give you reason why they can become successful, where they can progress, they can get out of their condition. Those are the people I respect. Because such people, when you run into them, they will tell you everything. They will start telling you how they can get out of their poverty, start sharing, digging how they can get out of it. Those kind of people, if you just get a little assistance, they will get out of that situation. But those that have poverty mentality, they will sit there. They will never spend a moment to strategize why they are poor, how they can get out of it. They just believe the reason they are there is because of somebody else. And they believe for them to get out of that position is all in the hands of somebody else. Those kind of people, even when you come into their life to try to help them, they can't get out of it, because you can't help someone that doesn't believe in himself in the first place. Because if he doesn't believe that all it takes for him to get out of there is all on him, that he requires his personal effort and his hard work, his creativity, take complete responsibility for his life. If he doesn't believe that, he's not going to get out of there. If you can't lift him, you can't get him out of there. And I know so many people like that. They have literally given money to go and start something and they lost it within weeks. Those kind of people, you give them $1 million, they will lose it. They will lose it because they don't have the thoughts that to get out of poverty is on them. So why would they understand that the money they have in their hands is what they will have to use to invest and get themselves out of poverty? They will lose that money because they don't know what to do with it. They don't have this the progressive mentality of progress is all in me. My life, my destiny is in my hands. I have to control no matter the odds. I just have to believe that I can make it. As long as I'm breathing, as long as I have this brain in my head, I have tools, I'm walking with my 2 legs, I can make it in life. Those are people I respect, no matter what you are. Those kind of people, I'd rather sit down with them than even sit down with Dangote. Because I know this person here with this progressive mindset, if I sit down with him, our conversation will be based on how we can build something. And I probably can learn 1 or 2 things from him that I can even learn from Dangote. Those kind of people are people I interact with. No matter, I don't look at how much you have in your pocket. I look at how much you have in your head and your mentality. But those with poverty mentality, once I see them, I just walk away. I can't even stand listening to them because they will just point finger everywhere about all their condition. They'll point finger everywhere. So that's the way I think. So I don't hate poor people. I just don't like. I just have issue with people with poor mentality. Give me. Come on now. What are you giving?
But Prince, that if you're a very, very creative person, very productive, if people around you are always complaining, "Oh my draining now," you get draining. So I think to his point is kind of thing. That's just the way life is. You have to roll with people that think like you are believing fairly or unfairly is what works in to making money. You must
But
like
I hear Mike's point, but is it an error on Mike's part to assume that everyone is capable of doing what he can do, or achieve the same thing as he can, given the same resources? I think
but
maybe a kind of a mistake.
Prince, listen, you cannot let in life. You cannot let you say parity.
Of course,
Some will always have.
not equal. Yeah.
It is what you do with what you have, no matter how little, that matters. Not the
And that's the problem of Prince Adi. You guys have this mentality that everybody must do it because everybody can't do it, so we shouldn't emphasize it. All you need in life is enough people to think like that. Why do you think these countries are advancing? Because they have enough people thinking like that.
No,
You will always have that.
Mike.
Hold on. You always have those people with poor mentality. No matter if you go to the most best, some people are born like that. You understand? And that's why they don't give them any relevance. Hold on.
If you say that, okay, exactly.
Hold on. Give me a second. People like that always exist, and that's why they don't give them any relevance in society. You will not see why people having conversations are talking about those kind of people. When they having conversation, they are talking about people that actually have progressive mentality, and you see them giving awards to them, talking awards program, and describing them, talking and covering stories about them. They don't spend time covering story about one broken guy that wasted his life. They don't sit down talking about them. This advanced country
What happened to Mike?
Yeah, not sure what happened to his
Yeah, he went off.
audio, but
No, but I think it's more of I would say it's more like if I have an area of Lagos, let's say the island, and you have skyscrapers all around the place, it attracts more investment. I can aspire to say, no, one day I'll get there. You know, I want to do this. I want to, So, I don't mind if corporate guys wants to be by themselves, you can have, it's just reality, Nobody hates the poor. Nobody should hate the poor. But the people that are poor by choice, poor choices, okay? That one is a different issue.
I had a phone call, man. There's this person always call me the wrong time.
let me say,
I want
Papa,
the Aliabi. I want to call Aliabi, Mike.
no,
I didn't say that too.
not everybody, not everyone has that ability to turn things into money. Okay, for example, let's go with Einstein. Einstein, as brilliant as he was, we all know that if you're smart, they call you.
Prince, what happened to you? Prince, I'm not disagreeing. You see, like my father will always tell
Prince
me.
is muted, yeah.
Prince,
No, hold on.
my father will always tell me. I used to just walk into their board meetings when I was young because it was part of this corporate, and I would just hang around. He says, in this game, it's not about knowing. Sometimes you don't know, but if you don't know, find who knows the person that knows. So the idea that you must always know everything, if you don't know enough, then you cannot succeed. It's not true. If you don't know, you find who knows, or you find the person that knows who knows that thing.
Exactly.
But that's a different mentality. But that's a different mentality. But see, to think like that is in itself, it's innovative. To know that you don't know something is such a wonderful. I don't know how to describe it. Okay, it's something great. I don't know. Therefore, I'm going to go look for something that knows. Not everybody thinks like that, but
But
it's easy said than done.
But Prince, that is your problem. Why are you focusing on those that don't think like that? Wait. I'm actually Joe. The problem is this: we focus on those that don't think like that. Why are we giving them relevance? No, we should be focusing on people that are capable of thinking like that.
No, say.
What do we? Okay. Listen. Why do we are having a conversation about Nigeria, and you're
not my
saying
thinking. It's the ability to understand people from different backgrounds and ability is part of leadership. Okay.
no, there's some people
Okay.
you don't spend your energy worrying about.
Sometimes you have to be able to recognize people's ability and also to be able to put people in the right place that they will succeed. I said earlier, for example.
Okay.
Hold on. Okay, give me a couple seconds. Let me talk about Bezos. Let me talk about. You know Jeff Bezos, his own story. I heard from the horse's mouth.
No.
Bezos.
Don't. Okay, this guy.
I'm not moving. Bezos. Okay, you wanted to study what? Astrophysics. Okay, that's Jeff Bezos when he was in college. So one time he had this assignment. Okay, that he couldn't solve. There happens to be this brilliant guy from I think it was from Sri Lanka. That's where the guy was from. So Bezos, I think, is struggling all night. Bezos from Amazon, one of the richest people in the world. I'm talking about. He spent so much time trying to figure that problem out that he could not. So the next day, he approached this guy from Sri Lanka and asked him, "Hey, about the problem." The guy just looked at the problem, took it like a couple of minutes, and just gave him a direction how to solve it. Bezos was so perplexed. I think it was at the same time upset that he could not solve the damn problem. Okay, but this guy solved this problem in like no time. So for that reason, he actually dropped astrophysics and pursued something else. And today, okay, we all know who Bezos is.
Okay, so what point are you making now? What exact point are you making now?
The point I'm trying to make is that sometimes you can be smart, but it doesn't necessarily mean that you have the ability to create wealth. Yeah, people that create wealth, okay, they have a different mentality.
Prince Daddy, chill out, man, chill out. We're not saying no one is making that argument that everybody will create wealth. It's not possible.
Well, no, you are.
It is not possible.
You said it earlier. Hold on.
We say progressive mentality. Hold on. Listen to me. What I'm arguing here is people should have progressive mentality. It doesn't mean If you have progressive mentality, you're going to become rich. No, you're going to at least stand a chance to get yourself out of your condition. Getting yourself out of condition doesn't mean you become rich. Getting yourself out of your condition means you at least not going to be worse than what you are and others around you. That's the point of having progressive mind. And when you start telling me that, oh, not everybody can think. No, everybody can think positive. It's about thinking positive and looking at your cup half full instead of half empty and believing that, listen, taking responsibility for your life, that's the first step. Knowing that in this life, if I'm going to get out of this condition, I need to first hold myself responsible for it before anything else and have a
What
progressive
percentage of
mind.
people think like that,
And
Mike?
hold
What percentage
on.
of
Let me
people
land.
think like that?
Wait. And no matter how you preach it, there's still going to be some people that will never have it. We understand that. But the point here is we should promote it in our conversation. Promote progressive thinking. Let's give relevance to those that are capable of thinking progressively. Not relevance to those that are not capable of progressive thinking. I mean, talking about them, they are not relevant, man. You shouldn't give people like that relevance. They are people that should be left alone. Oimbo people, when you start talking about those kind of, can you sit down with your white colleague and your progressive colleague in America and be talking about people on welfare? They're gonna get up and walk away. Like, why are you talking about these kind of people? Those are not people I want to hear a conversation about. Talk to me about someone that's progressing, man. I don't want to hear about the guy that's on welfare that's doing nothing with his life. I don't care. Like, talk to me about someone that's progressive minded, no matter how rich or poor he is. At least he has the mind to make it, to forge a change in society. That's the point. I get irritated when you guys come here and start having conversation with people that are not progressive. What the hell? Where are we going with that conversation?
Mikey, you see, this is your antagonistic stance against welfare. You seems not to understand what welfare is designed for.
Welfare is a safety net. We know that, but the dependency it creates over time is supposed to be a temporary. No, it's supposed to be a temporary stopgap until you get yourself together. Then you go out there and become productive again. But people want to build their life entirely on welfare state, which is not sustainable for everybody else. Is the point?
Well, I'm not going to support people building their life around welfare, and they want to sit there and they want to live on welfare forever. No, but government have responsibility to prevent its people from going into poverty. It's a government responsibility to formulate policy and effect it that will, create economic a kind of economic empowerment to the people of the country. And the reason for welfare is to prevent the people from going into poverty, abject poverty particularly. So in this country where we live, where they call, the most capitalist country in the world, we have Medicaid, and we know what Medicaid means. It's almost paying $0. It's huge subsidy. Healthcare program. We have food stamp that give people on monthly basis some money to buy food.
So Nigerian priority right now is to focus on food stamp. That's our priority to advance as a country, right? If you're talking about welfare and food stamp, rather than talking about how we will industrialize, should we not be talking about how we can industrialize and become industrial country? So we're still not talking about focusing on welfare. That's our focus right now.
So they give people food stamp, they give pregnant women wigs so that they can live a meaningful life in their country.
Nigeria will become industrialized.
When you see government doing that, you can't say, they are irresponsible, they are not doing anything, they are irresponsible, everything have to be capitalized. No, they know that some people, and those people that have been given this free stuff, these are people that they are almost like paying nothing in taxes because they are poor. They are already poor people. They don't want them to. I mean, by their how do I say it? By their financial standing, they are regarded as poor people in the country. But they don't want them to go into abject poverty. That is why this program is designed so that they can have free food, free money for food, free healthcare costs. The children can go to free school as well. And we even have some program in this country that is called what do you call to go to college? They call it this free ride scholarship. Free ride scholarship to university. Zero. It's not. This is not a matter of financial aid, but because we have some zones within some states around the federation that are regarded as educationally backward zones, and therefore, what can we do to help the children of these poor people to go to college? They provide them free ride scholarship to university. What are you in this country that is the most capitalist country in the world? Why should we want to practice such thing? And it's a problem in Nigeria, and we say, oh, it is not good. Don't give them anything free. Let everybody go and look for their own way to get things done on their own. Government support, government assistance is not necessary. There is no country, any country that doesn't give assistance to her a citizen is not a country that is ready to grow. And that country will never grow. Every country that support their citizens, particularly by preventing them to go into poverty, is a country that invests in them. They get the result back in thousands fold. So that is the way this program works. It's not that, oh, they're just giving money and it doesn't mean it's a waste of resources. No, it's not waste of resources. It's an investment in the people. Investment in your people will give you development, overall development, and for the betterment of the country. That's the way it works. So let me just leave it there.
So, out for about 30 minutes. Okay. Oh, Prince is out for about.
If anybody have any objection or pushback against what I said, you can say it. If everything I've said they are not true,
because what happens is that if you come from a different perspective when it comes to welfare system, you might be labeled as anti-poor or anti. You don't have compassion. That comes with that territory. So one has to be very careful when making any position. But I'll say there's nothing wrong with welfare system, because people will try will fail. Life happens, situations happen. So food banks, education, health, these are things that government has to, take care of. The poor amongst us is just part of our social responsibilities. Even without government forcing us to pay taxes, we should still give back to the poor and needy in the community. But the dependency factor, and you can in the case of Lagos, for instance, and Nigeria as a whole, talking about welfare state, you've not developed the manufacturing side of your economy enough. It's not robust enough to encourage welfare at this time. Okay, you don't have a robust economy at this time. So until you have something very decent that can fund those welfare programs, because you can't depend on natural resources to fund welfare. Those resources should go to what you would call middle class upper, to build businesses, hire people, expand their business, create more jobs. The taxes from those people can then be used to take care of people or the poor in the society. So that would be, so I don't think Nigeria is ready to have a welfare, like a comprehensive, massive welfare program at this point. That would be a wrong move, in my own opinion. You can put in some few things here and there, leg up for people to jump into the different classes, middle class, upper class, whatever. But to want to encourage that now in Nigeria is what I don't agree with. I don't think it's good long term. Down the road, when we get our act together, when you have power, when you have distribution sites, effective road system, those kind of things, manufacturing on a massive scale. I mean, even two companies in California is paying billions of dollars. Tesla's paying billions of dollars in taxes alone to the government. I've always talked about agriculture, for instance. Holland is making about 20 billion. They're exporting about $20 billion worth of agro-produce yearly. They're about the size of a state in the north where they can do the same thing. Now, if two states in the north do the same thing and they are making close to $7 to $8 billion a year in exports, and they're expanding manufacturing, of course, the taxes raised can then be used to take care of the poor people in that society. But I would not say, okay, because you're making 6-7 billion, they're spending on poor people. No, you must grow, because the more you grow, the more you're going to need to spend on poor people. And that's just the way it is. So it's to focus on the manufacturing and people that are the way Mike will put it, I want to work productive in society first. Those ones, once you fund them through taxes, reducing taxes, encouraging growth in their businesses, they will hire more people from the poor. I want to point, they will hire them. They will pay more taxes. You now use those tax revenues to fund your welfare program. That way, everybody wins. That's my own approach to it. I'm not opposed to become half take care of, but I want to produce any fund you wanna. I use taxes here to fund the poor.
Babati, look, who is Nigerian government that has failed to do the right thing, initiate policy that we, encourage or encourages industrial growth? You understand what I'm saying? And all the necessary things to do, infrastructure to put on the ground to support industrial growth, they failed to do it. And that's why you don't see industrial development in Nigeria that can create employment opportunity. So when government fail on their own part, as a matter of fact, they fail everybody. When they fail, then we will have this system that we find ourselves. They don't, come out with policy that will support industrial growth. They don't build infrastructure. They don't build roads that can bring development. They don't build hospitals with good facilities. The public school, which should have been the brain box, which should have been I'm talking about university now, which will have been the basis, the brain box for the development of the country. They fail to invest in it.
Yeah, but
they don't fund research.
In America here, even in healthcare, curriculum, they change it based on what the market is demanding for. So what happens in Nigeria is training you in school. You're not checking with the manufacturing, with the business class to see when you go to school. Once they leave school, they can absorb them into. I have people like in Nigeria that they have companies that even after you leave your 4-year college, they still send people to 6 months, 7 course training, even when they apply for a job, to even train them again, additional training. So even curriculum-wise, not even reflecting what is going on in the world. So when people leave school, gone, won't tell to meet the requirement to even apply for the job that they want. So you must revamp that curriculum. You must work with the business community. Like, okay, we are
It's the
training this.
government. It is the government that failed. They failed to invest there. They failed to have the right hand, the right people in the right position that can formulate policies for each sector, for the development of those sectors. That is the policy. That is the problem. So it is the government that has been the problem for our development in that country. It's the government that has, not the people. If government has put in place certain things on what to do, at what time, and also time from one point to the other, things will work well. You understand what I'm saying, Babati? Things will work well. But look at government reaches agreement with medical workers to increase their pay, to increase their welfare, to increase their everything for them, but they fail to honor it. The same with the teachers. The same. How do you expect? And as you have failed, as they fail to honor the agreement reached with them, they fail to invest in those sectors. How would, I mean, what do you expect? What do we expect? Are we expecting magic? Magic is not going to happen. Countries
but
where
those
things
from
work.
those
Babati, did you see the Joshua and Gano fight today?
Oh no, boy,
Oh no. Oh no.
What disappointing me, gone? What disappointing me?
What disappointing me, no, man. I wanted to see a good fight. I mean, like, in Ghana, I mean, I was saying it before, like, why are you going into boxing? You want to start challenging the top? Come on, man. Start with the lower guys now. Don't start with the number 1, number 2 guys that have been fighting for 10 years. That with so much experience. Experience, Joshua be trashing now. Experience. You know, I mean, I was kind of disappointed. You never come here tonight. You won't even come here again, sir.
No,
I don't even think Jude will come on the internet for the next.
If Francis had won, you bought it like
Jude, by here by now. You'll be talking about all Nigerians, everybody. The guy over here running this one. But I've never watched. I wanted to see a good fight. I mean, at least we can say, okay, I didn't care who win between them, but I wanted to see like a fight, not like that, not like just complete one-sided, complete trashing, man. Oh boy. Ngannou will go back to MMA, man. Just leave boxing after this one.
I don't think it goes back. I don't think he goes back. He can do features with them, but he's made enough money to.
He made 20 million from this fight too.
So if he just does one more with wider or whatever, I think it's close to 40 years. It's about 38 years old right now. So
yeah. So the guy, I don't think he will give him a chance again. I don't even think I want to fight Fury the second time. You just move on, man. Because this performance was too one-sided. Like, and it was exposed.
Last 5 or 6 rounds, 2 rounds he looked bad, man. 2 rounds, baby.
And the guy knocked down in both rounds, man. Like, the guy got exposed, you know. So, I mean, I think Fury, that first fight, Fury would have done similar thing to him in that first fight. But because he caught Fury in our early round, So Fury wanted to be careful now. So Fury just let me be careful. So the rest of the fight, Fury gonna rush it, but everybody knew it. Wait, it doesn't make sense. No boxing experience. You are going against number 1, number 2, number 3. Are you kidding me? Like this guy, man. The guy would be he would have been a good boxer. I mean, I still think he has what it takes. Well, he should have went against like the guys that are like number 5, number 6, those guys. I won't be if you're Jack Bar, you know what I'm saying? Or even if they're going to go, that was the trash and concept. Or even Andy Ruiz, that kind of level before you start challenging super heavyweight, like a superstar boxers. Are you kidding me? It's like one amateur footballer. You just start playing football, I'm gonna go face Ronaldo. Oh yeah, really? You want to play against Ronaldo and Messi? It was disappointing, man. I just wasted my money on that pay-per-view.
Osongo. No.
Not that much nice. Only was it was cheap this time. It was about $30 something. I feel like $39. I was like, it's cheap this time. Normal pay-per-view, you pay like
Are you watching the Tyson this guy, Jake Paul, Mike Tyson fight?
That one is not making sense. Though. Is it true or is it?
It's going to be on Netflix Live now. No, Netflix wants to launch their own live program too, so that will be their first live. I mean, they've done other live programs like their car stuff in Vegas, but
that one doesn't make sense. What kind of fight is that? The grandfather versus. I mean, the Jake Paul, that guy is stupid.
Do you know what the venue is? Is the Cowboy Stadium now? They are taking it serious. They got the stadium for the event now, a whole stadium.
I don't think it's gonna be a real fight, man. It's too dangerous now.
They have the promo on. They have the promo now. The promo is already out there. Yeah, Tyson, Jake Paul. Yeah, it's real.
But that doesn't make sense, man. That doesn't make sense. 20-something-year-old boy. That's what I say.
Abusing it. But Tyson has
that Jake Paul.
Emily, but Tyson, he might be old though, but that punch is still there. So my belly, no, I wouldn't do that. But hey, Midwest, are you there? What's up, man?
Good morning, everybody.
Midwest will come and give us the government slow government to
Mike, I'll be following you.
We
No bad. I'll be following you and Ajani Koko. See, the thing is, why I just
we are not going back to that long government story. I beg. Let's go back to a different topic, man. I don't tire. I'm exhausted.
No, wait.
Story.
Yeah, but
let's talk. It's the same thing I've heard millions of times. They didn't build this one. They didn't do that
let me also echo my own point. Let me also
there's nothing you tell me today that you haven't said here before. Trust me. Go ahead. You tell me. They don't do this thing for this thing. Government do this one.
Wait, we are on air. You see, the thing is, Ajani Koko just gave us some points.
We don't hear the point million times before now. It's not really about the point. It's that we've heard it million times.
Okay, Mike, let me get myself. Give me some time, please. I beg. The thing is this. What I want to contribute is this. The greatest challenges that we have in that country is what either I don't know. He said informal system, of doing business is our real problem, and that is why the taxational system, nobody can account for it, because you don't know exactly who and who is paying this tax in terms of database. So you can influence the figure, you can reduce it so easily and go away with the money. Then I want to talk about that.
We need technology to counter it, right?
Proper documentation. I don't know whether they can do it analog, because analog was one.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. You need the technology to solve the problem, right?
I think they have started using technology already. Sorry to quote him. Yeah.
See, it depends on what they are doing with the technology. Our leaders, they know what they're doing, because if they do it right, it will be difficult for them to make away with our money. So that is why they delay the system.
Who are you calling leaders?
Those who are in authority. that have been appointed to lead some institution that's supposed to govern everyone.
Who chooses this leader?
Wait, I don't want to go deep to that. That one is
You know these people are not in democracy. They are not your leader. They are your workers. They are your employees. You employ them to work for you. So they are not leading you. They are just working for you.
No. It's not only that. You employ them to lead you. So
no. Mike, do you know what's going on here? I think it's the cultural impact on the way we see politicians. Like once somebody becomes president or governor, a man for you about maybe he's still a king or
he's a king, a ruler. Like but we don't understand that these are politicians. People you employ them. The reason why you appoint them
would not.
Let me just put my point before you. You see, you argue about welfare because that's where I want to go. See, if you want to develop a society, all those dreams that we have, you must have a package for welfare. I will give you an example. In Europe here, there are countries that refuse to invest in welfare system, and they are the poorest country among European countries today. I'm telling you. I will use. Okay, let me give you an example. What happened to me in Spain?
No. Give us the name of the countries now. They are the poorest because they don't do welfare.
Most of the poorest countries are these Roma countries within Europe: Portugal, Spain. Wait now. Yeah, I'm naming
and they're not socialist countries.
Please, do you want us to discuss? Let me land my
point. We are
on
discussing now. We have to check facts now. We have to question what you are saying. You can't just feel wrong.
I want to start naming, Mike. Wait now. I want to talk to you from my own personal experience. Okay. I live some years ago. I was in Spain and I was working there, living there legally, paying tax. Now, Spain is a kind of I don't know, parliamentary system of government that run federal regional system of government. That's what they practice there. So the region I live is Valencia. It's popular. Now, this, welfare system is based on local government and region, not federal. Not federal, but federal will release it to this region. And in Valencia, they don't help anybody. 2008, there was a very severe crisis. Okay, the Valencia where we live for years refused to assist us because they don't really they have the money, but they never put this money into welfare system. If you go to Spain today, the richest region is the only region where they support people's life. Because when you want to help people, this is the trick. You will design a format system of taxation, because indirectly that money is still coming back to the government. So when the condition was so critical, I left Spain and I moved to Sweden. So when I struggled with the system here, God so kind, I entered their system. Less than 3 months of paying tax, I lost all my income. I have a business in Nigeria, and I think it's just like this moment of a time when it's like when this guy just came into power, Buhari, for that first tenure. So it was strongly as well. So the inflation was there and everything. So most of the things I have there, I couldn't sell them.
Okay, so, let me ask you a question before you go.
So let me put this one. People are listening.
I don't like when someone's giving too much stories.
Wait, Mike, I'm not
going to enjoy that.
Mike, wait. Look at where I'm going. This is very important. 3 months of contribution to a country. I was afraid. I went to their social welfare and I applied.
Okay, fine.
Less than 3 days. The money for my rent, for feeding me and my family, they paid it to my account. They did it for me for like 3 months, and I feast myself. I started feasting myself. Let me tell you, today.
Sorry, before you continue, yeah. What was your income threshold when you applied for this benefit?
The money
when they started giving you money for your house and for your children and for your wife, are you making any money?
I said I lost my income. I no job now.
So that is the reason why they gave you that money. And now is
that what I'm saying? To qualify for the money, you must. They saw it in the system. And I was able to present it before then, and I have a very
Thank
serious
you.
difficulty.
So I want to ask another question so that you don't
wait, let me round up this one. They supported me. And now, today, any income I earn in this country, 35% go to the government. Likewise, that of my wife. So the problem we have in our country is this. As
sorry to butt in. Just for people for clarity. Now, the income you are earning today, you are paying 35% back to the government. Yes.
Wait, everybody, not because they help me.
No. I want to make some clarification because the thing you are telling them, I also live in the Nordic, which is like Scandinavia.
Yes.
When you said you do not have a job and they give you a lot of benefit, here in Finland, when you now make some income above some certain threshold, they ask you to pay back those money. So not that everything is free like that. You have to let people know it's not free.
See the way it's okay. Let me clarify you the way it works.
When you started making more than enough money, what they ask you to
do? See what happened. See the way they tax us here. It also depends on the local government where you live. The government set a range of 30% to 35%. So every region, that is what the federal set for the. So every region, every region have right to float it. But if you earn an income to like equivalent of like $4,000 US, the way they tax here, below that down, you pay that 35. But anything more than that add to your income above that 4K, you pay 50% to the government. It's kill and divide. Let's say, for example,
you are telling people here now is that they supported you when you lose your job.
When I was in need.
Yes, but when you are now making more money than expected, or maybe
it's not even when you make more.
Hold on. Maybe you
don't use that word more. More, you confuse people. I earn average income.
I'm not confusing. I just want to make clarity so that people can understand because I know the system also. I want you to clear some issue for them. Now, when you now started making a lot of money, did you pay?
No, don't put a lot. Don't put a lot.
Okay. Once when you now make do you pay any money back to the government when life is better? Do you pay any money back from those?
No, I don't. Whatever they invested in me, I don't pay any shishi to them for that. But once you feast yourself, you start earning income, then the tax will follow everybody equally.
Okay. But can I give an example of what transpired here? Maybe you can now compare with it.
Okay.
Because what you are saying, I don't get it. For me, I've been here. I never benefit from any of their welfare. I don't want it. I don't like it.
Yeah, now, it's not even a good thing. So,
here, this is here it works. If you have a problem, you go to their their government body to ask for support. They have access to your income register because everybody have a number like a data social security. So when they get into that, they will know whether you have a job or you don't have a job. There's a threshold. Now they can support you with your house rent and your children, of course, they give them money every month and education is free. But there's a catch. And what is the catch? If they discover in future that you are making more money than expected, they give a threshold. Maybe you make more than 5,000 euro in a month. The government, I have a person that I know, during the COVID-19, he collected up to 20,000 euro during that period. He thought he can, then after the COVID, he started making a lot of money. The government wrote him and they asked him to pay back the money. So they are still in court. They are asking, how much can you pay back every month? So what I just want to tell people here is that it's not all that free, that you guys just put it there that it's free. So it's not that free.
Wait. Look at the way it's okay. I understand. I'm not going to argue with you. It's almost similar, but just like differences. In my own case, let's say I was in difficulty, and that difficulty is very clear because they can see everybody's income. Then this one is called social welfare. Now, in this case, before you qualify for it, they will make some background check. And at that very moment, they see I'm not earning anything, my wife is not earning anything. That means we are really in need. It's in the system there. So for them to support us is nothing for them. And they did their best. And I was also fast enough to face myself. You understand me? From that day, I started working. I keep on contributing. So, but however, Here come another, like what you are trying to say. There are conditions where you can return money to the government. Also here, if you are not properly tasked, when you declare, make declaration, annual declaration, you either the government return to you or you return to government. This is how it works, functions across the whole Europe. But there is another help you can solicit for, where another one that somebody was having a problem, that I met someone that was having a problem with them. Let's say I rented a house now, I discover my income is not enough. I can go to, there's insurance for housing. They could put it that way, for sacring something casa. So you go there. It's also welfare. You tell them I cannot, my income is too low, I can't afford my. They will start. They just fill the form. They grant it for you, and they will be supporting you to pay for your house. So that one, in the following year, on your behalf, they will now audit you as a person.